meant to get my dang, that thing on controller. So freaking far. Y'all coming in, go ahead and tap the screen and share. Get this topic started. We're getting on all these people that think they happy and they not. All right, let me see some. Switch this thing on. Hold up. Just getting started. Let's get this going. Get these likes up and stuff. Should I get these? Let's see. What is opposition? Somebody opposite of you? Your enemy, maybe sometimes? Uh, let's see something. Quick. Oh, I gotta get. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, used to be somebody that's and everybody is a little different, right? Some people like, well, if you think a little bit different from me, that you my op, you know. Some of it's based off of principles and morals, but then even with that, everybody's morals and principles are so different. Uh, so it just depends. Just like people got their standards is a little bit different. Their boundaries are different. Their preference is different, all that stuff. So usually if something go against what they stand for, they usually call another person they op. So I realize everybody's kind of different. Well, if you don't stand up for this, or if you're against this, then you're against me, you know. So you are my opposition. If I want to get, if I want to rock with this, and you don't rock with that, then you are my opposition. You know, so um, I kind of asked that just to see what type of person or people are. You know, what is considered opposition to them. You know, what's something that people heavily stand on. They stand on it and how they view the people that don't stand on what they stand on. You know, if they're accepting to it, or really do you really not like a person that don't think the way you think, um, or feel like that they're your what's the, 'cause everybody choose what they want important in their life, I guess, what they want to make important. And a lot of people believe that because this is important to me, this should be important to you. And if it's not important to you, that means because you don't care as much as I care, that means you don't care about me. And that's just what it is. I think, and it just depends, and it kind of varies. You know, some people belong in your circle, some people don't. That's just what it is. It's not a wrong thing. Someone that is opposition is someone that is abusive, disloyal. You don't feel safe around them. So that's your version, okay? Got you. I got you. But some people like that. Some people don't like that, and some people are abusive and disloyal, and they attracted to the same people that's like that, but attracted for whatever reason. Some of that stuff it just depends on what is like top of the chain, like top of the what you prioritize, I guess. When communicating with women and children, your tone is more important than your message. And I realize that, and I feel like it's kind of sad though that we have to put women and children in the same category. I think as an adult, it shouldn't be like that because, like, who are the children looking up to? You know, babies ain't shouldn't be raising babies, and I think even when it comes to messages, I think both women and men have to teach their children how to control themselves and know when to express it, know when to, that's what make you the difference between an adult and a child. But it's crazy, that a child you got to treat women and child the same way. I want to be treated like a baby, like you know what I'm saying? So, and yet a lot of them don't even want a leader, but but they want to be a baby at the same time. So that's crazy. I don't know. Even babies need guidance. So if you want to be like a baby, you need guidance yourself. So um, her feelings are more important than yours. Your thinking, and I can believe that though. And I can believe that though. A lot of yeah, I can believe that a lot of women their feelings are more than that. But It's all about if they worth it. You know what I'm saying? If you worth if they worth setting your feelings to the side for that and not understand that. That's crazy. I kind of talked about that earlier. That's funny how you said that. But yeah, um, but it's important if you make it right. But also, gotta be a balance though. 'Cause if it's one sided on everything, I think when it comes to like even with that relationship or something, um, both feelings should be in consideration. It should be. Um, and it take a lot of you gotta realize that y'all are a team, you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be like happy wife, happy life all the time. Even if, but both of them should at least get some type of recognition though, you know. Um, I feel that way about cleanliness. If you aren't cleaning up after yourself, you are not respecting. Okay, that's your importance. I feel you. I think intention is more important than tone and message. And intentions, we will never know. Intentions is really, it's like a judgment. 'Cause we'll never know what's going on in another person's mind. We could try to connect things, and sometimes the things we perceive don't always be accurate. You know what I'm saying? So I never, I can get when we say intentions, and we even tell people that based off talking points. But sometimes some people is so horrible at and think they know, and they thinking about intentions off of their hurt. You know what I'm saying? So they put in how they feel or how they intended to be, and they rather say that's what you were thinking and stuff. So it just that intention thing be so freaking subjective, or it ain't always as accurate though. So we'll never truly know a person's intention. We can guess it and maybe right or wrong, right? But we'll probably never know. We just go based off of like talking, like I said, talking points and the way that they react in the actions and stuff. So, but I think receptance and point of views is more important than that, and how you yeah, basically how you receive the message. If it's important enough for you to, because tone don't matter when they yelling, when they not even yelling, but when they tell you that you got to get up out the way, let me do this or whatever, and it's a fire. Tone don't really matter that you got the message though. Some stuff is just you can't explain everything or be nice with it or be, whatever. If she doesn't. Hilo, what's the deal, my brother?
Peace to you, my G. Peace to you. What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. I'm just chilling.
All
Just
right,
about
all
to get a
right.
little couple hours in on this thing.
I know
For
that's right. Well, peace to you. Peace to everybody here. My voice.
sure.
Everything is about Philip Spirit and not about me. Well, I'll say this. I read like up top, what you were saying. You was asking, was it the message or the tone? I'll say it's the message, right? But
Yeah,
but see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? As a messenger, right?
yeah.
It all depends on what messenger type of messenger I am, right? It's up to
Mm-hmm.
me, right, to know the people that I'm speaking to, right? There are some people that look at the message, but my thing is, do they receive the message, right? If
Right,
I'm in front of a lot of people that you can't talk to them a certain type of way, then it's up to me to talk to them in that certain type of way. If I'm a
right.
messenger and I want to get it across for these people because I actually want to help them, then I got to
Mm-hmm.
do it the way how they would like it to be done,
To be
right?
done, yep.
Some people just put the message out, and how they put it out, it is what it is, right? I understand that, right? It's the message that really should be looked at and not the tone. But like I said, the job of a messenger is making sure that that message gets across. And if you and it's up to him to, and it's the responsibility of him to know who he's speaking to. You can't speak to everybody the same way and expect for them to take it the same way. It doesn't
Right.
work like that, you know.
Yep.
Now this forgiveness thing, that right there is that's what I call a fifth degree of love, right? Fifth principle of love, right? Forgiveness, right? Now, people have no idea really what forgiveness is. They have it misconstrued. They think
Right.
that forgiveness means that I let you off the hook, right? If I forgive you, I
Mm-hmm.
let you off the hook. I'm supposed to forget it, and that's that. It don't work. That doesn't work like that, You
Nope.
know, people
Nope.
people take words and they look at it a certain way, a definition, and that's okay. You know, I understand it's subjective. People want to look at words and feel how they want to feel. But here's the thing: forgiveness is really for you, right? People say that
Hmm.
all the time, but they never really fully explain it.
There
What
you
do I
go.
mean by it's for you? What do I mean by it's for you? Well, it's for you because see, here's the thing: it helps you detach from what somebody did to you, right? Let's say somebody did something to you 5 years ago. Okay, now that stopped you from doing or being who you was at that time because they did what they did. In that moment, they become your master. Why? Because now they actually changed who you was, what they did, right? So 5 years from that point on, right now you're still the same way as this person left you because of what they did.
Yep.
If you don't
Yep.
forgive this person, that person is still mastering you without even being around you. You know,
Yep.
you're still being who they left you. So, in order for you to not be a slave of them, you have to forgive them. Like I tell people, it's a choice to believe whatever you want to believe. But I'm telling you, if you forgive them, right, what happens is you detach yourself now. You're saying, hey, man, you did this to me. Okay, no problem. You did that, but you know what? You have no power here. I'm going to move on. I forgive you. You do what you do. Does that
Hmm.
mean forget it? No. Now watch this. There is a clause, there's a rule within that forgiveness, right? Because after forgiveness, right, there's a mercy, right? Now why? Because forgiveness never says that there's no consequence for your action. If you
Hmm.
do something to me, there is a consequence. Okay? Hopefully I'm not yelling because I'm in my truck. So
I hear
I
you.
don't want to talk all extra
No, do
loud.
your
But
thing. You doing
like I
your thing.
said, okay, like I said, so if I forgive you, it doesn't mean you're exempt from consequence. Consequence might be me not dealing with you no more. Consequence might mean what level you was on now, you're not on that level no more, and it all depends. Some people have done things and then they get mad because the person seems like they're not letting it go, bringing it up all the time. And I'm like, hey, that might be a
Right.
consequence.
Right.
That might be a consequence, you know? So, like I said, you know, if I love you, right, and well, I forgive everybody. I don't care what you do.
There
Forgiveness
you
is a
go.
must. I tell forgiveness is a must, right? Why? Because it is for me. Mercy is for the other person. Okay?
Right.
So, because I forgive you, again, does not mean that, you know, if it costs me to knock a patch out your head, I ain't gonna do that. You know, but I still forgive you and I love you. But there's a consequence to your action. It's just the way it is. And that falls on me and what consequence that I want to give. Because, see, you have the right and you have the control of doing and making the decisions that you want, but you don't have the control of the consequences at hand for whatever it is that you do.
I like how you did that. Dang. Yeah, you tied that in. Just thought you explained a little bit better. I knew about that, but I ain't, the way you did mercy and forgiveness, that's nice. Oh, nice. Because mercy is more for them. Forgiveness is for self. I like that. I ain't never really tied that. I always been talking about forgiveness and grudges and grace and all that stuff. That make
Uh,
more sense. You broke it down that way, though. It make more sense. So when you're
well,
not
I'll say
reacting,
this.
that's mercy. Go ahead.
Oh, I bet my bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go
I'll
ahead. I
say
can
something
listen to
after you're
you.
done. Okay. Okay. Well, that comes from 7 principles of love that I had. That concept that I have been given years ago. I tell everybody if it wasn't for the proper guidance of my ancestors, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here in the form that I am now. So when I understood, right, technically what love actually was, I said, wow, it actually saved my marriage, right? It saved my marriage. It saved a lot of things in my life that I was looking at, and I shouldn't have been looking at it like that. Because love actually would save you if you understood the principles behind it, right? And I'll give it real quick so you can understand why I have forgiveness and mercy in there, right? It starts off with being selfless. Love
Right.
without being selfless, you can't begin to love anybody until you begin selfless, right? Then you have
Yeah.
to have concern. That's the second degree or the second principle. Then the third principle is understanding, right? You need understanding. Why? Because of the fourth one is compassion. How can you have compassion with somebody you don't understand? Right?
Mm.
How can you understand somebody if you're not selfless and concerned? Then it gets to the fifth one. The fifth one is forgiveness. How can you have forgiveness for somebody, right, if you don't have compassion? How can you have compassion without understanding? Okay. Then after you
Right.
have forgiveness, now there's mercy because within forgiveness, right? That means there's a consequence in forgiveness. There's a rule that if someone does something volatile against you, right, and there is no consequence to that action, it will repeat. Okay, so that right there is a rule. If you don't believe that, keep on letting somebody do whatever they do. And if you keep
Right.
forgiving somebody without consequence, respect starts to go out the window. So
Gotcha.
now comes
Gotcha.
mercy, which is the sixth one. And then the seventh one, which ties it all in, and without that seventh one, none of it can be done, is patience, right? So that's why I talk about love. And once you love somebody, there's no such thing as unloving someone. It
Yep.
doesn't work
That's
like that,
facts. That's
right?
facts.
It doesn't work like that, right? Because why? The third degree of understanding is very powerful. When somebody does what they do, you understand why they do what they do. Does that look? Watch this. Somebody said, "Hey, if you don't respect me, you don't love me," and I said, "That's nonsense. Respect and love is not. That's not the same thing. I could love you, but just not respect you. I could love you and just not trust you. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? So, I got crackheads in my family. I love them, but I don't trust them and I don't deal with
True.
them. You
True.
understand? So, I just thought I would put that out there because, like I tell people, I try not to tell people what love is, but because I was gifted with that concept, it took me 7 years to develop it, right? Given
Right.
7 years, right, by will of spirit. I always tell people that. And I come out to share it with others. And some people who hear it, they actually take on to it, they write it down, and they start to practice it, and then they understand what I'm talking about. They'd be like,
Yeah.
damn, yeah, you right about that shit. Oh, damn. I'm like, yeah, that could actually save this whole world if people
Yeah.
would actually operate in those principles.
Yeah. That's selfless, and I feel it. And you broke it down more. I had actually learned it, but I didn't break it down in that way though. But I learned that within these past 3 years when I made this change in my life and took time with self. And yeah, that's most definitely. I like how you broke all that down. Oh, I need to make sure I clip that part. Yeah, because that got broke down good. And that's what I be saying. Even with that, not even to be selfless, it's like that. It's that ego, man. Everybody get that. People don't want to put that to the side to actually do understand other things, and that is part of the thing. I usually call it changing your point of view, and so that's what help you actually forgive. Like look at it. Sometimes people be looking for clarity. They look for if they say if they side if you still that's one thing I notice and I tell people, if you still looking for an apology you never forgave. You know what I'm saying? That's not forgiveness. You know what I'm saying? You waiting on somebody to, okay, I gotta make sure, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta look for, you gotta make closure within yourself, you know what I'm saying? And that's where you talk about the compassion or the empathy and all that other stuff. You gotta be like, all right, okay. Sometimes, maybe this person, they don't think the same way as me. So, they might have, they might be struggling. I know I'm struggling though, but you know what? Maybe this is the way they decide to handle it. And, just sometimes it's like it's this thing called being a bigger person. Sometimes it's like, all right, whatever. I know and I'm aware of these things and whatever. So it's just like, but I can't keep them around though either though, especially if they did some stuff that like stole from me or something like that. I can't trust it though because, like you said, you don't give them a consequence or by whatever you choose to do, they're gonna keep doing it again. They're gonna feel like they get away with it. But that's like human nature because they just like a baby. You know what I'm saying? They can get away. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're not gonna fix it if they not getting broke for it. You know what I'm saying? So they gonna just keep doing it, keep doing it. Okay, I can get away with talking to them this type of way, or I can get away with do a little bump every time I laugh or something like they go and then make it a habit out of it and stuff, and then until they get checked on it. Then they like, dang, I ain't even know this person notice this person. I mean, I ain't know this person noticed that, something like that. So I mean, and that stuff is some real stuff. That's the reason why the world is the way it is now, man. Because people really don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's why I had so many lives on forgiveness and grudges. I did like literally 11 lives and so many different questions to get people to. And some people just actually ran from this live because it's things that people are trying to uh keep under the rug. And they fighting these things. They haven't found a way, and that's the thing. I understand some things seem like it's impossible. That's why some people be like, it's unforgivable things. Things can be unforgivable, but the thing is, people just haven't found how to forgive it. They don't know what to do. They don't know what it really takes. You know what I'm saying? They really do think that. just not talking about it or not being around that person, that means you forgive them. That it just don't work like that. And that's the reason why I got this last question like this, because I just want to see everybody's interpretation. And so far, you done broke it down the best way. I should have used you as a cheat code. I'm gonna do that little do that later. But yeah,
And
that's most definitely that's it.
let me say this to you. See, what people fail to realize is that forgiveness has nothing to do with anybody else. It has nothing to do with nobody.
Right.
It has everything to do with you. All it is just letting go. Simply just letting it go. That is
Mm-hmm.
it. Right? It doesn't mean you don't. It doesn't mean you forget it. It doesn't work like that.
Nah.
Right? Because you need to work on whatever it was. But forgiveness, right? Like I said, has nothing to do with nobody else. It has everything to do with you and just you. Letting go of what happened, breaking those chains that person has, because it's a connection. People don't understand. If I do something to you and it psychologically hurts you or traumatizes you, that's a bond that I just made with you, and you don't realize that. To whereas though I become the master and you become the slave.
Right.
As soon as I do something to you, now it changes you. So
Yeah.
you combat that with forgiveness. That's a power. People don't understand that is a power.
Yeah.
Forgiveness is one of those powers. Okay? So, and love is a force. Okay? Comprised of powers. All right? So, like I said, once a person understands that, they can put it, as pillars in their life. And one more thing before I land this, whatever I'm flying. Okay. Empathy and compassion, they're slightly different. I tell men kind of stay away from empathy. Stay away from that. Because here's what's going to happen. Here's what empathy says, hey, I hear the trauma and I bond with the trauma, right? I take on that trauma, right? And it emotionally bothers me like it does you. Okay? Now, when you talk about compassion, it says, I see what you're going through. I understand what you're going through, but I'm not going to be emotionally harmed, and I'm not going to take on that trauma that you went through. Why? Because I have the ability to help you. See, if you have empathy,
I like that.
It's
He's
hard.
teaching me, dog. I'm glad I added you. Teaching me.
Yeah, it's hard. Listen, if you have empathy, right? This is why people who call themselves, what do they call themselves?
Empaths.
Empaths. That's why empaths are hurt all of the time. This is why they're so weak, because they get all of this. They see all traumas of the world, all the problems that a person has, right? And they take it on for themselves, which in turn hurts them. They take on a trauma that doesn't belong to them, so they don't have the ability to help. They only have the ability to be in the space that you're in, right? But when you have compassion, it's the same thing. The only difference is that I see what you're going through, and now I want to help you. I'm not going to let it bother me. It doesn't bother me. You understand? I'm not going to take it on. I see what you're going through, and I feel what you're going through, but that feeling isn't going to jump on me. That's compassion. That's different. You understand? But that empathy, you got to watch that. You got to watch empathy. That word right there, people have to understand the spiritual significance of that word. Not that it's a bad word. It's just that that word will have you in trouble. It'll have you in bondage.
Yeah, I got you. Dang. Okay. Well, I usually be the teacher. What's going on? I like that. You. That's crazy. I swear I usually be the teacher, but you on point with that one. That's crazy.
Well, watch this. Hey, watch
that's
this.
good.
Well, then I'm gonna hit you. Well, watch this, right? There's so many people says, "Hey, Elo, man, you're a good teacher." I tell them, "Well, no, I'm not a teacher." Why? I tell you this. The only thing I do, right, is familiarize you and get you to remember what you already know. Watch this. The only way for you to see what I just said and be able to pray is because it's already in you. You already came with that. You already have that. It's just that I'm reminding you of something that you forgot. You already come here born with the truth. All children, all human beings, all little babies come here with the truth. If you pay attention and observe little babies, they already come with truth. They play together, right? They love each other, right? Until the world taints them and gets them in fashion with what the world says, teaches them hate, teaches them fear. But they already come with the truth. All of us do. And if that truth didn't reside in you, you wouldn't see the truth that comes up out of me. You would have to have it already in you.
Boy. Then you got I be loving. That's why I love doing these apps, man. It would be that's you done taught me a whole handful. The That's rare for people to do that to me though. That's what's crazy though, because it's like I usually be on that. I didn't even know that, man. And then I like how you broke down the forgiveness thing. Because it's like I knew it, but I just didn't know the right words to put behind it. You know what I'm saying? And then like the way you explained the difference between empathy and compassion, that make more sense. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, that's crazy. That's nice, man. Man, I appreciate that for sure, man. And then that makes sense too. Like, cause just to even resonate with it, you had to have it in you already. You know what I'm saying? To be able to resonate with something. So it's just basically giving, and that's why I do what I do on here, because I believe a lot of people know these things or even heard of them, but it's just like you got to put it in a way for them to actually to understand it, right? That's why I'll be saying sometimes
Indeed.
you gotta,
Facts.
yeah, sometimes you gotta
Said
dumb stuff
indeed.
down and
Facts.
talk in their language too. You gotta just be like, hey, if that's all they know is like hood or something like that. Sometimes you got to talk a little, hood for them to, okay, I get it that way or something like that. Because I even learned that a while ago, right? When I used to get in debates, right, and I used to always use the Bible all the time. Hey, this is what it says and all that stuff, and I'm like, dang, they don't even speak Bible. So I had to use like real life examples and all that stuff so that they knew that I knew that they either went through or understood. And then when I use stuff like that, then they will understand what I mean and what actually some of the stuff stuff in the Bible mean too. So it's like sometimes you gotta talk in another code for people just to actually understand and just so they can resonate. And then I like how you even did that, like big on word, because I'm big on word and too my dang on self, because I be using different things, but it's like basically what you just did right now is filled in a lot of gaps that it's like I did know it, but I just never looked at it that way, and it make more sense though. It do make more sense. Yeah, I appreciate that for sure, man. You taught me something. Cause I could have, if ego and pride, I'd be like, no, I knew that already. Forget that. You another man trying to teach me. I don't care. It's like, that's good though, for sure. Man, okay, you got me. You got me, man. You got me. But yeah, for sure. And I think if they do look at it that way, and I think that's and I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? Because people, and I think that's why so many people are so freaking miserable on this app, because they don't know what forgiveness is. That's why I had to throw this one on there as a prompt, because that's the reason why they can't heal. People can't heal. Even with confidence. Uh, Confidence can come from healing, but it's like almost the same kind of steps though. It's just basically being acceptance of the things you can't control, basically. You know what I'm saying? So if I am this way, say if I'm, got uh, a missing toe or something like that, I'm not about to keep putting a little fake toe on because I want to please everybody else. It's just like I'm confident in who I am. I'm just like, whatever. Whoever accept me with the freaking four toes, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Jay said you healing hell. Yeah. I mean, shoot, you only hurting yourself, man. And I feel you though, and I can tell that's like and I even seen what you said earlier about you're not forgiving anything, but at the end of the day, you're just hurting yourself. You know what I'm saying? You just only hurt yourself though. And if you don't know how to heal, you gotta figure it out. Healing it is just like overall, that's just that'll keep you out of a lot of things. You can't keep no friends if you don't know how to forgive. You can't keep like family, none of that stuff. Ain't nobody gonna really want to be around you all the time. And then if it's always based off of our feelings, because all of us can be hurt, all of us, prioritize ourselves and stuff or whatever, and think, or whatever. But most of the time, we gotta realize that shoot, other people hurt just like us. That's where the compassion and empathy and all that stuff come from. That's where that comes from. But yeah. But I think we was talking about that was a good one for sure. I'm like that marinade, that was a good one. I gotta remember those. I gotta jot that down now, man. He said it was 7 things. I wanna store that in my head though, low key. He said the first one is
If you listen, remember this, right? Whenever okay, all right. computers, right? Computers were made in our own likeness and image, right? So I'll use the analogy of using a computer. All right. Anytime you want something, like you want something inside, I tell people to download it and install it. What does that mean? Memorize it. Put things to memory.
Yeah, meditate.
Right? Because if you put it to memory, right, what happens is it becomes a part of you. Then you have it on hand. Then you don't need like books and stuff like that. If you read something and it comes to memory, that's a wrap for that. Now it becomes a part of you to give you a chance to be able to operate in that space. All right. So let's say this selflessness, right? That would be the first one, the 7 principles of love, right? You make them pillars in your life. The first one is selflessness.
Hold up, be slow with it. Be slow with it, real quick. Be slow with it, because I'm writing this down.
I got it.
So the first one is what?
Words. You just need the word selflessness.
Selflessness. Okay, that's the first one.
Yeah, you got to start off with that, because nothing can begin. No love can begin until you are selfless, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you can think about somebody other than yourself. The second one is concern.
Concern. Okay.
The third one is understanding.
3. Okay.
The fourth one is compassion.
Hold up, I'm real slow with it. Compassion.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Forgiveness. The fourth is compassion.
Compassion.
Third is understanding.
Yeah, I got that. Third is understanding. Fourth is compassion. All right, compassion.
Yeah, the fifth one is forgiveness.
Oh, fifth is forgiveness. Okay, fifth.
Yeah.
Yep.
The sixth degree of principle is mercy.
Right, I remember that. Yeah, 6 is mercy. All right.
And the 7th degree or principle is, you remember the last one?
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna see. Hold on. Is
I'm gonna give you that. I know you'll remember it because I said it ties everything in, and without that, you can't do nothing.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Mercy.
Starts with a P.
Oh, okay. P.
You got 4 more seconds.
I feel like it's a game show. It's
Patience is the 7th
Oh,
one.
dang, I forgot. Okay, patience. Okay, right. Dang. I think that forgiveness and mercy is that main one that got me good. And then with that compassion got me like a mud. Yeah, okay, patience,
if you pay
right.
attention, look, watch this. If you pay attention, each one eye, you know how water is H2O?
Yep.
Okay. Now, if you mess around and if you mess around with the H, the 2, or the O, it's not water anymore, right?
Yep.
Okay then. Same thing with those principles. All of those principles make up love. Once they all come together and combined at the same time, that's that force right there. You have to be able to activate all. If you see somebody, right, who thinks about you more than themselves when it comes to certain stuff, if you see somebody concerned about you, if you see somebody who you feel actually understands you, who took the time enough to sit down and observe you and talk to you, understand your past, understand the things that you go through. If you are around someone that has compassion for you because they understand, someone that has the ability to forgive you and your trespasses, right? Has the ability to show you mercy and have patience, these people actually love you.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
They actually really love you. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, that has nothing to do with the romantic part. Once you start adding romance, that's different. That's different. The love I'm talking about, you can love all beings, love all forms of life by just using those 7 principles. You can love the animals, the insects, everything, because everything that is alive, that has breath, is given the same breath to them as given us. That's why we have to respect all life forms. They don't walk on batteries. So whatever gave us breath, gave it to them as well. Okay, that's why I say everything is by will of spirit, because there's no human information that can describe. When I talk about spirit, there's no human information that could really describe that. The only thing I can tell human beings is that spirit is the force that allows us to breathe. Without breath, you wouldn't be able to do anything. That's why I say everything is by will of spirit.
Yeah. So let me say this then. And I was looking at a comment, right? So the comment said, what she say? She said I've never had that before. So what I was thinking about, the reason why that is like, wouldn't you have to be able to understand it to actually see if it's being done to you? You know what I'm saying? Or actually live it and get it, you
Let
know?
me answer that. Let me answer that before you go any further. Okay. That's how I actually, look, I asked myself years ago, right? And I'm talking about years ago, right? I said, damn, how do I know if somebody actually loves me?
Mm-hmm.
Or how do I know if I really love somebody? How do I know that if I don't know what the fuck it is? Right? Check this out. In order to know if you understand something, you have to have the ability to explain it. If you can't explain it, you don't know it well enough, right? And if you can't walk a principle, you don't understand it. People can't walk certain religions and certain principles because they really don't understand it. You have to understand something to be able to walk it. Now watch this. Now, what I have given you is clothing, right? So you'll be able to identify and see love, you giving it and somebody giving it to you. But first you got to believe. That's the first stage. You have to believe it. Now, you have to go past belief sooner or later, and you have to go to a level of I know it to be true. But the only way that you will be able to know something is true, you have to see it spiritually first. What I gave you was in spirit, right? Now you gotta look for a physical confirmation of the spiritual thing, right? Once you see that physical confirmation, now you rise from I believe it to be true, right, to I know it to be true. When you know something is true, you walk it different, right?
Facts.
You walk different when you know it to be true. If people who believe in God and things like that, whatever your higher power, if people truly knew that was true, they will walk different. They wouldn't do a lot of the things that they do while in secret. Because the fact is that if you live under the premise that you're never alone, you're always being watched, even when no one is there, you move different when you're by yourself. Because when you're by yourself, you're truly who you are.
That's called, and that's the more genuine part. It kind of like ties into that topic I had a couple of days ago with image versus character. And a lot of people put on their image, but eventually, the character is basically what's hidden behind closed doors. Something that you do alone. And your image is what you just want to put up in front of everybody else, just to put on he's cool, he's cute, you know what I mean? He's a kind person, he's that or whatever, but little that person just being nice, you know what I'm saying? When you able to sneak up on a person and see how they really act, that's them. That's really them, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that's why I do, and that's why I said I feel that reason why we can't see that. That's why I be asking even some questions like, somebody be like, I want a real man or something like that or whatever. But I'm like, you have to be real yourself to be able to identify it. You can't just sit there and ask for something that you not even is. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of people get mad and stuff. They want these things, but they not ready for it. Just like with relationships, everybody's saying, oh, they look like they cute, they love their work out and all that stuff. But when their work come in and when these emotions come in and, really have to put in some work, that's when, dang, it's supposed to go the way I go. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if it did work like that. We'd be freaking robots, but it just don't work like that. Until they run into another person that got a different mind like them, and then they looking like, hold up, this what a relationship is? No, a relationship's supposed to only work off my feelings only. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that. That's why a lot of us got heartbreaks. A lot of us, we only chose this person, which I'm gonna have a topic about that. Probably do that tomorrow. That and people think they in love, man. And I like how you said that too. And that's like, would that be 7 principles of love? Because I maybe say to put forgiveness. That might be love then, based off how you did that. And a lot of people
seven principles of love.
I thought so. Yeah.
All 7 of them have to be. All 7 of them have to be manifest for it to actually be love, for you to see it. And I
Yeah.
told you I gave that to you. So now, like I tell people, I share it. So
Yeah.
now people have a definite definition of what it was. And I
Yeah.
tell people, I said, well, look, what's the difference? I said, look, you have ran into an author that does it the old way. I don't write it down. I give it to you verbally. That's the way our ancestors were taught. They gave
Yeah.
it verbally. We didn't have books and all that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
right? So we would have to sit down among an elder, and they would sit down and tell us and teach us these things. Okay,
Yeah.
so I do the same thing. So here's what I'm saying. Let's just say you go in a book and you have a book, Seven Principles of Love, right? Person will
Mm-hmm.
look at that book, and because they're an author, they listen to that and they believe that. I said, listen, look, it's up to a person to have a choice. I gave you a concept and I give it free. I don't charge you for it because I want love to be spread out to
Spread it. Yep.
understanding or all over the world. And what's the world? The world is the collective consciousness here on the planet. The world and the planet is two different things. People don't understand that. That's why you have the World Wide Web, because this is the world. When you get online, you are mingling with the world. That's the world. When people are talking about the world is going to end, yeah, the world has ended back in 2020, back in 2012. Like Mayan's clock said, it did. Why? Look at the thought patterns of everybody now.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the way people are talking now. Totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different. The world, listen, whenever you change your conscious and your conscious either elevates to a level of where it used to be and it goes away from that, nobody thinks like that anymore. That world and the way we knew it is over with. That's
Mm-hmm.
done now. That's a wash. Because if you look at the world as the collective consciousness here on the planet, you'll start to understand a lot of different things. Even the beginning of the world, you'll
Mm-hmm.
understand that as well. It's not it's Look, the beauties of this world is the simplicities in it. So I tell people, keep things simple. Stop making everything so difficult by putting all of this extra knowledge all over everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's crazy. Dang. That's real, man. That's crazy, man. I gotta let that. I'm trying to let that marinate. So it's like people that be saying that how much love, how they love, and all that stuff. Yeah, it's like they only take the care part out. They only take the compassion part, and I get it. Well, you all seven of those, dude, it can't get no more genuine than that. You know what I'm saying? And I can feel it though, because real love, if you want to say it right, it'll contain all three of those. Them are the things, the sacrifices you make. You know, them are the things that you be observant of and you know actually internalize. You know, and they got in love overall. From what I'm hearing, just a lot. It's a lot of selflessness. It's just selflessness overall. You know, looking beyond just what your ego and pride. You know, going past whatever we set as standards and boundaries. Sometimes, giving grace. That's another thing. That's what I've been talking about in church for the past um some weeks so far this month. They've been talking about grace and
And it's unconditional.
yeah,
Did you
unconditional,
know that?
right?
Wait,
Yeah,
watch
yeah,
this.
yeah, yep.
It's conditions set before love comes in.
Hmm.
Once love is in, there's no more condition.
Yeah, yep.
And then people say, well, it's a lot of people who are parroting what they hear, right? Without
Yeah.
actually sitting down and thinking about it. People are saying, well, love
Hold
is an
on.
action. Some people say love is an emotion. And I tell people it's neither. Why is it neither? Because love causes the emotions that causes the emotion. It causes the action. People do this or feel like this because of love. That's emotion, or love is not an emotion and it's not an action, right? It causes emotions. It causes action. Yeah, love is a force on a frequency. You're absolutely right. Saying that love is a frequency. Yes, yes. I tell people it's a force, and yes, it does reside and resonate on a certain frequency. Correct.
Shoot, my bad. Had to grab this real quick. Hey, it was something I had thought about too. That you said about believing in things. You know what I'm saying? Without really understanding it. I think I talked about that too. Um, it's like we try to understand one another, right? And that's even part of love. You just like you said, you have to try to at least understand them, or understand that you're not gonna understand. But that's why I always said this since I first started this live. I believe understanding, even though they say communication, but I believe understanding is the key to life, just to me. Because I notice the more you understand, the more you make a lot of changes, the more you change. And changes with that is just how you treat people, how you move a certain way, you know, and even on your point of view or what you believe in and all that stuff, and then what you believe is what you become. I do believe that too. Um, and I see it, I experience it, I actually know it, you know what I'm saying? I believe what you believe. I know it. I know what I believe. That's funny. But that a lot of that stuff been making sense though, and it do come with a lot of understanding. And I be listening like when I used to get in a little not the debate, but they be like, "Oh, communication is important." It is very important. Communication is important though. Uh, but it's just like, what is communication? Just to talk about it and not really understand what's being talked about. It's just like a waste of time. Just being a vending machine, and then you keep venting about something that probably already could have been that could have been squashed a while ago, but because you lack understanding, you feel like you're not being heard. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, we have to try, if you're into something, or if you make something important in your life, it's like you got to try to build some form of understanding behind it. And I'm glad that you said that's part of the love, you know what I'm saying? Just like you were talking about the love, you know what I'm saying? You can't really love for real if you're not trying to really understand, or forgive,
Comprehension.
understand. Yeah. Yep.
If all right, communication without comprehension is a waste of time. I'll tell you right
Yeah.
now, because
Yep.
you can communicate all day long. If you're
Exactly.
communicating to somebody who does not comprehend what you're saying, does not pick up what you're putting down, it's just a waste of time. I promise you. Because these people, that's why you have to, like, all right, on my level, if I'm communicating with someone and there's a message that I have to get to someone, then it is my responsibility to break it down into a position or into a point where as though they can eat it and digest it. That's a burden that I have to have. Okay? So if I'm speaking to someone and they're really trying to learn something, then that's why I tell people you have to get to a level of understanding. But you have to go through the knowledge to gain the wisdom to understand. It goes in stages. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Right? You have to do it that's why understanding is very important. Right? It's the last degree. Right? That's the completion once you gain understanding of something. That's why we strive to gain understanding. But you gotta go through the knowledge. Right? But right now the problem with a lot of people from what I see online, people are just very knowledgeable. They read a lot of books, right? But what they fail to realize is that by reading books, it's not bad. It's just that you're gaining a lot of knowledge from an author. You're getting an author's point of view, an author's perspective, right? And some people lean on that perspective as truth. Just because they wrote it, because they're an author, doesn't mean that it's true. Just because everybody believes it or everybody reads it doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean it's good for us. You understand? You got to gain wisdom. People need wisdom. That's why I am online to give wisdom, right? So, like I said, I really don't like the internet. I don't really like social media, being honest with you, right? But I have to be obedient and I have to be on here and do what I'm supposed to be doing, and that's bringing wisdom, right? Because I'm bringing light to dark spaces. So I have to go in those dark caverns to bring that light to show the people how to get out, how I got out. No one sees heaven before hell.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so man, yeah, it's deep right here. That is deep. That's what she said too, but that's deep. Yeah, a lot of us, and that's the thing though. Well, even with that, you gotta know who you're talking to too. You know, some people don't. It's not even receptive enough, or don't know how to put they. Maybe they might not. You know, because I talk to so many people on here, and I realize that man, no matter how you want to break it down, and that's why I talked about that tone thing, right? People that just listen to song more than the message. That's why I believe people that listen to tone more than the message is the main ones that get manipulated because they only pay attention to the tone. You know, or the way they said it sounded sweet, so it got to be right. But you just missed the whole message of saying they about to use you. You know what I'm saying? You missed it because it sounded so sweet the way that they did it. You know what I'm saying? But it, and what was I getting to about that? But basically, who was he talking about? It was Hey, what the heck? Got a brain fart. I just sidetracked myself and got a brain fart. Uh, what was I talking about? Oh, the receptance, right? A lot of people is not recepting, even no matter how you want to break it down, because like a lot of times, and what I even learned on this, like I said, I learned so much on this app and talked to so many people, but that they feelings override so much of the message that they just, if you don't say it a cute way, and even if you did say it a cute way, they just like that it sounded cute, but they don't actually really care about the message. It just sounds good enough for them to feel good for the day. You told them that it's all right or nothing like that, but they did not get they didn't get the solution out of it. They didn't get nothing out of it. They just worried about, can you validate the way I feel right now? I can care less about the message for real. You know what I'm saying? But can you validate the way I feel and tell me, but when it comes to that work or you being straightforward or anything like that, they don't want to hear you. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody, like, the thing is, and that's what that ego, that selfish, everybody be saying they selfless. They be more selfish than anything. And that's why I'm glad, and I'm really gonna study that, and I'm gonna keep that in my mind too, because I like how that got brought down, the 7 principles of love. I'm really gonna study that because I love learning new stuff for real. At least from a different perspective. It's like I said, I feel like I knew it, but I just never got it broke down that way though. So it may make way more sense, and it gave me the instead of like you know, jumping steps and stuff, and I see like the steps to it. It make a lot of sense though, because it's like I know how to love me myself. I learned how to do that, love unconditionally throughout the years, but I didn't know what it really took. It's just me, I think it took a lot of me not putting self into it, thinking about others. Because I always been, as a kid, I think about others. That's why I used to always ask questions like, what about these people? What about that and all that stuff? Talk to my mom and all that other stuff. I always had a care about others more than just myself, more than just my circle, Um, and a lot of stuff it be making sense now, and so I guess I did build like you said, compassion towards other people. And I thought it was empathy, but I get how you broke that down too. I learned how you put that too, so that's what it is. Because it's not like so bad that I'm like, I'm letting it destroy me. You know what I'm saying? But it's to where I can understand where you're going from, and I've probably been through it before, but I also know how to get out of it too. You know. So, what a lot of people, that's all they really want is, empathy and all the other stuff. That's why they go to safe spaces and all that. I just want you to understand me. That's all I want you to do. I can understand. What's the deal, Eddie? Too. I ain't say what up. I just want you to understand me. I just want to, I just want to be hurt. But the thing is, like I said, if you don't even understand yourself, or you're not even trying to help yourself, how you gonna look for help from others, or how you gonna, like I said, it's a lot of things that we do nowadays. We stand on things that we truly don't understand, and that's what I love. I love saying that. Understand it does a lot of things, bro. I ain't gonna even lie, it do. Like, I had realized that the more in my growth and stuff, uh, how powerful understanding is, man. Because the more you understand this, the more you just start making changes within yourself. Like, dang, I just always said these things, but I just didn't understand it. I said it, but I did. It's like, man, you said speaking with passion can come off offensive and aggressive. And you know what's so funny? Because I hear our Elo talk, right? But I can understand everything he talking about. But to other people, they can't go past the tone, and they probably miss his entire whole message. And he preaching for real. You know what I'm saying? But they don't like, But that come with people that listen with their feelings first, rather than trying to really hear the message. So they done missed the part, and then from that point, and this is how feelings work. From that point, it's because the tone he have, they gonna wait on the first negative thing he could say, so it can confirm the way they feel about his tone, and be like, that ain't right. Trying to hurry up and say like that ain't right. You know what I'm saying? So it be so. And so child love, he love his voice has presence for sure, for sure. So, and and it's more of, I would say it's more of a pitch. It ain't really the tone. It's pitch. Pitch. And tone got a lot to do with delivery. I had looked that up. Tone and delivery is basically the same thing. Pitch and volume. That's like when a person's, if it's got a higher pitch or a lower pitch or something like that. Volume is more like a electric thing, like TV and all that other stuff. You could turn the volume up, turn the volume down, or something like that. So pitch is like some more of a human thing. Like if you got a high pitch, low pitch, I'm bass or something like that, or do I project a little louder or something like that? That's what different pitches is. Then delivery and tone, that's basically the same thing. It's basically the way that you present your information. Some people might not with that. It just depends on that seemed condescending because the way I feel, or that seemed like you don't care about me because the way you delivered it, stuff like that. That's what tone is.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Was that what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound low.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why that's why I'm talking like this, because I'm in my truck.
Right.
That's the only reason. Usually I don't speak this loud. I don't fucking speak this loud. But
Right,
since I'm in my truck, you won't be able to hear me if I speak the way I normally speak. Yeah. That's all. That's why some people think I'm yelling. I'm like, yo, if I
but they can't
normal,
get past that part though. That's what be funny.
If I don't speak normal, you're not going to hear me. You're not going to hear what I'm saying. It's going to sound too low. You understand? Yeah. Because I'm in a freaking semi. So you're not going to hear that shit. You dig? So like I'm gonna say this. I get online and I have a certain type of circle. I just say certain type of circle.
Yeah.
And I give my number out to certain individuals. Now, if you would like, I will come in your DM and I will give you my number, and then you give me a call, and then we can build, on certain things, to clarify certain things that maybe you might need to clarify, or just, pick my brain, I guess, because I have to do my job. You have to know the difference between an elder and an old head. You got to know the difference between the two. Okay, see, your old heads, these are guys with just old heads. They've been here longer. Okay, but with these guys, they require you to give them respect based because they're older than you. They want you to look at them like elders, and it doesn't work like that, right? You'll get respected by the way that you carry yourself, your character. What principles do you walk on, right? Because that principles is the foundation of the character of a man or the character of a woman. When people say a real man or real woman, I always challenge them. What is your definition of real man or real woman? Because that's very subjective according to where you're at and who you're around.
And how they feel.
Because you asked that, that's right. So I look at it like this. Our ancestors, right, in this country, right, they wasn't afforded to be man or woman. They were afforded to be, I think, 3/5 of a man. Like they wasn't even considered men and women. Okay, so I don't take that from no one. I don't take being a man or woman from no one. I think the question or the conversation would be, what kind of man, what kind of woman do you want? That's different. Now that's a conversation that you can have, but you have to understand that if they don't have an example of a man, right, that they can actually respect, then where are they going to get it from? TV, right? They're going to get it from TV, from books, from other people, right? And that's what they're going to get, or they're going to get it from someone who is telling them how to carry themselves and what to do. The fact is that people need to be an example of what they want other people to see, and then let a person make a choice on what they want to follow. Because guess what? You know, everybody wants to be the leader. Everybody wants to be the boss. Everybody wants to be the chief. But what they fail to realize is that shit, a chief needs Indians, right? A leader needs followers, okay? And a boss needs workers. Well, where do we go if everybody is just trying to be a boss, right?
Right.
What business do you know? The most important thing to a country is its citizens, is its people. You okay? The most important thing to a company is its workers.
Yeah.
Okay? Most important thing to a tribe is the Indians. All right? So, like I said, most important thing to a leader would be his followers or her followers. All right? But the thing is that everybody is in this space where everybody knows it. Okay? You have so many people that has so much of an influx of knowledge of book reading that people rarely look for wisdom. Their own life will teach them everything they need to know in this life right now. I tell people that all humans are great. Every human on the planet is great. People don't like when I say that, but it's the truth. And I prove it to people. You know, because if you wasn't great, you wouldn't be here. Think of all of those 200 and something million sperm cells that was ejaculated in a woman, and one of them was you. And then your ass got here out of everybody. That means you won the race. You was in war. The mother's body brings you against war, and you got out of that. You survived that. All right? You didn't lose your way. You were chosen to be here. Everybody has a purpose. Everything has a purpose here.
I say that all the time. I say that all the time. Everybody got a purpose. Everything got a purpose.
What would be the need for light without darkness? That's why people say, well, if God was God, why don't he destroy the devil?
Right.
You know, I'm not religious, but I do tell people, if it wasn't for the devil, what would be the need for a God?
Exactly.
What would be the comparison?
All the time.
How would you know God without devil? That's
right. Exactly.
We're living in a reality of duality. You need everything everything has a purpose. Everything has a perfect purpose. Everything, everyone. Everything that you can think of, it all has a purpose here. Because we are here to observe, learn, and to have this human experience.
That's why I don't believe in mistakes. That's why I don't believe in mistakes. I think everything, I know everything have a purpose. You know what I'm saying? Even us or how our parents went, right? You know, all these things that we be like, oh, it's supposed to went this way, or I should have made the decision or whatever. That's why I don't regret anything. Like, oh, dang, man, I wish I would have messed with this person before, you know. Maybe it wasn't meant for you. You know what I'm saying? That's why you ain't get that chance. That's why your tire popped before you went to there, because it might have been something that you missed out on. Like everything,
when
even just
done,
to be
survived. When you're done, I want to say when you're done speaking, I want to say something about what you said about mistakes.
Okay, yeah. So it's just, I just believe that. Well, I see that. You know, everything really is there's like a tie. It's like a whole world a puzzle. You know what I'm saying? And I like how you said that everybody's important. I always say that. I believe, or everybody is great. Everybody important. Everybody had their purpose and stuff. I even say, like, even the little kids that might have, you know, or the babies that passed away young, or the miscarriages, all that stuff, it had a purpose. You know what I'm saying? It had some form of existence, and it played a part or made an impact in some type of way. And one little impact can make a big impact to the world. You know what I'm saying? No matter if we see it or not. You know, that little pollen that flew in your nose and you sneeze and stuff, that made a reaction to the world itself. People don't think it's like, you know, it's very big, but I even look at it, we had a time machine, you know what I'm saying? You change one little thing, you went and scratch your left leg instead of your right leg, that's going to make a big impact in this world, because it's going to make you move a little different from what you was originally going to move at. And then, you know, you might bump into somebody instead of freaking, you know, just a little tiny second can make a big change. That's just what it is. You know, the way to operate. Oh, not this person that was going to cut me off. He didn't get to cut me off because I left the house a little bit later than before. You know what I'm saying? So I think, I see that everything literally ties together. And that's the only reason why I'll be saying that I don't believe in mistakes. You know what I'm saying? We are here today for a reason, and it's not by mistake. We survived this long, you know. So the people that passed away they did their time. You know what I'm saying? I realized that life itself, and I'd say this many a time, life itself is not only meant for us. A lot of us believe it is. That's why we so sad. Some of us don't even believe in no God or anything. That's why they think they got to believe in themselves,
or whatever, and they put everything on themselves, and that's why they stressing out, because they only look at self. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, if anybody else not gonna come to my rescue, and I don't have no other type of hope but myself, what can I do? I'm lost, and they be the most stressed ones. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's just all how we build our mentality, for real, low key. But go ahead, my brother, man, I'm ready.
All right. Okay. Mistake, right? All right. Mistake is basically you doing something, right, that's incorrect, unknowingly doing something incorrect. That's all a mistake is, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'll say this. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Got it. Let me get some water.
All right, all right. Now, let's just say this, right? Okay. You only got one time to make a mistake. How do you know if something is a mistake or it wasn't done correctly, right? Because somebody could do something incorrectly and they say it's not the right thing to do, but it might not be the same for you. So that means that you'll know if something is a mistake or if something wasn't right to do by the results you get by doing an action. Okay. So if you do something and you find it as a mistake, it's because you unknowingly did it. But you only have one time, right, to do something as a mistake. Once you have knowledge of it, that this is not the right way to do it, and you repeat it, now it becomes a poor decision or a poor choice. Something I guess you would have to work on, but it's no longer a mistake. So with mistakes, we need them because it actually helps us learn, right? Without making mistakes, how can you learn, right? And that don't matter what you do, right? As long as you have to do what is called a mistake. I don't think there's no such thing. I think there's no such thing as a coincidence. That's different, you know. But a mistake, I think we all make them, you know, because we're all flawed as being humans,
Right.
you know. And we're always going. And people say we're not perfect. I tell people, well, I believe all of us are perfect. We're perfect in our imperfections, right? Because see, I look at it like this: everything that we do is for our learning, for our own life. Everything has its own perfect timing. Okay, so every little thing that we do, right, is perfect, right? But people will say, hey, we're not. And I tell people, I say, well, look, I look at it like this. For people who believe in a perfect God, if you come from that, why aren't you perfect as well? Okay, now here's the truth. The truth is that you'll never be perfect of the eyes of others. That is facts. Okay, why? Because as long as you're up under somebody else's rules, regulations, somebody else's path and what they marked out and how you should move, then you will always make a mistake. Okay? I mean, you'll always never be perfect in the eyes of others. And I think that is the absolute truth.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's something. I guess you said no coincidence. Yeah. So is it? That's all I was wondering. Like, 'cause I be feeling like some of these things. One of you got taught, right? If you got taught and you made that choice or whatever, or somebody told you about it, because I think it can work the same way. Just like when somebody can make a mistake and still not learn from it and then do it again. But it's just like I don't know how to waver that. But then you got also have people that already told you already. It's like, is it a mistake or was you being rebellious? You know what I'm saying? So this is the part that kind of get me a little bit.
Well, all right. I'll say this. Okay. All right. Good. I'm glad you said that. All right. Watch this. I tell people about the word accountability. Some people don't like it because it's used so much on TikTok. But regardless on how much is used, the facts are the facts, right? Mm-hmm. I tell people accountability, don't run from it. Why? Because that's your friend. Accountability is your friend. Why is it your friend? Because accountability is where all your lessons are, right? It has the ability, whenever you take an accountability, it causes you to go in and look at where you could have did something totally different. Why? Those are your lessons. If you don't learn from your lesson, right, it will continue to repeat over and over until you learn it. And every time you don't learn it, the consequences gets worse and worse every time you don't learn it. Once you learn it, you don't see those situations and circumstances no more.
Mm-hmm. Got you. say I got another. I think I got another one. Hang on. I do believe like life itself is a gamble. It's a risk. Is that the time you can really call it a mistake? Like if you say if you 'cause I know people be saying that I chose the right person, this person changed or whatever. But and some people even throw mistakes in certain things. Like, well, I had sex with this person or whatever. And, like I don't even
Yeah, that's
believe babies is
different.
mistakes.
That's different.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that
And
now
so
see
they using the
that's
wrong
different.
word at the
Yeah,
wrong time. That's what it is.
yeah, those are different. All that stuff is just totally different. A
Yeah.
mistake simply is you doing something, right, that's wrong for you. That's not a good look for you, unconsciously doing it. So if you mess with somebody, right, and you see that as a mistake, see, I look at it like this, right? When it comes to people coming into your life, there's no mistakes involved in that. That's totally different,
Right,
right?
right, right,
But there
right.
are lessons, because that person who came in your life was one of your teachers. People don't understand that when people come in your life, they're teachers, right? These are the people that's teaching you the lessons, because people, when they come in your life, they're not meant to always stay in your life forever, for your whole life.
Right.
It
People
doesn't
come and
mean
go.
that.
Yeah.
That's right. A lot of times they're your teachers, because see, when we get into relationships, they help expose us to us. Have you ever ran into somebody, right? And you ran into them and you found out certain things you do like that you didn't know you like, or didn't like, and you just didn't know that you didn't like it. If it wasn't for that person, you would have never learned that about yourself.
Right. Facts. 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 Is that the cousin in the building, man? I'm about to steal one of your homies, man. Oh, I think you a warlock, Noah. Boy.
I think
Oh yeah, those are my brothers.
War,
Warlock
Man.
and
yeah,
cousins, those are my brothers.
Warlock
Yeah.
might be behind me. I don't know. We gonna see.
Yeah, right. Nah, I'm stealing Elo, my best friend now. He done teach me a lot tonight.
It's okay. I took your cousin.
You know why you did? All right, I replaced your cuz. That's funny. Yeah, man.
What's
He
up,
got
Peace
E?
to
some.
you,
He got.
cousins. Peace to you.
What's up, Elo? Yeah, man. What y'all, man? What's happening with y'all, man?
Man, just conversing, man. Trying to learn, man. We just
Yeah,
speaking on our perspectives, and uh, I'm learning some stuff for sure, though.
I just came from Mirror, so outside. Let me make the rounds.
Oh, what he got going on? What he did?
So he up out of there now. He got to go to sleep. He got to
Oh yeah,
work.
yeah, right, right, right.
Yeah, but had to come over here and see what's happening.
Hey, you already know, man.
You know what I'm saying? Uh, so
What you
was
at
that
work?
was y'all talking about the topic? What was y'all talking about?
Yeah, it was a bunch of stuff, a lot of stuff that needed to be heard for real. It was kind of really revolving around the third prompt, which is probably one of the most important prompts I got up here. Because a lot of people really don't know what forgiveness is for real. And love. I mean, just learned that too. And that make a lot of sense of how he broke that down with the seven principles of love.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Cause
oh yeah.
it's like I never broke it down that way and never looked at that as a form of love. And then even if we compare it to like how, you know, how the Bible is for people that don't believe in the Bible, but it's even like in there and you realize how God is just like them seven principles too, and probably even more, you know what I'm saying? But it's crazy and it show you what really what love is, you know what I'm saying? And I like how he put all seven of those things in there. A lot of people just, they care for you, I would say that, but they really don't do what it takes for love. You know what I'm saying? They don't they take out they might have empathy or whatever, but they don't really, have the compassion or whatever. They don't, they don't have the selflessness, you know what I'm saying? Because like a lot of the times when feelings come part of it, everybody feel like their feelings are more important. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when things are done to us or make us feel a certain way, we can, especially when it comes with ego and pride, we like, man, nah, all I know, you hurt me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we, when you do really love somebody, right? You, you really, it do start off with selflessness. And the way he broke that, let me see. I would have actually. That is good. Though. I want to read. I have to take note of that one. I don't even barely do notes and stuff because I usually, be trying to. But that's something I need to store though. So it says selflessness was first. A lot of people that can't do that though. They look at it if you don't even show that you care about me, and I need to, know I'm not gonna care about you until you care about me. That's what a lot of people do. You know what I'm saying? Then a lot of people just look for, that or some people can't love you until you show that you love them. You know what I'm saying? But that's just what it is. And I think a lot of us are built that way, but we got to recognize what we're doing. So that selflessness is number one when it comes to that concern. He said. So that's basically showing some type of. So people got that part right. They got the concern part. It's that. But some people only concern, like I said, they only concern unless you show that you concerned about them first. And that's how a lot of people operate. I need to know that this is a mutual thing. But when it comes to, just like I do believe what the not unconditional love is with no attachments. Loving somebody and, loving somebody with no attachments or whatever, basically. So it don't have to be that you have to, I can even I love my haters, just because you treat me hate. I don't have to hate you because you hate me. I can still love you because you even though you hate me. So that's what that's what love is. It don't have to be a receptive thing or for we feel is receptive. It's just you genuinely giving these things out. So concern, understanding is the third one. He said, and that's a big thing because like people like to communicate, but they don't try to look for understanding. You know what I'm saying? I just want to express it, or I want to be, I want to express it. I want to be heard, just like when people vent, you know what I'm saying? Most of the time, that's more of a selfish thing, you know what I'm saying? I just want to let what's inside of me out, and I want you to hear this, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I don't care about you understanding me or not. I just want you to know that I am in pain. I need to let this go, and I need to find me an outlet and I don't care if you understand me or not. I just want to, I just want to express, because I feel a certain way.
Right.
But when you really,
No, I'm saying right. Correct.
Yeah. And then the fourth one he had told me was compassion. And he told me the difference between compassion and empathy. And they kind of close with one another, except for compassion is like you're not really you're not really taking on, you understand the feelings, right? You're not taking it on to where you gotta, dang near miserable because another person miserable or something like that. But you take it on as in like I know how to, I know about it and I know how to be able to get you to, escape these things, or find a way, or I know how to heal out of it. I know, what I'm saying? It's just basically understanding it without having to actually be in it. People literally think that empathy, now I'm learning now, they really think empathy show a lot, but it's just basically, I think even empathy is like a selfish thing anyways, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, I only feel you because you feel me and I feel, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's more of a selfish thing because you put yourself into it for you just to say that, whatever. But I think compassion is more of a selfless thing. Like saying that, I understand it, and I'm gonna figure a way, to for you to whatever get out that feel of how you feel or whatever, if I can, what I'm saying. Or I'm gonna just sit here and listen to you to whatever because I understand you. You know what I'm saying? So
well, compassion is, I think the simple way to say it is being able to. I don't need to relate to you to still care for you. That would be a real simple way to say that. Because a lot of times people feel like, oh, I have to have some kind of connection in spirit or some kind of, you know what I mean? To have that, that's empathy, right? I can connect with you. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
But this way, I don't have to connect to you. Then I can still care for you.
Yep.
So that would be more like compassion, I think.
Yep.
Yep. Is that right, Elo? Did I say that right? Does that make sense?
Thank you.
It is compassion in the simplest form is saying, hey, I understand you, I feel what you're going through without letting it affect you emotionally. Empathy is the same thing, but empathy will affect you emotionally. That's why empaths go through so much trauma, because they take on traumas that don't belong to them because they don't have the ability yet. They haven't found the ability to see what's going on, feel the trauma, see the trauma, understand it, right? And be able to understand what's going on without letting it affect them emotionally.
Oh, that's that's the word, the effect part. That I like. Okay, that's the part I was missing. Okay, there you go. It's the effect without letting it affect or understand it without. Yeah, I'm storing that in. Okay.
Right.
Understand it without letting it affect you. And then that's why, and I can understand it. That's why they be saying women are more empathetic and all that stuff, but they let it affect them. You know what I'm saying? Just like whoever, you know what I'm saying, that's empathetic. You should let it. So that makes sense. That makes sense. That's crazy. Okay, that's cool. But and I see why you say kind of stay away from, you were saying, especially as a man, you were saying to stay away from empathy because you as us being like the problem solvers or the person that trying to find a way to make it through or lead by certain things. You don't want to let things affect you because it's going to kind of throw you off your course of what you really need, a resolution to or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that make a lot of sense though. So that's the big difference between them two. Huh?
Compassion gives you the ability to help, to want to help. Okay, because you're in a clearer mind. You're understanding it, and you're in a clear mind. When you're empathetic, right? It's different. Because your mind becomes like the mind of the other person. Now you are traumatized like the other person is, and both of y'all are in the same headspace, and it stops you from being able to help. So that's why a lot of women is more prone to the empathy, right? Because they get hurt. That's why they hear stories and they cry together.
Makes sense.
And stuff like that. It's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. But for men, I tell men, hey, stay away from that. Learn about compassion.
Right. Is that sympathy? Or though? Is that what you said? Because that
sympathy is just.
That sounds like sympathetic. Was when you actually take on what they're doing. That's sympathetic. Mm-hmm. Empathy is being able to understand it, but sympathy I thought that's when you are actually feeling the same. You know what I mean? When you're sympathizing with someone, you actually are taking on that mode, and that's when.
It's just showing. It's really just showing concern or just or petty. That's all. That's what sympathy is. It's the opposite. Empathy is actually understanding it and actually feeling what they feel. Yes, literally, that's the opposite.
I gotta look that up. I thought it was opposite.
Yeah. Boy, I did it. Looked that up so many times. Yeah, it's for sure that sympathy is just like be like, hey, I feel bad for you, stuff like that, or stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Not actually understanding what they're going through, but like if somebody's dog passed away, your dog never passed away, or something like that. You go show, kind of sympathy for it, but you never experienced or you don't know the feel of a dog passing away. When you have felt it, you show empathy because you think about your dog. You know what I'm saying? So that's how the empathy work on that end. But then the difference with compassion, right? It's like empathy, right? But you don't let it affect you when you do, because you understand how a dog passed away, but you don't let it affect you the same way they're affected. It's enough for you to be having a clear mind to be able to talk to them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's the difference. I just learned. I'm learning that today.
Having sympathy is like I feel bad for you. I feel so bad. Like, oh man, now that can turn into empathy if you don't watch it. If you don't watch that shit, it can turn into it. But I think the sympathy part, because a lot of people look for sympathy. They look for people feeling bad, because a lot of times when they feel bad, they move in a way to help them, because they just feel bad. They don't necessarily kind of feel exactly what they're feeling. And I'm thinking, and I'm telling you that empathy and compassion, you feel exactly what they're going through. You actually can feel that, but one is affecting you emotionally and the other one's not.
I like that. I like that. I like that. That make a lot of sense. That's crazy. I like that though. All right, so let me go down the list. So we went to that. That was number 4, I think. Let me see. Hold up. Make sure I looked at it. Yeah, that was number 4. I was got it right. I'm gonna get these down a little bit. And 5 is forgiveness. Forgiveness, right? And forgiveness is basically dang. It's basically dang. I need you to break it down because I don't want to say it wrong. I thought, and it's funny because I thought forgiveness was these other things though, but I know how to do it. But what is it? How you broke it down?
Well, like I tell people, forgiveness is basically it was already said a long time ago that forgiveness is for you. Forgiveness helps you detach yourself from what someone else did.
Yeah.
But the thing about forgiveness is so it doesn't make you weak. It
Right.
doesn't make you a prey. Forgiveness, there has to be a consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Without a consequence, when you forgive somebody without consequence, it will repeat. And a lot of times
Right.
respect is lost, right? But
Mm-hmm.
forgiveness is for you. It helps you detach from what
Right.
someone else has done to you, so you don't become their slave.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Okay.
they can't basically say they can't trigger you anymore because anytime somebody has power over you, it's because you haven't forgiven them. They still have that wound open, right?
Yeah.
Yes, facts,
That's
facts.
why people get triggered because they haven't forgiven and they don't
Yep.
understand that
Facts,
forgiveness is not
facts.
for them, it's to free you
Yep.
so that they can't
Exactly.
affect you anymore.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's
And
Yeah,
they think because
forgiveness is for you, and mercy is for them.
yep. And that's why they think because okay, all right, well I understand you. I'm gonna let it go. When they think that when they say things like I let it go, but then they keep bringing it back up and all that stuff, they really did forgive you. And if it's got and then also look, if it get brought back up in the same way that that it get brought back up in the same way as in like it just happened like yesterday, they didn't forgive you. You see what I'm saying? It's just they let it go, they let it slide for that day, right? Just so you don't, it don't be a big deal or something like that. But if you still got a cousin or somebody like, hey, I can't believe you did that, and still, say the story back over again, like it, that was just them letting it go. So yeah, forgiveness is basically like, yeah, it's not bringing it back up and not, and actually, all that. So yeah, for sure, yeah, be on it.
How do you
And
know
then
how you'll know if somebody forgives you? How you know if you have forgiven somebody if it doesn't hurt you anymore when that situation comes if that
right,
situation comes up again and it's not hurting you and like cousin said it doesn't trigger you, you're not pissed off because
right,
forgiveness helps you heal.
yep,
That when you fully forgive is because you fully healed from it. It
yep,
doesn't mean you forgot it. It just means that
nah.
when it's brought back up, it doesn't bother you
It
like
doesn't
it used
affect
to.
you the same way it used to.
That's
Yeah,
right. That's
exactly.
right.
Yep. And I already know, like with the forgiveness, I already know, like kind of the steps. Well, how I look at it, right? The steps of how to forgive, right? Because a lot of people don't know. Like I said earlier, a lot of people just waiting for. I just need you to say, sorry. I need you to say, that. They look for clarity on outside sources to do that, and that's not even. It's not guaranteed. When you still waiting on a person to say after 2 years, or whatever how many years it was, I was wrong. Okay, now I feel good. That's like fake. That's fakeness. That just made you feel good or made your ego feel good for the moment that they admit it, but it still ain't gonna help you because it can get brought right back up again later down the line. When you stop bringing it back up, or you actually like, yeah, nah. I mean, I learned something out of that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't and not taking it as hard as you used to take it. And that's when you forgave. But the people gonna realize that though, because a lot of people that we speak, just like accountability and all that stuff, we just say things and really don't understand it. And that was like one of the key things we were talking about tonight: believing in things and not understanding it, saying it. All these things we follow stuff and not really know why we following it because it just sound good. They'd be like sound bites and all that other stuff. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna say that, and it's like they 6 feet, 6 feet, 6 foot figures and all that other stuff that people they be saying and stuff, whatever. They don't even know why. You know what I'm saying? They just saying it. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I say that's why I always stick with that. Understanding to me is the key to life. Really understanding it. And I try my best to try to understand everything just so I can have some clarity. I mean, everybody want clarity with the freaking forgiveness and stuff. So I got clarity on what I believe in or what I see or what I know. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times life itself is going to show you or present it in a certain way so you can have an example of, okay, this is what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? So many people do so many bad examples of what it looked like. They get confused and like, okay, if that's what forgiveness is, but you're still treating them like trash. Dang, did you really forget? You know what I'm saying? That's why people get mad. Like, man, I can tell you still hurt. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to be a hurt person just like you. That's my compassion right there, right? I'm not affected the same way, but I went through what you went through, and I can easily read it because I was that person. I was that person always in denial, like, no, I'm that, but yet I'm still calling somebody a B. I'm still saying all this other stuff and like, dang, was you really healed? You know what I'm saying? How you still, you don't it's hurting you. You just convince yourself or trying to convince yourself it didn't, but nah, that ain't.
And you know what?
uh,
And the big part about that was which Elo mentioned was the mercy, right?
let me get to that. Let me get to that. That's number 6. Yes, that's number
Oh,
6. There
okay.
you
See,
go.
that's what I'm saying. He
Yeah,
was
there you go. So number
yeah.
6 is that. Yep, that's what it is. But yeah, how you feel? How you explain that one though?
That's the
That's
hardest.
number 6.
That's one of the hardest
That's
parts.
right after forgiveness.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts because that like when you forgive somebody, right? The forgiveness still doesn't constitute the penalty, right?
Right.
So let's say someone does you wrong and you want to get back, right? You say you forgive them, right? But it's something in your mind that still wants to get back, right? Maybe your pride is hurt, maybe something else. Was it that you fully didn't forgive them? Possibly.
Yeah, you
Did you
didn't.
fully, but we don't forget. And
You
sometimes
don't.
ego, as a man, you like, hold on, this dude, you know what I mean? They did something and you want to touch their ass back. But see, that's when
No
mercy
Diddy.
comes. But that's when, yeah, exactly. That's when mercy comes. You see what
Mm.
I'm saying? Mercy
Yeah.
is, I did not respond to you. Mercy is, I gave you a pass. That
Exactly.
that is truly letting it go. Because when
Yes.
we say,
Yes.
most of the time when we say we let it go, we just compartmentalize it. We let it go for the
Yep.
day. That's
Yep.
different than we just compress it. Because eventually
Yep.
that shit is going to come back up. But when you
Yep.
really let go is when you've actually exercised mercy. And I think that's important.
Hmm. Facts. 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 That was number 7 too. Of that. And then
Hmm.
the last one, oh no, that was number 6. My bad. Number 7 was patience. He said, and
Hmm.
patience. I'm trying to see how. I know what patience is, but I'll try to see how he explained it though. But basically, it's just I guess in time, just being um. Hmm, I need your
That's,
help on that one.
I think, I
Elo.
think that's, I think that one is being still, understanding how to be still, right?
Yeah. It's like I know what it is, but I wanted to tie it to like the whole
Right,
thing of love, what love
right.
is. But okay, I got
Because, we try to force things, right? Isn't
you.
that
Yeah.
kind of like, and I think Elo can clean it up for me. But from what I get, when I hear that, it's almost like, you know, we love something. So we expect that we're going to get that same love back, right? Or we expect that because I would do this, I would expect that now anybody else who loves me should be doing the same thing because that's how you
Exactly.
show love, right?
Yeah.
Patience is understanding how to sit on your hands and understand that how you do it is how you do it.
Yep.
And
Yep.
things
Yep. Yep.
can happen in the way that they happen. So that would be it might not be correct,
That makes sense.
but that's kind of the understanding that I would get. So is that right,
Yeah.
Elo?
Patience. Yep.
Well, all right, watch this. How many times have y'all did something, right? And you knew it was wrong to do to the person that you love, but for some reason you did it a few times, but you're really trying to work on it. It's just real hard because this is what you've been doing your whole life, right? But you're
Yeah.
trying to stop it. And this person can actually see that you're trying to stop it. A lot of since we're flawed, some of the flaws that we got that might hurt the ones that we love, it take time. It take time for us to get through a lot of these things that we go through. You understand? Now, it take patience for understanding, right? To be able to understand somebody, right? That would actually cause you to be patient with this person, right? So just like your child might do a few things, right? Might do something, and you forgive them, you give them a consequence, so you give them mercy, but it takes patience. They might do it again, right? And how many times should you forgive somebody? Over and over and over, thousands of times. Why? There shouldn't be nothing that somebody does, right, that you should not forgive them. Why? Because it's for you. It's always for you, and mercy is for them. So patience, without patience, none of those six principles will be able to work. It would be futile to even try it because it takes time. Things develop in time. That's why these people who are doing these I call it microwave relationships, it doesn't work out because they don't use the oven. They want it to go fast, right? You need patience. You got to sit back for these things to occur. Real great relationships takes work. I always say that marriage starts when the work begins, right? And that's usually after the Cinderella stage or after the honeymoon stage when everything ain't going right anymore. When this person it looks like they're different than what they was. Now it takes time, it takes work, right? It takes work to be able to understand what this person is going through. Okay, so it takes time, man. And patience is the
Hmm.
only way to be able to work these things out and to
Right.
see love unfold, it
Yeah.
takes time.
It makes a lot of sense, though. It make a lot of sense. Like that broke down all the way. That is like my lifestyle lately, though. Uh, I think, and the most important thing is really to even understand all these things. It's like really, it's that ego, like a mug, for real. That's just what that is, low key. You know, ego, and love. That is like literally two different things, man. That is literally two different things. They're like opposites because it's like love will be, yeah, it has nothing to do with yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's what you do for the others. People say love yourself and all that stuff, but I'm just saying it's like that make a lot of sense though. Putting
Well,
your
I'll say this: when a person learns the principles, I would suggest they apply it to themselves first,
yeah,
right? Because see, the thing is that there's a lot of things that people got to forgive themselves for. Got
yeah,
to show their
yeah,
mercy on themselves, have patience with themselves, have
yeah,
compassion for themselves, have an
yeah.
understanding to themselves, right? Be concerned about their self. Okay, so it's deep because once a person practices it on themselves, then I would suggest they give it to somebody else. But the thing is that people don't know who they are. And the fact is, the reason why they don't know who they are is because they're afraid to actually, and they have fear of looking in the mirror of who they really are, because they're afraid that when they finally figure out who they are, they might not like themselves. But that's okay. If you don't like who you find when you do discover yourself, then you are a creator. You can actually recreate who you want yourself to be
Be
and
yeah,
live in that space. That's all
yeah,
you got to do.
yeah. That's facts. Let me get a K up in here, man. I want to see what she talking man. The deal,
Not
K.
talking.
It's
Hey,
man.
hey, Kim. Hey, cousin. Hello, Elo. You've been talking good. Hey, y'all. I
What's
won't
up?
be up here long because I gotta go to. Hey, what's up? I won't be up here long because I gotta go to the funeral tomorrow. But
Mhm.
I just wanted just to stop by because you guys are talking about forgiveness, which is one of my favorite things to talk about, and I just wanted to briefly share something that changed my perspective on forgiveness. Um, Back in 2015, I know everybody remembers what happened at Mother Emanuel, the church with the mass. I don't know if I can say the word.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, but y'all
Oh, I
know
got you.
the tragedy that happened at Mother
The
Emanuel.
cone heads. You
The
talking about
with
that?
Dylan Roof, who unalived all 9 victims of the at Bible study.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so
That's unaliving.
myself and other clergymen and clergywomen, we went down there to support the families and also to be part of reopening with the church at Mother Emanuel. And I had the privilege of talking to Reverend Clementa Pinckney's granddaughter and Mr. Singleton, who Mr. Singleton lost his mother, and of course the granddaughter lost her grandfather. And I talked to them myself personally, and both of them said that the thing that got them through this tragedy was forgiveness. That was the only way they got through. Um, and it was I forgot exactly who said the quote, but I remember she told me that forgiveness is about setting a prisoner free and like learning that that prisoner was you. And I have never forgotten that. That touched my heart and my spirit so much. And I think about what these families have gone through the worst. I went down there to the part of the church where they had the shooting. Y'all, there are holes in the towels from their bodies hitting the floor, y'all. Okay. And it's sadness because we know what happened down there, but it was also hope and love because it was so much forgiveness and so much love and compassion. And even you guys would talk about patience. I know Mr. Singleton, he talked about patience. He was saying, there's a lot of things in South Carolina, that they're behind about, but he said, some things may take time. Some things, he said, I'm a young person. I'm young, but he said he realized some things do take time. And that was part of his healing process, right? And I really took so much with that because I just admired and felt inspired by like these young people having the courage to have so much strength to forgive. And it is true that love is stronger than hate. And I think forgiveness is great because you free yourself from that constant feeling of revenge. You free yourself from um, the shackles of what somebody else did to you. So I look at it like, if these young people are able to forgive someone who committed such a heinous act, we can forgive other people too. You know what I'm saying? And it taught me something. It helped me to forgive people in my life, because sometimes it was hard for me to let go. And forgiveness for me was like taking the thermostat out of somebody else's hand. It's like when you come into a room, I should not, my whole demeanor shouldn't change because you come into the room. Like, I want to be able to still enjoy my life and still have love and compassion on you regardless of what you did to me. I'm not gonna give my power away that much. I can't give that to you because that takes away from my life. That takes away from what I can do. You know what I'm saying? So when I went down there to Mother Emanuel Church and I talked to the pastor, the new pastor, humble, loving man who also needed compassion too, because now he's in a role where people are still trying to heal. And so he had to learn how to forgive too. So that experience changed my life forever. I wrote about it. I wrote a paper about it. I think about it because I know that I have seen the power of forgiveness and mercy in that situation. And there have been times where I needed patience. I needed mercy because I offended somebody. I did something wrong, and I'm not above reproach. I'm not ashamed to admit that I've done wrong to people. And there are times where I had to forgive, but I also had to go to that person to ask them to forgive me, and their forgiveness also helped me, but I also had to forgive myself and learn from the things that I've done so that I won't continue to offend. And also knowing, I don't mind saying this, but I'm a believer. I'm a woman of God. I'm a Christian, and if God has forgiven me for my many sins and all the things I've done wrong, who am I to not forgive? Christ was forgiving people while he was being nailed to a cross. So who am I to act like I'm above forgiveness? I'm not. Everybody needs forgiveness. I need grace every day, and I always say grace gives us what we don't deserve, while mercy grace gives us what we don't deserve, while mercy holds back what we do deserve.
Mm.
And so that always keeps me focused on how to heal, how to forgive. Some things, yeah, I'll overlook. Some things we have hard conversation about, which are good. But one thing that has helped me in life is to forgive. And sometimes you may not forget. I'm not saying that you have to, but I just say don't let people take the power and the joy out of your life because of what they did, because then you end up stunted. And that's just something that God had showed me, and I really appreciate that interaction that I had with those family members down in South Carolina. It changed my life forever, y'all. Like, it put things in perspective, and it's just like, wow, these young people forgave Dylan Roof. And some people did not agree with their forgiveness, but they said, hey, I don't need them to agree with me. I need to agree with myself that I know that forgiveness is the best thing for me and for my family. And so I just think this is a very important virtue, because forgiveness does free you. It is freeing. It takes you, it helps you operate on a different level, on a different dimension, because sometimes we gonna need forgiveness too. And forgiveness of self, because God forgives, I can forgive, and I also need forgiveness. So I just wanted to share that part. I ain't gonna be before y'all long, but thanks for letting me share. But that's just something that that really touched my heart and just like changed me forever as a person.
Don't
Nice,
forgive you.
nice.
Don't trip. We forgive you.
That was nice though, for sure.
That was an excellent story. I mean, yeah, because I appreciate you sharing.
Thanks for listening. For real,
Oh
thanks,
yeah,
y'all.
for sure. And the way the angle is, that's yeah, for sure. And it's like, and it is, and it's good that you learn through that way. And that brings the understanding behind, and it made confirmation to what you already studied by, and that's what I kind of what we was talking about earlier about some things we might have to actually experience it or see it as an example so we can really confirm on what we've been told and stuff. And it's like, and it makes a big change in your life when you do experience it and actually understand it for real. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. And that's why it'd be a big change. Like a lot of these things, we could say that we knew, we've been hearing these things, we knew it, but we just really, we wasn't aware of how or see how it affected us when we thought we knew and all that stuff, and it didn't. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why I try to tell people, the accountability, all that other stuff is just once you truly understand what that is and how much power is behind these things and power to let go, what really forgiveness is. I mean, it'd be what low key, it'd be a little less complaining on here for real. Or if you want to say complaining, some of them like, and the difference is right. It's some complain about some complain for self and some complain for others. It's a difference. I think a lot of people mix that together and feel like, oh, but you could tell like a lot of times it'd be that me stuff all the time or whatever when they are complaining. Well, this and that happened to me and my family and all that stuff. But then, it's like how a lot of us be having passion or have a passion behind things and have a care and a love, like we was talking about earlier, for because of things outside of self. That's the only reason I be saying about when people be saying, it's about the experiences, count the experiences and stuff. I low key feel like the people that look at stats and whatever you want to call it, I feel like they care more about the people that look at just only their circle. You know what I'm saying? I highly believe that because if you only want to go for you and your experience and what you've seen, that means you're not willing to look at anything that's outside of what you know in your area stuff. That means you really don't care as much as you say. You care enough for whatever revolves around either your beliefs or around your circle or whatever it is. That's like, is that really care? Is that really love? You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's the reason why I don't, you can't invalidate the way I did this and all that stuff. But then again, if it's things that got possibilities of helping many other people, why step on it? And then also, just like we was talking about, I think me and cousin mentioned that before about, when people be like, okay, if it's only my way and if it ain't my way, it's the worst of the worst. I'll look at it as true. If your way can help other people and it's helping other people, I'm not about to hate on it because I don't know everything. I do know the stuff I do work, but I don't know that other stuff outside of my stuff don't work. You know what I'm saying? So and it's possible, you know what I'm saying? I might have tried it and it might not work. Just because I tried it and it didn't work, that don't mean somebody else can't try it and it don't work for them. So I do always say like, sure, if that's how you got to get it, if you get to the million or whatever before I do it, I mean, it is what it is, So at least I know it's working to help somebody. If your ultimate goal is to help a person, you shouldn't be jealous of how other people is helping other people sometimes, 'cause it's just, but a lot of that takes is just putting your ego and pride to the side for real. Like, man, it's no way that you're supposed to be happy. You can't be happy unless you go the way I wanted to go. And ain't no way. I mean, that's fake happiness. That's how people be talking on this app and stuff. Or you gonna get used, or you gonna get cheated on because you like vetting and all this other stuff. Why be hating on somebody that actually have a success and actually preaching on, success or whatever, and because you view it that way, but that's the people that um be acting like that's the my way or the highway people. That's why I always try to be fair with everything I talk about. I try to, I try to give everybody chances, just like I believe, and I know my God will give everybody chances. That's what he do. I'm not God, but I'm just saying, as in, like, why not? If he do it, why I can't do it? What make me any better than him? Like, nah, you don't be like, you not like this or something like that. I can't mess with you. I don't like you, something like that. That's why that last question is kind of like that. Is it? Are you able to forgive everyone? I think if you really know what forgiveness is and understand it, I think I'm 100% sure you can. But if you find yourself that you can't forgive everybody, that means you got something inside of you that's holding you back. You got some type of what's that called? You have some type of conditions, right, with it, and you really don't know what forgiveness is. So you know what I'm saying. So it's just like it's like some people got the limited forgiveness. Like, okay, if I can only do it this way for that, and if it's because of that, if it take all them things, right? And that's why I like how Elo was talking about it earlier, because I learned, and that's where I probably would have been questionable, but he already answered that already. He said that he learned how to forgive everyone. Now that's how I know he know what forgiveness is. You know what I'm saying? Just like love. If you know how to love everyone, that's when you really know what love is. Otherwise, if you have conditions on your love, that's not really love. And that's just the sad truth. That's really the sad truth, like low key. Like, and that's why this topic is like this, because I just want people to look within self. Because it's like, if we have to limit certain things like that, it's like, dang, is it genuine? Is it real? Or is it because
You know,
you
it's
are this
kind
type of person and this why I'm gonna do it? Do you, huh? Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, I was gonna say that, yeah, you right. I mean, I was agreeing with what you were saying. The one thing I would say though, a lot of times when people are those my way or the highway type people, like
Yeah.
then I think, and this is just my theory. You tell me what you think, but I think that those people are not actually trying to help, or if they
Right.
are trying to help people, their motive is to say I helped you. So it's
Mm.
still a selfish driven motive because
Selfish. Yep.
why
Yep.
would you
Yep.
not? Why would it matter if you were trying to help this person, but they found help with somebody else? Why would you be mad?
Right.
Because it wasn't with you. So now it comes back to, you know what I mean? Why would you hate on? Like I tell everybody all the time, and you've heard this. I'm not religious. I'm not.
Right.
You would never hear me talking bad about somebody who is. You
Right.
won't even hear me talking bad about religion. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like if you ask me a specific question, and I will say, well, we talk about this or why I didn't. Okay, cool. But I'm never going to talk bad about something that is means something to someone else and it enriches their life.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, you know what? Do that.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And I'm gonna be with you. It is what it is. Like, but there's people who will now, no, that's not what it is, and it ain't right. Or, and that's the reason why I always say, like, I think we had a discussion earlier, and it was like if Mary was asking if marriage was, the thing, and I'm like, yeah, I personally believe that, right? But
That
I
what?
also that marriage is the best situation
Yeah.
in a relationship.
Yeah.
But I also know that marriage is just a title, depending on who you are.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yep.
mean the same thing to everybody.
It
So
doesn't.
I'm not going to push that on everybody as if you not married, you ain't shit. No, that
Mm.
may not be. My thing is commitment. Now, the commitment is what you need. Because whether you have a title or not, if you're committed to that person, you're going to do right by that person. And
Yeah.
you're going to do right by the relationship. Because there's marriages that's not committed. So what does that mean, right? So that was why I was always like, but my way, because I believe in marriage, doesn't mean that I now have to force that on everybody for them
Right.
to be right. You know what I mean? Or I'm looking at them like y'all wrong because you ain't married. It's like,
Right.
yo, sometimes we gotta
Some
understand
people
that
ain't meant to be married
there it is. There it
or
is. So
kids.
right. And
Might
so
not be their
sometimes
purpose on earth.
I look at people sometimes with their motives and why they do things and it's like or why they don't have that compassion for someone else because they're not doing the same thing they are. Then I
Hmm.
start thinking, well, maybe your whole idea of help comes from a selfish place.
Selfish and
That's,
ego.
yeah,
Ego is selfish.
yeah,
That's what that is.
right,
Yeah.
right.
That's exactly what it is. If it ain't my way, I can't see it any other way. But I think even say in the Bible too, like I mean, it also like because they say it's our job as to spread the word though. If they receptive to it or not, we're not about to force them and make them choke on it, and don't get mad at them because they don't receive it either. You know what I'm saying? So, and everything that you're saying, that's even it's said the exact same thing. I think a lot of us forget that part too, because I got people in my family that's like that, like, hey, no, you're gonna be a demon, you're the devil, and all this other stuff real quick. Like, how you know? They just probably not ready or be receptive. We could have been one of them people that's just like because that got brought up that way or whatever. But I'm not about to demonize everybody because I got lucky enough, or if I feel like it's lucky, to get that because I do have compassion for people. You know, I'm like, I care more than just my circle and stuff. You know, I know also know who I should be around and who I shouldn't be around. I care, stuff like that. What the heck? What's the way of six? What's the deal six?
Hey, Kev, I'm about to drop down because I gotta go to sleep. See my
Okay,
sister's funeral. But thanks for letting me share. Thank y'all so much for listening. So
okay.
y'all keep
Let me
talking.
say something to you there. Let me say something to you there, young being, before you leave.
Oh, hello, hi, thank you.
Hey, can I say something before you leave?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, the story that you told us, man, is amazing. It's amazing on the way you explained it, and it also was a confirmation to what was already said. And I'm just saying, that was amazing that you actually went out there and you actually talked to these people. That crazy stuff happened to. And yeah, I just want to say, man, I commend you for that, learning so much from from those experiences that happened with those people. Just want to say I appreciate you and
Mm-hmm.
appreciate your story and you
Oh,
sharing it
bless
with us.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for everything that you share too. Because I've been sitting here learning while I'm over here getting ready, and I just been really blessed by what you're saying. And I pray you continue doing what you're doing, and Kev, keep doing these lives. You bring around a lot of outstanding people,
Hmm.
inspiring people, and this is the type of messages that that need to go forth, because a lot of people really need love, a lot of people need forgiveness, a lot of people need healing. We all do, right?
Yeah.
So thank you so much for just sharing that with me, Mr. Elo. So blessings to all y'all. I'm about to sleep real good. I don't know about y'all, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to go tuck it in, and I'll be sure to come back and help you, Kev, whenever you're live again. And so
Okay.
shout out to everybody in the comments. So y'all have a blessed night, and stay loved up.
Well, yes. Appreciate you. I
Bye,
appreciate
y'all. Of course.
you. Mm-hmm. What the heck? It just got all quiet and stuff, man. Y'all can talk, man. What the heck? It's
Oh,
alright.
we
You
going
alright, son?
to we gonna get into the topics or what you want to do? Because I know since
Let's get it. I mean, yeah, we're gonna extend they three fat ones. You know what I'm saying? We gonna extend this a little tonight. I'm trying to at least do a couple hours before.
the the three fat cats.
Fat cat, right? Oh man, yeah, because I feel like these three we can make this long. We've been stuck on the third one. We skipped straight to that one, but that could get deeper and deeper, low key. That one.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of the most important things on right now of out of all my topics is that third prompt, low key, because people
Right.
really don't know what forgiveness is. They don't.
Right. Right. I'll tell you real quick, man. Like I don't have ops. You
Hmm.
know, people don't have the privilege to be my op.
Hmm.
And if you do, then that means that it is on site.
Uh-huh. Which is
Like
on
that like
site.
this like it's no there is no, oh, I got beef with somebody. Nah, it's either I'm throwing hands or we gonna do something or we gonna work it out. There is no middle ground. There is no I just walk around with beef and ops. No, that don't work that way. You gotta face that, fix that, or erase that. That's just how I look at it.
Hmm.
So that being said, I am a reformed individual. So I'm not about to be out here fighting people and you know what I mean, doing all this old madness. So I'm going to now alleviate the situation by
Hmm.
living a life that I don't get ops.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And if I do, that's their problem. You can like me, but I ain't did nothing to you, and hey, I'm not worried about you. Now, if you come to infringe on my person, I'm trying to speak in code because we on TikTok. But if are coming to harm me or something like that, that's different. I think you deal with that in those case by case basis, right? But
Hmm.
in my eyes, an op is like, you Batman and his op is, the Joker, right?
Yeah.
If I'm Batman, the Joker got like 2 days to live and it's over with. Like I'm not about to sit up here and be doing this shit for 19,000 comics. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna go back and forth all the time. That's an op.
Hmm.
When you look at like, you know gang life and stuff like that. They live with ops because that's how they're using that as, you know what I mean, that's something that we should not have this conversation with as a regular people. You know what I mean? Like if you were living in that life, then yeah, you got ops. You know what I mean? And you out there doing some dirt, you won't have ops. But like normal people glorify this shit and it's like, yeah, I got ops. No, you don't. Shut up. You got somebody at work that you don't like. They ain't no op. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's just my take on it.
Right. What you got, Six? Welcome to the live, my brother.
What up, though, big dog? Look,
What up, dude?
Six Fizzle, what's happening with you?
what's up, cuz? Um, that I tripped when I first started hearing that op shit because I'm like, what make a motherfucker your ops? You know what I'm saying? And then when I found out there's a motherfucker who don't agree with you, I said, oh goddamn, oh damn, somebody who don't agree with you now. I thought the ops was a person, your enemy, like real shit enemy. So I don't know, Kev. It's real funny. You know, we ain't hear all that. I thought it came from the what you call that that what that video game they used to play, Special Ops.
Specialized spec ops. Right.
Yeah, I thought that's where that came from. You know, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's the young generation thing, how to identify. You know who they don't fuck with. We just said we don't fuck with that nigga. We ain't call it nothing special. No, we don't like him. He can't come around. That's all. We ain't call him nothing, nigga. You can't come around. Ain't no special name for you. Oh, unless we call you a hoe or a bitch made nigga or specify why you a ops. You know, why you can't come around, you know. But I tell people, everybody ain't your ops. You know, sometimes you make an ops over somebody, over something that wasn't even optimal.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you
The
listen to
deal
why the little
twin.
motherfucker mad. You listen to why the little motherfucker mad. And then you say, man, is that why you beefing with that dude? Man, you stupid. Both of y'all niggas done.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when we was coming up in the 80s, we had this thing, right? We had this thing, if you two was, all right, if you two were fighting and you ain't break up, then we whoop both of y'all
Me.
ass. That was our thing. We were like, break it up, and y'all ain't break it up, then everybody on the block whoop both of y'all ass. Then when you're not a whole block, your ops, what you gonna do? Every nigga you run into is your ops. What you gonna do? You just got your ass stumped by 20 motherfuckers because you wouldn't stop stumping. Now what you gonna do? You see? So, I don't know. I could be an op as far as I know. I don't know. You know how these motherfuckers is today, kid.
Right.
What is more important to you, tone or message? Or we want me to go to that one too?
Uh,
Or you
I'm
want
gonna
me to
wait.
hold up?
Let's wait.
Okay. All
I'm gonna
right.
get
All right.
let's go ahead and get a Elo in for the ops then. I know I talked to him earlier. If you want to just rehash some stuff over, I think he went through all of them. I feel like no, he went straight to the forgiveness one.
Yeah, ops from me how I look at it. Maybe I'm wrong, but ops is just being in opposition, right? Somebody who opposes you. That's all it is. That's how I look at it. Now the way they twisting it and turning it, I don't know, but op is just opposition, right? Again, somebody that just opposes you, your stance or whatever it is, and yeah. So I guess they look at it as your enemy, you know. But yeah, I kind of agree with what cousin said. I don't have no ops, you know. I don't believe a man should be watching his back, you know. So yeah, and I'm not a believer of keeping your enemies close either. Keep them others far away from me.
Mm-hmm.
know what you
I
did
believe
for
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
them
people.
feel that way because they wasn't taught by a man how to deal with problems. So you're gonna always, if a man, if you weren't taught properly how to deal with your issues when something happened to you, what's worth giving your credibility, what's worth giving credence to, what's worth responding to, was not worth responding to. You ain't been taught that. Then that I can see why that person easily turns everybody into an ops when something goes south because he or she don't know how to process what's worthy to respond to. I remember we were high heads when we was coming up, and my cousin, who was a big gangster, him and my brother, gangster, they took people out this world. And it was shocking to me that when I got excluded from school for fighting, that they were the ones on my head the most. Like, you ain't gotta respond to everything. I'm like, damn, how y'all can talk? It looked like y'all respond to every damn thing. See, I ain't with them 24 hours a day. I only know what I see when I see. But they were right. Do I gotta respond to everything? Everybody properly assess what's been said.
I've been talking about
Is it
that for
worth
the past couple lives. I've been talking about that though. Some people like, well, if
it?
you don't say nothing, they're gonna keep picking at you and all that. I'm like, all right, man. And you don't have to be
Yeah.
around it. And then sometimes your so-called ops, they want you to do what what the ops want you to do. They know that you want to pull up. They know all that stuff. So it's like these people they crying about. Oh, I was talking about that drizzle versus the freaking whatever. That's what them chicks wanted to do. They want somebody to bite off their style, show them attention, show where it originated from, and all that stuff. And that's why I'm like, yeah, we might call it fun and games and trying to teach them a lesson, but they don't care as long as they get any type of attention. That's all that matters for them. Sweet, you just made us shine a light on us. I'm like, okay,
Yep.
yeah.
You know, six
I mean,
four.
the 4B, at least they finally got a movement they can spell easy.
And six made a good point though, because when I was growing up, you know, they was all my family was, they was out there hustling. They was doing their thing. They was in the street. They was free life, real big. And I used to see them in all the new cars and everything
You see, when
fancy,
somebody get him, she cry.
and they would always tell me, I'll be always trying to hang around. They'd be like, "Man, get your ass up out of here," you know. And I would always like, I'm looking for validation from these guys, right? Because these are my cousins, these are my uncles, these are my people. And so I'm thinking that I'm not belonging because they keep telling me, get up out of here. Don't do that. And I'm looking at them like, well, y'all doing it. And they like, no, you better than us type shit. What do you mean? And we would go back and forth and they would always kick me up the block, the whole shit. Well, as I got older, I realized, the lesson that they were trying to tell me. And it was a lot of times where, there would be people and I would fight all the time and, they would be like mad at me. And I'm like, but I whooped his ass. Why are you mad? That's what y'all do. And it was always this thing. And the message at the end of the day was, it takes more strength to walk away than it does to fight somebody, right? It takes more strength to swallow your pride. Just because you can doesn't necessarily mean that you have to. Because sometimes a win is actually a loss. Let's say I go out here and I do something to this person, but now I got to sit my life away in the clinic or behind bars, whatever, because I just was succumb to my emotions, you know. And they were like, we in this life because we had to. You got a choice. Don't make the bad choice. And it took basically gangsters to stop me from being a gangster, which is crazy, but it is a real good lesson that I learned early, and it was like, So now when you got so-called ops coming around talking shit, I'm like, okay, man, you can talk all that, whatever, but it's not anything that's gonna affect me. I'm not about to, you know what I'm saying, put myself in jeopardy behind an emotional outburst that you can't control. And then, Kev, it also goes back to what you was talking about, you know, when we were talking about forgiveness and all that, giving people power over you. That's kind of what that is. And there's a lot of guys who just looking for validation because nobody has told them that they are anybody. Nobody has told them that they're worth anything growing up, you know. So now they got to prove themselves. They're listening to rap music or watching a movie, TV. They see respect is whatever they think it is. And so now they out here trying to prove themselves because nobody told them that they were special or nobody showed them the right way of how to be respectable. So I can agree with Six on that. You know, it started when they was growing up.
Right. Let's see. Let me expand a little bit more because we only got 3 prompts, man. But I said I'm starting learning how to like shorten it and make it fatter prompts, just so we can learn how to expand on certain. What the heck I'm doing up there? Learn how to expand on things and get it going. But I would say with the ops, I would say ops, and I think it's everybody got their own definition. I would say something that's opposite of what I opposite of or threat. Somebody that's a threat to my life, I would say. You know, and it just depends. Because if I'm for a living, I don't want somebody that's for unaliving me. So I would say an op is somebody that, if we want to say to the level, so otherwise, eh, you know, some people are just ops. It's like you think different from me, and that's their ops. You don't stand for what I stand for. That's a op. You know, you're not with this movement. You're an op. You know, everything be an op because you don't think the same as they way as them, or you don't want to move how they move and stuff. Even sometimes your partner's gonna be an op to a certain extent. They're not gonna believe everything you believe and move the same way you move and stuff. But I would say it's somebody that's a threat to your growth. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you choose to grow in, that'll probably be your opposition. But not opposition as in you gotta stop liking them or loving them. It's just opposition as in I can't be around you because you're going a whole different way. So you're speaking on something that I go against. So I can't, stick with it. I still love you, right? I still forgive you, which the last one gonna tie in though. But I can't have you part of this ride because all it's gonna do is just keep us in the middle for the most part. So I guess that's what an op is, would be a threat to either your life or a threat to what you got. You want to move forward too, I would say.
Right. That's
And
good.
sometimes they consider if you don't like, you gotta hate the people I hate, or you my ops too. You know, and when we was coming up, we didn't do that inherited beef shit. If you had a problem with that dude, that was on you and him. I'm not about to not like him because you don't. See, they got a lot was told a fucked up street code. And it's that's what happened when niggas ain't there to raise them, to put that real street code in them, so they don't be coming up with these words that's really all fucked up. Like, I'm gonna inherit your beef. You mad at Kev? Kev could be the savior of my life. You think I'm about to hell no to him? But see, I don't know what the young dudes went through when they were growing up with each other, because a lot of what you get is what you got when you came out of your childhood, your teenage years and stuff like that. So depend on what code was put down then. Well, I know we was 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and we had a code. And we ain't have to say stop snitching or don't snitch. One, we ain't throw rocks and hide our hands. So we ain't have to tell you not to snitch on us. Like, tell them I did it. That was our favorite thing. Tell them I did it. As a matter
Right.
of fact, I'll tell them I did it. You ain't gotta do it. I'll tell them. So
Hey, but six,
we had
you
a
you from the D though, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's a real hood. See, that's, I think what happens, man, is these people been from some funny style hoods, man. I think that's what it is, bro. Like, our generation, we tried to get up out of there, right? And so we moved out and got some uh sophistication a little bit. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? Like we moved out to the suburbs and we tried to get away from try to live a better life type thing. And now you got like
Unbelievable.
suburban kids talking about ops and shit, and you like, yo, y'all don't have no idea. You know what I mean? We had a code because it was real. You know what I mean? Like that's. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My bad. It just struck me when you were saying that.
Oh no, we did. We had a real street code. And a code that you had to be a real nigga to go by. Because one, you can't punk us. You ain't about to punk me. See, most of these dudes is like they mamas. You know, when it come down to trouble. They move just like they mothers move. They want to be coddled. They want to cover me, man. Nah, look, I'm going to do something, man. And when I do it, y'all better bust wide. Y'all better break wide. Me and Kev say me, Kev, cousin going to the store. And I come up with an idea and I'm still in mine. I ain't paying for nothing. Well, I'm letting y'all know I ain't paying for nothing. So when I do my thing, y'all break wide. So y'all don't look like y'all part of it. I'll meet y'all back at the clubhouse. That's the shit we used to do. We ain't put each other in danger or require that we take each other's time. Nah, nigga, we used to always say, nigga, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Right.
Cause we
Yeah.
ain't lying for you. We ain't lying for you. I'm only covering my ass if I get. And that's something that we had straight before we even went out. Look, anything happen, I'm only claiming what's on me. I'm only talking about what I did. So you better have your story down pat. You know, that we all had our stories down pat. So if we ever got caught and the police separated us, we already knew what we was gonna say. Well, who was that guy you was with, man? Somebody I just hooked up with. What that got to do with what? Play dumb than a motherfucker.
Right.
Hey, can I say something real quick to this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me share something with y'all real quick. All right. When I came up, all right, after I got through the age of getting my ass whooped and getting chased home every day by every goddamn body, and I finally learned how to fight, I became a certain type of way. So I fought all the time. So when I got to a certain age, what I was doing was, let's just say, bad for business, right? And somebody posed a question to me. I was about to fight because I used to always be fighting. So the person said, hey, you want to kill him? I said, no, I don't want to. Why would I want to kill him? So they said, well, listen, from now on, if it's
Unalive.
not bad enough that you want to kill this person or unalive this person, then keep your hands off them. Don't put your hands on nobody unless it's bad enough or unless they did something bad enough where you feel like you ought to or you want to kill them. That right there stopped me from fighting. Right? I would only fight if I really, really had to. But other than that, that stopped me a lot because it gave me a principle and a code to live by. Keep your hands to yourself. If it's not worth killing them, then you just let it go. You know, we were being groomed to be a certain type of way, like controlling your dick, things like that, right? Because the type of stuff that we was into, you know, people would send females after you. If you was a tender dick, if every time you turned around, you know, you was about the women, then you were weak to women. Once you seen that, then see that right there, that was a problem. So it stopped me from fighting, right? That code right there. And a lot of individuals, right? They, you know, when you're real young, you know, then you fight and then you get along afterward. But in this time and day, it's not like that. These youngins, they face shit that I know when I came up, we didn't have to face what they face now. So that's what I add because it's deep. You know, when people running around there fighting and shit like that, you know, like I said, when we came up, You know, it was either, if it wasn't bad enough for you to if it wasn't bad enough for you to take their life, keep your hand to yourself. And to this day, I keep my hands to myself, because as men, when we get into things, it becomes serious. We always it's different than the women. You know, they fight, scratch, beat each other up, whatever. But us, man, it's always something serious. You know, so, you know, I think that code right there saved my life, because I could have been out of here.
Good game.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If you ever seen Bronx Tales,
Yep.
a Bronx Tale. Remember when my man owed Collateral $20, and Sonny was like, "Okay, you unalive him, then what? He'll never pay your money back."
Right.
He said, "But if you don't, at least look at it this way: you paid $20 to get him out of your life."
Right. So what is it? Right.
That's what they were missing. See, we got those life lessons like that. To say, like the one who takes the higher road is the bigger man. And then we end up refining it as we grew. So instead of taking a high road, we just looked at who was in the street
You know, the
and knew who
crazy
to go
thing
around.
is, oh, go ahead, OG.
You know,
Yeah,
knew
matter
who
of
to
fact, yeah,
go
we're gonna
around.
squeeze in System and Alter too after you get finished.
Man, I
All
was
right,
just gonna
yeah,
say,
yeah. So that's what we were saying. That's what we would do. We would watch. We would amend what the OGs taught us and say, okay, watch how that dude moves, and that'll let me know if he gonna be in my circle or not.
Right.
If he moves snake wise with other people, to hell with him. I watch the dudes who move like me, and that's who I connect with.
Right.
I ain't about to inherit your beef. I'm not about to not like him because you don't like him. I'm not about to lie for you. And I don't need you lying for me. A person that'll lie for you will lie on you. So I don't need no liars, and we ain't need liars in our clique because we all was doing something fucked up. That was just the thing. You can't be with us and you clean. Like what you do, nigga? Oh yeah, my man be breaking in houses. Okay, so he got something on him about my man. Oh, my man, he do this. Okay, well he got some. All of us some dirty motherfuckers. We can't be pointing the finger at nobody. So let's party. We get caught. You go down for what you did. Don't you mention my name. We would get this shit straight before we left the playground and just ventured off with it. Nigga, we get caught. Don't mention my name. We all catching the bus to the movie theater together. Nigga, if you get caught, don't mention my name. Go down for what you going down for. And that was the code.
Real
you know, the
talk.
crazy thing, man. When I grew up, I feel like the niggas that was considered OGs, they molded us wrong. Like I continue to say, if you was 15 or 16 and you want to hang around, they'll mess around and have you the nigga that's trying the drugs, or have you as the nigga that's going to go do the shooting. You
And you
know,
might want
just
to slow down on the N word because I done seen so many people get told for going repetitive with
oh,
it.
okay, okay. I ain't
Yeah.
even know it was a
Yeah, I don't want you
violation.
to get banned because somebody else did. Then they was because it was repetitive. And I can see every now and then, but you was going back to back.
Yeah, though, I'm on it.
I don't want to
Um,
lose my page. That's all.
where now, man, you know, it's like it's cool to be the guy that's doing that. It's like everybody want to talk about they strap, or everybody want to bust it and hurt and inflict. You know, not to steer off, but you know, I just remember growing up, man, and we was molded wrong. And so you had to branch off, and like the homie said, you get your own crew, and you just decide, say, we gonna do this and do that. You know, make sure you don't tell it. You know, especially if it's getting back to mom or pops. You know, it's just the codes is different now from how it was back then. You can be hanging with the cat right now, and he down like 4 flat. But soon as something happen, the fear of going down, your name gonna come up. He ain't got to worry about seeing you no more. If he just worried about if he going down, you going down, especially if you put the plan together. Well, he told us to, he knew the guy that's all he need for conspiracy. So it ain't no loyalty on nothing when it comes to doing dirt. Well, I ain't gonna say that. I won't say that. It's who you pick and choose. I had a partner, we was thick as thieves for like 20 years. He set up one of the own homies because he went to jail. They broke in his safe, stole his jewelry and his money, and then just never said nothing about it. But this was the homie. Still hung around each other day after day. 2 years went by before I found out that he was the one that did. It's just like, shit, man, money will make you cross your friends and your family. But I just wanted to touch on that, man. The OGs, they molded us wrong. They had us looking like fools out here. They had us looking like crash dummies. So that's why the YGs right now, they don't listen to us or they don't look up to us. Because they look at us and it's like, if you was putting in that much work, if you was doing that much foolery out there, where your bag at?
I heard that when I was touring and stuff and I meet cats. Man, listen, I'm going to say this right now from the bottom of my heart on behalf of them guys. They probably ain't know no better. And that's messed up that we have a subset of men, because I met a partner when I was in Florida who was a felon young because of things he was doing for his daddy. And he was one of our dancers. And when we went back to Opalaka, he had wanted to introduce me to his family. And I couldn't. I said, because, man, if I see your daddy, I might unalive him. I said, I can't meet your father because I'm likely to unalive, put one in his head for what he did to you in your life. See, I'm from Detroit. I'm not from the South, so I don't frown. I don't think that's cool putting a sack in your son's hand. I don't think that's cool putting a perfume in a young child's hand. See, guys like that, if we found guys like that in my city who did that to young men, all you had to do was tell the dope boy, and the dope boy would make sure nobody seen that guy again. That's one thing I could say to the credibility of the YBI, Young Boys Incorporated, Maserati Rig, all those boys back in them days who was only 17 and 18. If you had any problem with anybody in their area that would infringe on their money, just let them know. You and nobody would see that person ever again. Just let them know. Go up to them, Butch. These boys was wearing red, talking about joining their gang. Butch, where they at? Next thing you know, you ain't seen them boys no more. They mamas ain't even seen no more. So we don't frown on that. We hate that them boys did that to y'all. Real talk. And my prayer is that something bad happens to them and that they receive to them 10 times fold the bullshit that you received for being tainted as a young man. I hate men who do that. I despise men who do that to destroy another black man. Do y'all know that's why Tupac was beefing with the GDs? Because when he got to Chicago and found out that they were recruiting, he literally went and tried to fight one of them dudes. Like, man, what the fuck wrong with y'all doing this to us? Black men should not be tainting black men. I don't care what you went through, nigga. You don't let that shit go to your son. Your son is
What
the
do you
heir.
feel like the age limit is before he can pick that sack up?
Shouldn't be want to do it at
Well,
all.
what sack? Depending on what
I'm
sack you're
sorry,
talking
dog.
about. Because what sack you talking about? Because ain't no age for giving no young black
Right.
man no dope sack.
Exactly.
Any father who think that is a dumbass. I don't give a fuck how much money he making. You a stupid motherfucker to do some shit like that to your son,
What
knowing goddamn
what
well
if
that
it
is
ain't
not
his
our
son?
game. Don't give it to no black man. I'm against drugs. Fuck a drug dealer. If to me,
Okay,
drug
that's
dealers will
what's
get the
up.
fucking death penalty. Yeah, in my world, drug dealers is no different than a pedo. In my world,
Okay.
a drug dealer ain't no different than a pedo. You both get the penalty. You both destroy lives. Ain't
I
shit
love that
fun.
energy
Ain't
right there,
shit
bro.
fun about a dope dealer. A dope dealer is the dumbest nigga on the fucking totem pole. Why? Because while he's doing time, you got another motherfucker overseas who he ain't never met, rich, because your dumb ass talk about taxation without representation. Ain't nobody dumber than a dope man. That's why when I ask people about power and they tell me they like Ghost, I say Ghost was stupid. Ghost was dumb. And so was Kane, and all them niggas on there was stupid. Them was the dumbest motherfuckers ever. That's why they had to live that type of life. Because when you that stupid, you gotta unalive every day just to stay alive. Don't ever be like that. There's a
Right.
better way of living that ain't got shit to do with you getting pum by some whole ass nigga or some motherfucking federal agent. And if your
Real
daddy ain't
talk.
smart enough to realize that, then my brother, I wouldn't be mad at you if you put a pillow over your daddy's head with a silencer and didn't let him wake up. I wouldn't be mad at you. That's how serious I am. I wouldn't be mad at you if you unalived your daddy if he put a sack in your hand. Soon as that motherfucker turn around, you take the back of his head out and let any nigga know I said it, 6'4" said it. Your son should pum you when you put a fucking sack in his hand because that's just what you did to him.
Mm-hmm.
What goes around should damn sure fucking come around. And any bitch that's rolling with him, you get it too. Look up YBI. Look up dope stories from Detroit. Do you know when niggas riddled them niggas in their Cadillacs and their Corvettes, them bitches caught it too? That bitch sitting there with 80 bullets in her face too.
This dude, what the heck?
She ain't get by. She ain't
He's
get
gonna
by
act like he
neither.
did not just hear me what I said was system. This dude is gonna go crazy. He said I'll go crazier than him.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Rand.
Yeah,
This
no,
dude
Hey,
but
berserk.
yeah, but I'm just saying,
he
Hey,
I
I'm
that's
thought
how
you
going.
were
He
gonna
talking.
get
passionate
with
I
him.
am about
Y'all,
that. And the reason
we
why
might
I'm
have to change the
passionate
topic or
about that
something.
is because, but
Yeah,
then,
I can
Cap,
tell.
do you know that right there is one of the main, that is next to these single dumbass mothers who don't get it. That is the next unalive of black men's future. That fucked up fallacy, that false of independence, that false sense of I'm
Yeah.
doing something, that has done more damage than records, than song video. And because you got a population who won't teach their children that you ain't what you wear, so you ain't got to be materialistic and jump prematurely to do something you shouldn't be doing. At 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, you supposed to be a regular ass teenager worrying about regular ass teenage things in your life. Not worried about somebody, not worried about being on probation. Not worried about if you're going to get kicked out of school this week. Not worried about if you're going to be getting jumped on. Nah, as OGs, if we fail to check them old ass, dumb ass niggas who got hold of y'all. Because they didn't let us know they would do that. They even played us, had us thinking they was on the up and up. That's why a lot of them separated and took y'all somewhere else to sell that shit because they knew what we found out. Well, I don't know about your city, but in my city, them boys was cold. I'm talking about pull up on you in the U-Haul, throw you in the back of it, and we ain't see you no more. Cold. Scared you into not, and them those boys will tell you, you go to school, get your education. Don't let me see you on these streets. If I see you on these streets, it's gonna be some problems because them boys cared about us. Them fathers didn't
Hey, let
care
me say
about their
something real
sons
quick.
who do that.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
let
what
me
I was
let me
talking
let me
about when I
jump in
first
real
said it.
quick.
Yeah.
I'm
I
done.
got to drop. Yeah, I got to drop, man. Peace to all of y'all. Y'all enjoy the rest of your live, man. I appreciate it. It was a wonderful time up here, man. I would definitely be back. So
For sure,
I got to
man.
drop now. But yeah, peace to all of y'all. Y'all be and remain encouraged.
Oh yeah,
Bye.
man. You know I appreciate you, man.
So
I really appreciate what you just showed me, that told me about today, man. I will internalize it. Yeah, I appreciate you, my brother.
man, what
And
six
this
was
thing on.
real talk. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier, Kev, when I was saying they would not let us get on the block. Like, we would try because we see the shiny stuff. We see them in the new cars. We see them in the fits. We see them in all the shit. And we like, hey, I can get down. Let me get on. No. We damn near get whooped if we try to even talk to them about doing it. So it was a different breed, man. And that's why I say, man, I don't know if
I
it's
already
some,
know. I'm from. That's why I said we in the
yeah,
same city. I already know the deal. That's why I be
yeah,
just laughing at a lot.
I don't know if it's some funny style hoods or whatever, but you know, I was Oakland. So
We
we
don't
was,
care, bro. It's
yeah,
like
it was
we
like,
don't
yo,
care. You know, on this panel, I heard like the current concern, but like where I'm at, bro, like we don't care. Now we will try to knock you off if you in our same apartments or if you in our same terrain. I'm saying us as far as just the black man in general, because I'm a part of the culture.
right.
But you welcome to come and get down, but you gonna get down for what's going on right here. You ain't finna move over here and start doing your own thing. Cause that's when the pum pum come out. All that other stuff, it's cool, but you gonna have to move how we move. It's kids over here, man, 15, 16 years old, especially little girls. They slanging packs and pee. From apartment to apartment to apartment, they just walking all day long. You don't know if they supposed to be in school or if they just out there because all of them look grown. It's crucial where I'm at. You know, I truly feel like we lost. We lost, and it's like if you ain't getting once they start blessing rappers and singers that's teenagers with millions of dollars, it turned them away from their parents.
Oh, we going on the east side.
You ain't gotta listen to your mama no more. All you gotta do is get your money up. Your daddy, he all right, but if he ain't up there, you ain't gotta listen to him. I heard NBA YoungBoy tell his mama he'll put her out the house because he bought it. That went around the internet like a phase. And here we go, disrespecting our mamas, disrespecting our teachers, our leaders, just like because you ain't got no money. And when you go to the store and you see a young kid unzipping his Louis bag and he's sitting on 20, 30,000, you see like can't nobody tell him nothing. I ain't gotta listen to you because I make more than what you make because the mind and the spirit is on money. So the talk it be cool, but it's what's really going on. This shit I'm talking about is really going on.
Dude, you right. And I seen that with my own eyes. And no, I'm off TikTok. And I'm gonna tell you, man, that shit was utterly dismaying to know that because this was the plan to keep us down as black people. You see what I'm saying? Like you said, like if you ain't getting down like us over here, see here, that's not getting down. To us, that's like utterly stupid to waste your life like that. When we
Right.
need you in places like state represented, we need state reps. We need, cause the same shit that's keeping y'all confined to that area, the reason why you confined to that area because you're not in the right places. So when you meet city niggas like us and we say, man, that shit whack, dog. Y'all be thinking we distant, like, man, how y'all coming? No, man, no, you gotta wait. We gotta wake our brothers up. Like, dog, this is not a way for you to live. There is a way better way to live than this. We can't let them win this easy. So we do what we can to elevate and drop those seeds because we already know when a garden is already flourishing, when you plant a new seed, it's gonna be hard for that seed to bust through what's already planted there. It might take a minute to flourish, be a bit brighter so you can take a look at that. So yeah, man, when I went to Mississippi, in some of them towns, I seen what you're talking about. And I tell them brothers the same thing. The
Yeah.
one thing, man, I could leave here. You know, I could leave. I can go back home. I don't have no vested interest there. Biloxi, Tupelo, Folsom County, all the places I did concerts in. I ain't have no vested interest. But the vested interest became the brothers I met. When I met
So
dudes who was in their 40s, who was
I'm
still
sorry. I
selling
think
dope.
old girl at the top want to say something.
You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, man, you how old? You still talk about selling that there? Like, whoa, hold on, baby boy. I gotta get you up. I gotta get them diapers off you. Take that pacifier out your mouth. Take them curlers out your hair. Take that perm out your shit. Fade your shit up, my brother. This is not how you supposed to be. Whoever put this in your head destroyed you. But I'm here to restore you. I'm here to bring you restoration. Fuck them projects. Fuck them project niggas and fuck them project women. The project is you. You're your project. Build you. Separate yourself from them clowns and clownettes. Because life is about the first law of nature is self-preservation. How well are you preserving you? How well are you doing for yourself? Fuck allegiance to your hood. Fuck the hood. Because the hood ain't got no allegiance to nobody. But everybody got an allegiance to eat. When I hear about niggas dying for sets, projects, apartments, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's what you unalive for? That ain't worthy of putting on there. I put your name on a t-shirt, your face. Kids, don't be this dumb. This motherfucker right here could have possibly been the next Barack Obama. He could have been the very motherfucker who changed the very situation that birthed him. But instead, they decided to roll with the punches.
Hey, bro. I feel what you saying. Hey, hold on. Hey, man, you got something to say at the top?
Oh no, you're good. I'll cut in a second. I ain't got nothing to add right now.
New one of your gangster stories, man.
What I peep is, man, because what you saying is hitting the spirit, and it feel fruitful. It feel like, yeah, that's what that is. But we on drugs out here. So the mind is altered at all times. I might go over here and want to dance and drink. I might go over here and want to smoke a blunt and pop some Percocets or whatever that shit is. Or I might go over here and want to lay up with shorty. It's like the mind it just keeps going with our children because they own something. Like, I don't know about up there. Like, they own something out here, bro. When I tell you, like 15, 16 looking like grown prostitutes,
Sad.
you know, and it's just like, shit, they'll walk up on your car. They'll be on the corner. You'll think you on a strip in Vegas or something. In Dallas, they got a street called Harry Hines. When I tell you, like, the weather cool now, they out there in 2-piece bikinis, titties out, walking. Children.
I'm about to go out there.
Children, bro.
Harry Hines Boulevard in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how I know about Harry Hines Boulevard in Dallas?
Shit, you know some pimps or some players.
Over there in Oak Cliff.
That's where I stay.
See? Now, when I was down there, I kicked it for 2 weeks with a group called the Oak Cliff Assassins.
Yeah, K9 and Drake.
Yeah. Wild hairstyles. When I met them, wild ass hairstyle. Half shaved, half of it was faded up. Yeah, that's so I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Some of my dancers was off of Harry Hines Boulevard. Take them because I was with 2 Live Crew. We would get them off of Harry Hines. I'll go on Harry Hines myself, pick them out.
That's crazy you say that. It's a girl 2 doors, three doors down. She used to dance for Luke. She on the album cover.
Yeah, a lot of our dancers came out of Texas.
Yeah, I
over
ain't,
there
you
in
know.
Urban, Pebble Creek Projects. A lot of my dancers come out of the projects. That's why I know what I'm talking about when I tell you I'm one of the few Detroit niggas who had a hit record and was all through those crevices of the South. I wasn't in the places where, man, just stay here. Nah, take me to where the niggas at. Take me to
Yeah.
where the shit's at so I can get a better understanding of Houston. So I can get a better understanding of Dallas. I was living in Irving. You
Okay.
feel me?
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that ain't, if you lived in Irving, you don't know what that ain't Dallas life.
Yeah. That at
Just
all.
like it ain't Fort Worth life neither. And Irving is between Dallas and Fort Worth. But yet, if you lived in Irving, you ain't got the Fort Worth experience, nor do you got the Dallas experience. You gotta live in the hoods. You gotta go to Blackbird Mall. You gotta go down there when the Harambe come. You gotta get into their shit so you know
We'll see
what
you
them
later,
brothers are
bro.
truly going through.
Yeah. So it's
I seen
man,
it.
it's real. It's real. It's crucial, bro. It's crucial. So when niggas not saying just when I feel like somebody trying to kick some knowledge, it's like it's receivable. But if your mind ain't in the right space, that's just talk. It's talk, bro. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. We trying to hear
But
your
I'll tell you
bag.
this for the ones who do want to hear, I do know one thing that will solve a lot of y'all problems down there. And that's some of y'all niggas being sheriffs. Because some of them sheriffs ain't shit in them counties down there. And they run shit. Niggas up north, niggas in the Midwest and other places don't understand what them sheriffs is all about down there. And if I could do one thing great for my brothers down there, it would wave a magic wand to make sure that y'all can play key forces in that sheriff's department.
But we don't want to go to school. I had an argument with a lady today about that. You know, it's like we need to get on some Nat Turner type of stuff and stand up for our people. I'm like, it ain't enough gunpowder. You just telling people that because it sounds strong. You get these young boys out here with that mentality, they gonna end up dead. You can't be kicking no knowledge because you in your feelings and you passionate about something that don't make sense. If you want to change something, go to school. Be a
That's
police
right.
officer. You want to change something in your hood? Be a police officer. Be a lawyer or something. I look at these
That's right.
Mexicans, these Hispanics, and it's like they in every college, bro. In my city, they flooded in every community college out here. And then when I get pulled over, it's by a Mexican police officer. When I go to court, when I look around the apartment complex, they done built everything around her. So I can't sit up and let a nigga tell me like the system ain't the way or you gotta fuck working for the man and all that shit. You can have that attitude, but your motherfucking ass gonna get left behind. And if you putting that shit on your kids or anybody you influencing, they gonna get left behind because they designed it to be this way. Black man asked me, do you build or do you destroy as a whole? And I told him, shit, we destroy. And everybody chewed me out on that shit. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, nigga, we destroy our own, nigga. I was a part of the shit, so I know how to destroy. And when I keep looking at it, that's what it is. You ain't finna convince me because you got the Martin Luther King, Malcolm X mind frame that shit ain't going on when I come outside. Like we don't give a fuck about each other. And you gotta see it like that. Can it change? Maybe. But the ratio is like 80-20, 80 now. Cause your fucking mind is wrapped around getting a bag. And you don't want to work for the master, the YT people. Why you call them masters? Shit, I'm just being funny. But shit, they run every motherfucking thing. You gotta have a master's degree to be a part of something they got going on. Now what to be smart is, cause that nigga Kevin Durant, when he first got in the league, he tried to get $10 million out the bank just to do something with his mama in the community or something. and all the agents, the brokers, all that, red flag went off at the bank. Nah, whoa, you a brand. Hold on, you can't just do that like that. You just can't. The bank don't even have the money. He put it all out there. You can't, no matter how much money you got, you can't go in the bank and get it out and start doing something with it. So that put the pause on all the NBA players and the football players doing something for the community. It ain't no hope unless you doing it the way that they designed for it to go. Ain't no shortcuts. Now you can get
Right,
out
that's what I
here
was
and
about to
flip.
say. No, keep going. You're right, because it's not designed for them to do that.
Right. But it's the white man's world though. And it's like, no, it's God's world. It's God, you start getting real, scientifical and such. At the end of the day, it's they play, it's they program. They put together the program for you to follow. Yeah, none of that shit
That's
in
right.
school don't help you advance or get further in life, but it's the way they designed it. And now that TikTok and all this is out, you can see that it's a bullshit plan, but it ain't gonna change. So when I see the
It's not.
Hispanics go in there and they getting them degrees, man, it's so many of them over here. It's so many, and shit, they her fall down just like YT. So they in the system just like how it go. It's gonna be a Hispanic president in the next two or three terms
Oh, hell yeah, it is,
because
man.
they
Listen,
doing so much.
when that happens, when that happens, you're gonna see a hell of a shift.
They ain't gonna
But
reach back
they
for
got
us
the
though.
right idea. And listen, it's not like they not caught up in gang culture, drug culture, but enough of them get it. So look, it's just like you say, when you get pulled over, there's a Hispanic cop. You go to court, there's a white or Hispanic people in there. Ain't nobody looking like you in that mother. So you ain't got no mercy.
Yeah,
None.
because
Not
we
even
don't
a
want to work.
chance
We
of it.
don't want to work, bro. When our people,
It's the same thing with the hospitals. When you go to the hospitals, ain't nobody in there taking care. The people who look like you doing the bullshit. They sweeping, dietary. They ain't part of your healing.
man, I got on my
And you
son
wonder why
teacher's
you don't
ass because
properly
of that.
heal. Why do that white T man or woman, what interest do they have in you that they should give you, who is a historical foe, the best care?
It's because they got tough skin. They can
Right,
hide
that's what they
truly how
say.
they feel about me
That's
and,
right.
and
But
do
see, if it's me, then you're gonna get a different result because I know us. Like,
right
nah,
on.
if he say he need 3 more Tylenols, bitch, give him 3 more. See, we ain't there to register the objections because, like you say, we chasing the bag, we dope dealers, we coochie poppers, we on OF, we everywhere but key places,
Right
and
on.
wonder why we get the worst result. One key place we should dominate is the medical profession.
Right on.
That should be the play because why? When we get sick, they make sure some of us don't even leave that motherfucker. And the people who talking to you is talking to you like they don't give a damn. Because guess why?
Man,
They don't. They
this
don't. That
lady
was another
said,
nigga to them. It's another nigga to them.
real
But if
talk.
everybody around was black, it'd be like, oh no, we know what black people need. So we know to go in and check, or we know to check on you these many times. We know to make sure shit. Motherfuckers go in the hospital, they go looking at the charts and they ain't even doctors. Like, did they give you your medicine yet? Did they turn you over yet? Did they change you yet? Motherfuckers get to ask a question.
And the person to be like, man, why you go so
Am I
hard
here?
on your people like that, or why you feel that way, And a couple of days ago, I want to say it was last week, girl, 17 years old, her grandmother took the phone from her. They didn't get a reason why. She stabbed her grandma. Maybe the words got out of control. She picked up a knife, whatever occurred. She stabbed her grandma. And they put in the paper she killed her grandmama because she couldn't get her phone back. And so it's like, Like, fuck that shit. Like, anybody want to debate all that, what we doing, what woo woo woo. Nigga, that's what we doing. That's what we doing majority of. Well, these people over here, they try, nigga, if she look at herself like she me and I'm her, she gonna view as all. She might not do the same shit, but she ain't gonna be all jolly and happy about her people. She gonna see disappointment. Niggas at the dudes at the parking lot the other day, they outside, they get into it. The dude shooting, running into the store. The other dude running behind the car. They ain't even hit each other. They hit the lady that was in the car. That's what I see. That's what I talk about. That shit is discouraging. I used to love, I'm not gonna say I used to. I used to care about my people so much, bro. Like when Tupac first came, before Tupac came, I used to hate niggas. We'll get on the bus and we'll go to different hoods. This before everybody was pulling out pistols, and we'll fight the neighborhood. No reason why. It was just F these dudes. And when Pac came, it's like that's what they want you to do. Look what they helping you do, and I'm seeing it going on, and it changed me. And the more and more I cared about my people, the more and more I got fucked over. It's just a genuine reflex of that. I'm gonna switch subjects for a second. I'm gonna pass the mic. I was at the airport. I worked at the airport doing a courier service job, and I was stuck up there for a minute. And I was talking to this white guy, and he said, man, I'm gonna share something with you. I don't want you to get offended. I'm like, all right, what's up? He say, we view y'all men as criminals and y'all women as prostitutes. No matter what you say or how it go, all we got to do is catch a glimpse on YouTube or TV or something, and the view that y'all give us is how we look. He say, look at your friends on Facebook and see, do you see that activity? Bam, I strolled through my shit. She got her ass out, or she got her hair colored, or she got her lips poking out. And she might not be that, but it's the view that he see. When I look at my partners, niggas look gang bang criminal activity all the way out. A couple of them go to school, Odessa College or Midland, TCU, but they trying to have that look. So YT don't have to fuck with us. He can just project the image that he see and keep on moving about his way. And that's what we give off on a day-to-day basis. It don't matter what you stand for to the world. It do matter what you stand for to yourself. You're an upstanding man. You raise your kids, you work, you bust your ass. But soon as you take that picture and YT see it, that's what you are to him. And being that he has his hand on this motherfucker, he's going to determine how it should play out for you. It's a fucked up thing to say, but that's how I see it too.
All right.
Go ahead,
Y'all
RG.
remind me to not mention ops again. This got deep.
I feel like I'm in
Boy,
a gangster autobiography.
you don't know.
I
My
ain't mean to
balls
come
bigger
out
than
with so
your
much, man. I
balls.
think I've been wanting to say that, man. It just took so. This platform, it just took so. I'm grateful
I'm
for
trying
it,
to,
man.
yeah, I'm trying to actually get people out the gangster mentality. That's what I'm trying to do. That's the whole point, because it's
No, but
crazy
that
out
was a
here,
good
man.
testimony, though, Kev. But that's what they
It
need to
most
hear.
definitely, man. I
They
feel
need
it.
to hear it from a dude who actually went through it and telling them, listen, man, I was wrong. And now I'm getting my life together. I'm good now. And I'm telling y'all, listen, we can be better than this. As all the brothers saying, we can be better. We just got to want it and got to go do it. We got to want it and got to go do it. It's nothing stopping us. Numbers don't lie. We big in numbers once we do it. Look at the numbers that we have in the prison system, the numbers we have everywhere else. Could you imagine them numbers being the key faucets of life? Then that changes everything for everybody in that man's area. Life gets better. I think everybody deserves somewhat of a good life, or at least know what that was, know what it looked like, so you can decide, hey man, I know what it was, but this is what I want. I could get that. But if you never had it, man, I say go for it. There ain't
Man,
nothing
do
stopping
you free your own people, man?
you. Nobody can't free my own people. They got to free them.
He
Well,
said,
one,
do
Nah,
you
they need to
fear?
fear.
realize,
He said,
Nah,
fear.
oh,
fear.
fear, no, I don't. I don't.
Okay,
I
my
don't fear
next
them because I
question.
know what they're capable. I know what they're capable of. So that's why I don't fear them.
Host, do you fear your own people? Not fear like you traumatized like that. It's just more
As
like
in,
do
uh,
you
no, I don't
are
fear no
you
man. Well, I'll be saying I do. I don't put it past no human being. I put it that way. So yeah,
okay?
yeah, I
Do
put it
you
that way.
fear?
Yeah.
Do you fear unaliving one of them? Like you'll take one of these niggas
If
lives.
that's what, yeah, well, that would be with anybody. If they threaten my life, and that's actually what my definition of ops was. You know, somebody that's possibly could threaten either my journey I have in life or somebody that actually affects my living. I would say that, or have a possibility of it. And that means it's not provoking, because there's a difference between provoking and protection, right? Because we be thinking, oh, dang, he said some words, so I got to protect it. Most of the time, if they say they're gonna pull up, I mean, I'm not gonna say, I'm not until they do it. I see, you know what I'm saying. But most of the time, people just be talking,
Who is the
you know,
they though? Us.
whoever, us or whoever, you know, us is whoever it is, you know.
Okay.
There ain't no
Okay.
skin tone. All of them can get that work. You know what I'm saying? So,
Okay.
just don't put me in danger. I don't care who you are. You could be an old man. You could be a little kid. If you about to put me in danger, I gotta take you out. So, a
Okay.
girl, I don't
I
care
just was
who it is.
wondering.
Like, really, if I feel like you a threat in my life, you out of there.
Okay.
What the heck?
It's so crucial, man. It's I walk around. I'll give an example. My neighbor upstairs, he sell. My neighbor next door, he sell. Right around the corner, another cat sell. And so for me to communicate in the beginning, I had to share stories of, oh yeah, man, say such and oh yeah, I know them from the, yeah, man. So y'all was over there doing it like, I had to kind of weave my way in, right? And the more and more I weave the bullshit out and I started talking about the most high, it would register. It would click in, but it was too soft. It was too gentle. And plus the mind was altered. Niggas smoking weed, drinking, doing, just doing their thing. And so it's like I gotta come back another way. I touched one of the brothers upstairs. Nigga was outside. All them niggas upstairs, they hustle. They in and out the door. Nigga was outside. He was outside crying. Man, I just want to do better, man. I want to such and such, such. And I'm like, man, you can. I'm just trying to kind of hear how he coming with it, right? But he high. He on the pill. So something then transpired and he see like he can just maybe do better for his son. But later on that night, when them bops came through, nigga act like he ain't even know me. Like, hey, what's up, bro? What y'all got going on out there? Walk right past me. And so I was like, maybe he didn't hear me. So he came back down. Cause I'm on the porch. He came back down. I was like, man, what's up? Let me catch a drink or something. What y'all got going? Oh yeah, man. Said, man, we just up there chilling, man. We ain't got that much. He started talking to me. Not like how you was crying early that morning. And it's like cause the mind is altered. And from that, it's really more like fuck these niggas. And that's fucked up to say. Cause I used to love I keep saying used to. because I love my people. But I'm not gonna shit on YT and Essay just to ride along in the car with niggas that don't love niggas. Excuse my language. Excuse my language. And it's just that disheartening because tomorrow when the sun come up, don't let it be Friday. It's like the young heads trying to keep up with the old. It's like the old heads trying to keep up with the young heads.
I've been there.
You know, and the end result is because one thing I push is cur. I ask the person, say, man, you give a fuck about what people think about you? Hell no, I don't give a fuck about nobody think about me. Then I switch it. I'll be like, come on, man. I know you care about how people think of you sometimes, man. And the whole demeanor, because the perception of the question changed. And that's a double-minded man. You know, you so fucking confused. Because I was like that. I know how I feel not to give a fuck about nobody. Even though deep down inside of me, I really do. But I can't let you know that. You know, it's like we don't care about each other. And that's gonna be the downfall. YT ain't gotta do nothing no more. Cause he heard in the music that when you talking about your black women. You talking about how you gonna do it. Look how she popping off now, nigga. Put it in my butt and put it in my mouth. And cause I know that's what you want. And in the process of that, you gonna pay for that. Over the internet, they got sites right now promoting. Don't give your stuff away for free. You know, it's like that's cool because she don't care about you no motherfucking way. As long as you getting your bag up to put you and your kids in a better situation, send your life away. But ain't nobody there with you when you feel used and you broken.
That part.
I ain't trying to hog the mic, man. I want to restore the God-given gift within us. And if we got to reject anything, I don't know who believe in God, I don't know who pray, who worship. It's like it changed something in me. Cause I actually had encounters, I ain't gonna go too far. I had encounters with demons and they was there. And I felt like a grown man, scared like a kid. And wasn't nobody there to help me. And so when I get out here and I see how everybody, the big bad wolf, they ain't fighting them demons like that. You know, and I pray to God that he used me how he using me now to fight that war. Because it's something inside us, inside our people, but inside our people that's got us like, don't care. If Jesus was a black man, who we think killed him? Niggas.
Well.
All right, where's the uplifting at now? Let's get
Oh, I'm gonna tap
it.
out because I'm gone. I'm just, hey man, y'all keep promoting this,
I
man.
appreciate you, man.
Man,
I'm
I'm
trying to
gone.
get out
Yeah,
my
man.
thug ways. You got me on some blah.
Man, I want you to love us like the best way you can, even though it's gonna be hard, man.
Hey,
You
that's what
know,
I'm doing now. That's why I'm on this app for. I got
yeah,
grace for everybody.
yes, sir. Let me
But I
hear what
leave
Chill
others to
gotta
love
say before I
themselves
burn
before
out. Chill,
anything.
give us something, man. Give me something, man.
What's
Give me
that?
something, man. Chilling.
Chilling. Oh, my boy been listening. I know he got something for sure.
What's good with it, man?
What's good, man?
You
How
know,
you
I'm
feeling?
chilling, man. It's a good evening. You know, I have a feeling I'm gonna wake up in the morning. I ain't gotta take no breath. It's gonna be given to me. You know. All I can say is, if you ever think you're having a bad day, my friend, try missing one.
Yeah.
Try missing one. You know, because there's people that ain't get to wake up today, no matter what ethnicity they is, no matter what trauma they been through. Yeah, I'm blessed. And you know, unfortunately, you know, it's a part of me that has that YT privilege blessing. You know, I'm not gonna doubt that. You know, but I'm not gonna sit on the corner and shout it neither. You know, what I like to do though is when I come and pull up, I want to go through the prompt my man's here, if that's all right. I love these prompts he be putting up there because they help me learn about myself and what I know or what I think I know. You running through the prompt, laugh or what?
Yeah, you can do the let's go ahead. So let's start off with the topic question then. Are you really healed or are you miserable?
Let's not start yet. Let's let the ladies go first, man. I see it's a lady on the panel.
Who, me?
Okay. Let's go ahead, then we go to altar after that. Yeah, the ladies out the way.
Yes. Am I really healed? Well, it's been fluctuating, and today, no, I'm not. And you'd asked me last week, I would have said yes. You'd asked me the day before that, I would have said no, and then so on and so on. I need to follow and remain faithful to the end, and I seem to just give into whatever it is I want to do. You know.
What happened? Dang, I missed it. What's she answering?
He said, "Did you call?" No, she said he wanted to hear the ladies go for the topic first. So we gonna get you next. Are you really healed or are you miserable?
Miserable.
You said you're miserable. Oh man.
I was trying to see what Lee said because she said something about giving in to things that she wanted. Is that what you said, Lee?
Yes.
What were you responding? What were you answering or saying?
I thought he was asking us, are we miserable or healed?
Oh yeah, he did. And so, what was your answer? Because I was trying to see something.
My answer is, it's back and forth. Like I mean, for real, I have seasons where I'm truly connected to him and I'm healed and everything so great. But then in a flash of a second or a day, and really, honestly, I guess we'd say it's a couple of weeks that lead up to, you being like unblessed or living in sin that, caused you to be miserable. But yeah, sin separates us, and I know that when I get in certain things I want to do instead of praising Him, loving Him, and following Him and obeying Him, I get miserable, and there's not really anything He could give me everything in the world, but I'm miserable.
Okay.
Sin
Awesome.
makes you miserable. It just does. It's irritating. But when you stop sinning, it's just funny how your life just automatically feels better.
Yeah, you said sinning.
Yeah, sinning.
Okay, got you. Okay, got you. Thank you for repeating. I
Oh,
thought,
you're welcome.
yeah, I thought that's what you were saying. But I was like, okay, but no, that's a really honest answer. See, I can talk on this. All that gangsta and the old drop. That was like, no, no, but I can say a lot about that. That System was saying that's some really good information and 6-4. That's just a good mindset. Not mindset. Good. What I'm trying to say. Information. Good information to like think about. If you come across somebody that's like going through that, like what they're thinking, but like it kind of, to me, it goes with what Lee was saying. A lot of times we know better, we can do better, but we're around those who are doing the same thing. So it really takes a lot to starve your flesh, right? And if you're not, I always say, if you're not working the muscles in the spiritual muscles, something is working. You're working out something. It's either flesh or spirit. You know what I'm saying? So that's really the two things. So if you're giving more energy to your flesh, that's what's going to be stronger. It's going to feel like Lee said, like when you are in that concept of like, I'm just giving over to flesh, I'm giving over to the sins that your flesh is wanting or desiring or used to, whatever case is, then it does make you feel more separate from God. It makes you feel like, okay, like what's going on with me? Like, why am I so consumed with? And people don't think about how wearing is a sin too, right? Like because of how it does, in a sense, separate you from like the reality of what God is showing you. So all those things are, so I agree with you. Like, you know, when you're
Thank you.
when you put yourself back into like the spirit, like, okay, God, I'm giving it to you, I'm trusting you, and truly doing that, it makes you feel lighter. But when you decide to say, no, I'm gonna take the weight, I got it because I want my flesh, I want to do what I want to do, but I want to hear God too at the same time. But like, I get to Him in a minute, and by the time you look up, He in Mexico and you over there in Nigeria. It's like, wait a minute, what happened? Because you're following your flesh more. So I definitely understand that, and it definitely makes you try to remind yourself, okay, how am I gonna make sure I'm putting time and energy to my in my spirit and ignoring and starving flesh? And that's just something it's hard for a lot of people to do. Like even what Sister was saying, when it comes to like what people do and who they're around, yeah, like you can feel like, well, this is all it is. But really, if you're honest, a lot of it too, yeah, it's from what you're seeing, but it's also something that you want. You're wanting it. And it takes other people to care about you enough to be like, hey, what you doing? This is not what you should be doing. It's more for you, it's better for you. But that's why it's really important to have people around you that care and that will tell you what's right. Because on here it's like, why y'all mad because they doing this and doing that? Why aren't you upset? Why don't you have a problem with it? Because some of these people, even though they saying out their mouth, I'm glad, I'm good, I'm happy. No, they're not. They wish somebody cared enough to say, hey, what are you doing? But on here, especially like with TikTok, everybody happy doing what they're doing, knowing that you're miserable. Let's just go back to the topic. Are you really healed or are you miserable? A lot of y'all you can play the part. Y'all are great characters, got all the wardrobes in the world. You can put on that face real quick, and then like Sister said, you go home and you're in your face in your pillows, and not the way that you like it, but the way that got you feeling away because you're upset, you're sad, you're miserable, you're depressed because you know that there is something bigger and greater that cares about you, but you so consumed with flesh and your the own self desires. You're drowning in your own desires. That's what's happening. And then don't let people come and congratulate you about it. Now you really messed up. So it takes people that will make you sober up, flesh wise. My dog, I keep about to die when we get this dog. But that'll make you sober up to see like,
Let him
man,
preach with you.
right, he really wants to.
He,
He said, hey. He said, I want to get some here too. He's like, let me speak. Let me tell you about the Lord.
hey, you on point though. Let's get it.
It's crazy. He's like going in. But yeah, okay, I'm going.
Man, that dog hated. She was on fire. But yeah, I'm let me guess I pick up on that though, and I like how she expanded on that. Um, because overall with this though, and a lot of people might not see this within themselves. Most of the time, yeah, we do voice it. That's why these questions kind of revolve around that, because it make me understand. From based off how y'all answer these questions, I could tell if you are either healed or miserable. A lot of people, so with this, right, just like she was saying, though, a lot of people like to voice it. Everybody want to say I'm healed or I'm healing. I'm trying to heal, but you could most definitely tell though. You could tell who's really trying hard and who's not. Based even off talking points, they're gonna keep using things as an excuse. Well, you made me, you made me. That means you're not trying. When you keep coming with this, you made me, you're not trying. When you say things like, hey, you know what? Yeah, you caught me slipping. I got to do better in that. Or you feel even ashamed that you had to snap on somebody. If you feel good, you got to snap on somebody. You're not healing. You're not healing at all. You actually enjoying that toxic side of you, or you just enjoy that's that pride and ego. That's the only thing you really boosted up. Like, that ain't gonna help you grow either. Because I had a topic about that between that, but when you actually do feel bad, like, dang, I just stooped down to this person level. I knew this person was miserable, and I just matched them, and now they show my misery that I have in me, and you, so, things like that. You could just literally tell everybody, just like people be claiming that they happy and stuff, and yet they on here spreading every last piece of anger they have. And like I tell people, it is a big difference. People be thinking, oh, you're emotional, you're in your feelings. Yeah, everybody in their feelings to a certain extent. But the difference is some people is in their feelings because of themselves, and some of them in their feelings because of others. It's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? So just because we have a feel for others, that don't mean that
that we just hurt or traumatized. No, I'm just hurt for you. I'm hurt for the other people the way a lot of us think. You know what I'm saying? But when you just internalize it so much that you want to call somebody stupid and all this other stuff, no, you just feel a certain way because you and now some of them is like that, but it just depend on like the name. It's depend on how the name calling is, because some people might say, "Hey, that's stupid," because they hurt that you like that. But when you get to like want to, I guess get the bashing and trying to destroy them and all this stuff off of what you said and start talking about mamas and stuff, that's a whole nother thing. That's you. You're just hey, what was I get to? Basically you are you basically, dang, what the freak I'm trying to get to. When you get to talking like that, basically it's like you like, all right, you ain't saying it. You that's for yourself, right? Because it hurts you more than just hurt for them. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to say, like kind of the difference between being hurt for yourself versus hurt for others. Like I said, I think everybody that kind of voice things on here is either them or is about others for the most part. That's why it was mentioned before, like, usually people with the stats and stuff. I think I really highly believe the people that's into stats care about, and depend on what the stat is, right? The pair care about what's going on in the community. They don't just really care about self. I was even mentioning in one of these posters I made is like, I don't know why it's very easy to go to a coddler live and get coddled and all that stuff. Who wouldn't want that? That's one of the easiest work, but I realize it don't help. It help for that moment. It's a cope like anything else somebody do. They cope with cigarettes and drinks and all that other stuff or whatever. When you living off that, I think when I let a lot of that stuff go, I realized how much more I knew about myself and how strong I was. How much less reliant and how much control I have in my life. And I really can do what I want to do as long as I focus on it. When we rely on things like coffee and all that other stuff, yeah, I might have told some people up with that. When we rely on
What happened, man? Am I the only one that did
TikTok,
that?
hate me. Tick,
Okay, I'm about to say I
tick,
thought it was my
TikTok
signal.
hate me. That's what it is. It's about number 5 today already. It's been doing that since and I got an update, and it's done still be acting
That's
like, I think
crazy.
TikTok been tripping.
Is your phone fully charged?
No, it's not full. It's like
I was
27.
about to say, like, I mean, like not fully charged, but like, is it like low battery?
27. Yeah, 27%.
I was getting hated on earlier too, though. So
It do that. It been doing it. I think it do to everybody. It be just
But yeah,
shutting us
yours, like,
down.
yeah,
What
it
up
like
with it,
changed
cousin
the
B Design?
format and everything.
what's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Yeah. I just always do it, and some of the times they be doing it in the middle of me talking. As soon as I can be quiet all day. As soon as I start talking, and then just shut me off. Just send
Dang,
me,
your
like
voice that
literally take me
powerful?
out the whole app.
He said, no, can't say that.
Right. I don't even forget. What did I
Talking
leave
to many
last?
people.
Right. All right. It's like, dang, what did I leave? I know I was just getting to the good part.
You were just
Yeah.
saying, like, if it hurts you, like, dang, you were trying to say, like,
People using copes. That's what you was talking about.
Copes, there
yeah,
you go. Yeah, there we go.
yeah.
There, cousin, there. I got you. Go, y'all. I know
Yes,
y'all
sir.
listening. Sorry for, I know, I mean, but yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Like people, like even safe space and all that stuff, right? It's just really copes. Because it's like well, we still don't never address the problem. Like that stuff, it only lasts for a day, and people literally live day by day by that. I was even talking about people like I'm like, dang, I really don't know if I can really, if I was to date, right, date a chick that smoke or something like that. I think that became one of my a red flag. I was gonna make a topic about that about smoking, because I realized that that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people in America that does that, but they don't realize that all they doing, the fact that you are stressing and you have to use a cigarette to stop you from stressing, it shows that you're going through a lot. You know what I'm saying? And that means you rather choose the route of covering up whatever stress you have by just stepping out and puff puff. You know what I'm saying? It just shows a lot of, and when I look at cigarettes, right, when I see people with cigarettes, it just shows like it's a lot of people that's going through things and never found, you know, that need therapy. That's just what it is. They really need that. Some of it is an addiction too. I can understand that, but even behind addiction, it still show that it's something that's tie you into it. And it's still you gonna need a therapy. That's your cheer. You know what I'm saying? Because even addictions, you need a therapy, or you need some type of whatever you want to say. So that that junk is very serious. I do want to have a live about like literally personally cigarettes, and even if we want to talk about the green stuff, but because some people can't live without that either, But it showed, like I said, when we can't find a way, a free way, and I know my friends be hate me say this, but well, that's my way. That's how I look at it. I don't feel like that's the only way I can do it, but I tell them things like even though they deflect so bad on it, I'm like, well, what if it was never such thing as a cigarette? So what is never such thing as that green stuff? What would you be doing with your life then? You just lose it, you know what I'm saying? But you just built yourself or condition yourself to relying on it. And that's what it is. That's just what it is. You rely on it because if you never knew nothing about it, you wouldn't be taking it. Otherwise, you probably would do something else, like do something healthy with it. Maybe you gotta play a video game or something like that. I don't know, something because I'm pretty sure as a human, it's something that we might slightly be addicted to, but we got to learn with it. Got to be some type of balance with everything. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn that some stuff you got to let go early. You got to prioritize different things or whatever because you got to live life, but you just don't want to. I would say depend on things. I understand it's the difference between depend and rely, but you don't want to depend on cigarettes and depend on another person for whatever. You don't want to depend on that because it's like without those things, it's saying that you can't fully function. So if you know how to function without having to buy something or have to have another person around for you to function or, have to go, you got to learn and this when you have like literally full, that's why a lot of people think they are oppressed and stuff. I had a topic about that yesterday. That's why they think they oppressed and all this stuff. The only thing oppressing them is themselves. That's what's oppressing you. What's worse, video games or cigarettes? Just curious. I think both of them can be just as bad, depending if you don't balance it. But I say cigarettes because people literally is addicted to that. Video games, I don't think somebody's gonna freaking stress without a video game because otherwise they might throw a movie on or something like that. People literally stressing without cigarettes, So that's the difference. And it's one of them is an addiction. The other one can be just it can be an addiction too, like entertainment, but it ain't like to where you stressing if you don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think, like Kev, I think the difference is that
one of my hobby.
they can both be addictions, Kev.
They can.
But the difference is you never catch emphysema playing video games. You don't get lung cancer.
You don't get cancer. Yeah, right. You don't get none of that.
One is a health hazard that is a fact, and the other one is just a bad habit. So I think that would probably be.
Somebody get cancer on video games? What?
No, that's what I'm saying, right? So
no, I'm looking at what Bird said. Like what?
I think that's the difference. That would be the biggest difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then it's the unhealthiness, right? And then they don't have the balance, right? So and some people have like some is addicted to video games, right? To where they really can't function in life for real though, but I don't think it's to the level of cigarettes. I'm 100% sure it's not the level of cigarettes because it's literally people that go to work and then take smoke breaks, stuff like that. And they can't literally function without a cigarette, just like coffee. They can't function without it. Video games is something that you just, it's like a desire, like Smecks. When you get it, I want to get it. But it's like you got that, you got them being a nympho too, you know what I'm saying, where that some people can't really function without it or they condition themselves that way, So, I don't see people taking a video game break when you at work. Challenge. Go 2 weeks without gaming. Oh,
my guy used to have an Xbox. He had an Xbox in his Impala, and we used to play that Fight Night on lunch break. We used to bet dollars on it, and that's a bad thing for disclosure. What we call that, educational purposes. But we used to have fun with that on lunch breaks.
What's that?
He used to have the TVs in his seats. And
Yeah, yeah,
he
yeah.
had the
So,
fight
so,
night champion, the round 3 and all that. The fight night, you know, the legacy.
oh yeah. So he said the 2 weeks, and the problem is, and the thing is, what's bad? 2 weeks. He said 2 weeks without the video game. And it's funny. Some people can't even go hours without a cigarette, and that's what makes it worse. That's why the addiction to with that versus a video game is like 10 times worse because it's literally people that really can't function. It's the difference between function and being and having a desire or having a hobby or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But some people don't even want to read a book, want to watch a movie, or want to relax or something like that, whatever.
Yeah, here's the
But
bad part
one of
because
them is
I've
in the
been going.
entertainment. Addiction is an addiction. Yeah, addiction is an addiction.
Because I've been going
Hold on,
strong
real quick. I
without the
can't hear
video
you.
game. See,
Huh?
TikTok kind of replaced my video game addiction right now, right? But see, I can't go
Okay.
without the cigarette. And if I did put a cigarette down, say, and I wanted to replace it with the video game, and then
Mm.
something would make me stressed out on the video game, I'll reach for that. I smoke twice as much while playing video games. So if I'm just walking around, I smoke a cigarette here and there. But on TikTok, like with some of these conversations, not that they stress me, I smoke more cigarettes sitting here on TikTok than I will just sitting there at work. You know,
Yeah.
it's weird how it works. For me, if I'm
Yeah.
working on one addiction, I'm going to double it up.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. So the difference, like I said, the difference with that, because one of them we call it an addiction because it's so okay, like I said, the difference between with an addiction is one of them you can't function without it. One of them is just something that that you love doing or something like that. One of like literally, if you take one out the life, right? Um, and then there's levels to the addiction too. Some of them like where, like I said, when it's day by day or it's hour by hour, that's a serious addiction. Just like drinking, all that other stuff, that's an addiction, right? One of them, like if you talking about you got a person that like going to the gym all the time or something like that or whatever. I don't know if you want to call it an addiction. I think it's just some people just don't want to be bored, so they find something, right? They got to play the video. I wouldn't call it addiction because everybody get bored. You know, some people want to watch a movie. Wouldn't it say movie is an addiction? You know, somebody like reading books all the time. Is that an addiction? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's just depending if you don't have a balance on it or if you can't really function. That's the difference. If you can't function, I think people can watch movies, play games, and all that stuff and literally function in life. You know, or some people I've been seeing that, or even with some people get beat so bad. If you like say a video game, they get beat so bad on the game, they take weeks off because they got so mad at the game, and that's how you know they're in addiction. It's more of a like, dang, this jump made me so mad. You know what I'm saying? But you don't get so mad when you smoke a cigarette that you don't want to know. You gonna get mad and want to smoke more cigarettes. That's the difference. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like where the function is different. Like your living is kind of your living is dependent on that to feel better or be less stressed. One of them is just I have a desire. And this is what I choose to do to entertain myself. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't kind of put those in. I just wouldn't put that in the same. Then go 2 weeks without the gaming.
I think
You talking about me? If you talking about me personally, that has been done plenty of times.
But Ken, I think what you got to understand though is that when we're talking about if somebody is truly addicted, okay, then they can't go without the game.
That's what I'm saying.
But there are people who are that way. Okay, what I'm saying is we use addiction lightly. People just say, I'm addicted to this, I'm addicted to. No, they're not. You just like it. But there's a difference between actually being addicted.
Right.
And actually,
that's what I'm explaining.
Right? You could be right. So, but what I'm saying is if we're talking about a true addiction, right, to a video game, let's say, right, that video game, that particular person will not be able to go, and those are usually people who don't have a job because they're addicted to video games, or
right.
whatever the case is. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So like that in that case, I would say the only really big difference is that cigarette, that's a chemical addiction, right? That's something that is going to affect your body internally. Okay,
yeah.
While this video game is a mental addiction. Right. So, but we can say that one is better or worse. That's semantics. I think when we're talking about a true addiction, there is no difference. The difference is what it is, and maybe the health risk to it. But it's still a risk because they don't function in life. If you know what I mean.
And that's my whole thing. I was getting. Yeah, you saying it, and I done said that a bunch of times. That's the big difference. That's why I said he was saying about 2 weeks, take 2 weeks off, but the difference is like, can you function? within those 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Can you do anything else with your life
It would be
without that?
hard.
But
I wouldn't
with
say that that's a
cigarette,
good
right?
thing.
With cigarettes, literally, it's people that might smoke a whole pack a day. It might be people that got to smoke at least four an hour, or they smoke every day for the most part. Most people I know that smoke cigarette that did, you know what I'm saying? They got to have some type of drug inside them daily, and that got a lot to do with functioning, right? But the other thing is like if you can't take a break, if every day you got to play the video game or something like that, you can't take a day off. That's what I'm saying. Those addictions is so much different. Even coffee. You know what I'm saying? If you and like I said, I knew I was gonna shake some tail feathers with this one though. Like even people with coffee, they addicted. They don't realize that. You know what I'm saying? I'm grumpy if
What
they
I
even
want to
make
add to that
commercials
real
like
quick,
that.
Kev, though,
They make, huh?
is the level of addiction to that. Like I'm not sure if
Yeah,
I'm going to sound correct on this, but like most addictions have a level of dopamine released into the body when it comes to a chemical additive. From my understanding, there ain't much dopamine that gets released in the body from a
yeah,
cigarette where it reduces stress. I don't know if, like, correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody who knows when it comes to the dope, like video games, release
yeah,
dopamine, the adrenaline rush.
yeah.
Cigarettes tend to like ease stress. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's
Yeah,
dopamine
I
that
know this.
releases or
Yeah,
if
I know
it
that.
releases
Yeah, I've dealt
anxiety.
with a lot of people. Yeah, I get it. I understand it though. I had people that actually had to find a way to quit it too. Um, yeah, because they realized it was unhealthy and stuff. So I get it. It's really a chemical that it makes it worse or whatever, and make people have to and I understand that
And let me
though.
just tell you this though, real quick before
It's
you
people
go,
that's
because
addicted to TikTok too. Uh,
hey, there will be no coffee. There will be no coffee slander. I'm gonna tell you that
I
right
know
now.
I'm roughing flavors
And
all day. At least I
so,
know.
so let's correct this shit. Let's correct this shit off the top.
Yeah,
It's the
I'm saying I'm
caffeine.
sorry.
No,
This the
no,
route we going, but it is what it
it's
is.
the
We can
it's the
hide under these
caffeine.
things, but it is reality is reality. We
It's the
can even play,
caffeine.
tennis ball. This just like when I be seeing kids be doing it with their parents. Well, you did it too or something, but it don't change the fact. You know what I'm saying? It's just reality. It's all about admitting. It's
Right, but
admitting
what
that
I'm
this
saying
is this is
is,
it what it is, not justifying because it is. Huh?
it's not coffee. It's caffeine. So I just want you to clarify.
Hey,
Okay.
Kev, go ahead and
That's
drop me.
that's what
I
I'm
gotta
saying.
hit these streets,
That's the
man.
addictive part
Yeah,
of it.
for sure, brother. I got you.
You get what I'm saying? It's just coffee is just another method to get it,
Yeah,
and most
yeah.
people use that. But the
Yeah,
addiction
they
is
addicted to the caffeine. Then yeah, I can say
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Then
yeah, yeah.
yeah, because it's literally people like they make commercials about that. I'm not myself. I'm not fully myself. But ask yourself, why is that? Just like people can't function without sex. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff it is what it is. No matter if you want to compare it or not, that's just what it is. It's not going to change it or it's not going to justify it because we make comparisons. It just don't. So I mean, and that's just reality. No matter what it is, you know what I'm saying? Even like you said, some people that might be addicted to video games. Some people might be addicted to TikTok. It is what it is. But you have to recognize it is and don't deny it is not. You know what I'm saying? So and know when to balance. Know your balance. Know what you need to work on. Know what you know that hey, is I'm a chain to this thing, or do I have to find a way to escape it? Do I want to live the rest of my life feeling this way, or relying on it, or not? You know what I'm saying? If I leave this thing alone for whatever week, month, or whatever, or if I totally exit out my life, what can I do? You know what I'm saying? What else can I function? Can I grow in life in other ways? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and that's just what it is, though. But and I feel like, and I'm glad that's a literally that's why I said I wanted to make that a topic a while ago, though, and that's a serious topic because there's a lot of things that we don't even realize, and we just live it because we just say this is just us, this is just me, that's part of my lifestyle. But then again, why is it? You know what I'm saying? Why is it your lifestyle? You know what I'm saying? Have you and I always thought about that because I even say with the smacks, right? When people be like, well, I need the smacks and all that stuff, and I even say like, if you get with your girl and you can't deal with her, you know what I'm saying, without smacks, you can't deal with her at all because that means you're relying on it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you over there stress the heck out because she can't give you no buns, that means you don't even like her. Because I done seen this one dude. She was like, and this that video that woke me up about it and it made me think about it. It was like, it was basically like, what it was. It was basically like this girl was like, she made him braid her hair or something like that, and he's like, you lucky. I don't want to make sure I want to make sure I get something tonight or something like that. And it's like, duh. You don't even like her attitude, and a lot of people getting put up like that because I was even when this live I went to before. I'm like, no, this she must give some good dome for this dude to be kissing her butt. You know what I'm saying? "Hey, you was right. He didn't know that. He was a cheerleader when it was this dude that had to drop me out his live. I mean, this girl dropped me out her live because I was taking up for another somebody else because I was trying to bring balance to that live. And he right, baby. He don't talk about that. I'm like, how do y'all know? Y'all didn't even give me a chance to even explain about what I talk about. You just gave me a couple words. I said something you didn't like, and you dropped me. You know what I'm saying? That just that just was so freaking funny to me. But it's just people put up with people for certain things or getting put up with. That's just what it is, though. But these cope, and that's what we gonna do. I'm gonna do a live about coping mechanisms because a lot of us coping and think we healing, and it's not. You know what I'm saying? That's why I even did what I did. Because I've always been that type, and that's how my ego and pride work. I don't like being attached to things so it can make me function or be reliant on life. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be connected to as less things as I can so I can have as much control in my life. I don't even like owing people money back. I be trying to hurry up and give them their money back quick. That's just how I work. I don't be trying to be tied to bills. I don't want to like owe back on bills. I don't like nothing that's over my head, and that's just the ego and pride thing. That's my thing. I didn't want like I remember one time I was it was one of these chicks I had slept with her when I was younger and stuff, and when she told me that you can't resist me or something like that, my ego and pride got to me so bad, and I was like, dog, man, I'll prove you wrong, and that's what I do, right? I had that type where somebody tell me if I can't do this or something like that, I always had that prove you wrong type thing. Like I'm gonna show you that you don't. You know what I'm saying? I love to prove somebody wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's how I used to do my ego. But now I use that same ego, and that's what helped build me up today. Is that if you do have that prove you wrong mentality, you can become a better person. Because I talk to my own self. I'm like, you know what? I'm about to prove myself wrong. That I'm not about to snap on this person that say something dumb in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna prove myself. So I use it in a way to help me become better. That's gonna help me, help me grow. But some people want to I'm gonna prove you wrong and show you that I can snap on you. Well, that's what Ed. What? Oh wow, that's cool. Everybody does that already. What the heck? Who don't do that? Everybody think they prove themselves and think they the toughest. Everybody try to prove themselves like, okay, cool. You're not gonna get a cookie at the end of the day. You're gonna get that little weak ego boost, and that's it. What you gonna do? Give your own self a clap on the back or something like that? That's all you gonna do for the most part. But that's nothing. How about you prove yourself wrong and grow and control your emotions? You know what I'm saying? It's hard for people to do that. Prove yourself wrong and hold yourself accountable. It's hard to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's so easy to prove somebody wrong and blame somebody. What the heck? It was you. You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard to point a finger. It's not. But it's hard. It's hard when you sitting there, you point to yourself or looking in that mirror. That's the hardest part. I like challenging myself. You know what I'm saying? I prove that. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the only way you can really grow. Prove it for something that's gonna help you move forward in life instead of setting you back. What about that? But yeah,
No,
that's
you're right, Kev, because guess what? If a pew pew was all that, hell, we done seen children use pew pews.
exactly.
A child could do
That's what
that.
humbled me.
Yeah, but it's like you say, it's the resolution skills that
Yep.
proves who you truly are. And once you realize until a person touch me, ain't nothing wrong. People will always be running in circles. I taught my sons that a person can say what they want. As long as they say it over there. As long as they don't lay hands on them, they can say what they want. All what they say sounds good. Nothing is wrong until they make a move. Other than that, don't ever argue with an idiot because from a distance, nobody knows who's the idiot.
Right. They don't. And then you got to play the battle of who he did it first. She did it first. You know, whatever. You sound like a little kid. He got you. They got you. uh, but yeah, I'm glad we talked about that, Don. I'm about to make that a topic. I'm about to make that a topic, though. That's why I say I'm always gonna make topics to make us look within self. Are we really addicted? And can we function? Can we really function without it? It got me thinking about the way the topic should go. Can we really function?
Are you writing something down?
No, my brain
Oh,
daydreaming it about right now.
okay.
My bad. I
Like
just
his head
stayed in
is like
space. That's a
stuck.
good
It's like
topic, and I like that. And that's why I say I'm glad. That's why I mentioned so. That's why I talk about it so much, man. Because it show I love it, man. I love it. Because I even had the same thing, and it's funny though. I had the same thing even with my friends though, and it shows how much people rely on things. You know what I'm saying? Or not or unaware. You know what I'm saying? Because even with some of these questions, my friends did the same exact thing. Well, you do this. I'm okay, cool, but I know I do that, but that don't change the fact. You know what I'm saying? It still don't change the fact. It's just about we don't justify something and make it seem like it ain't what it is. That's just like when women be doing stuff like, well, it's not masculine because I do it. You know what I'm saying? It's not masculine because I do it. You know what I'm saying? What the heck? But that don't change that it's masculine. You see what I'm saying? It don't change the fact. That's that justification thing. Well, that's what that if you do it and then I do it, that mean that that mean it can cancel because you do it. No, I'm doing it still mean I'm masculine. You doing that mean that's masculine. I knew it. I knew it. Yes, I was being ego driven. You doing it the same exact thing. It don't change it because I'm doing it and you're doing it. It's still what it is. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like that'd be so funny. I got people in my family that do that. I have my friends that literally did that because I had like three. It was me, my friend, my cousin. We was literally talking about that too. It was about that the green stuff and all that. And he was like, "Nah, how you gonna tell me?" And I'm like, I'm not about to argue with this though. I'm not about to argue with this. I'm not about to argue with this situation. I'm like, all right, if that's how you feel, because you so deep into your addiction and you don't want to even at least admit it. You know what I'm saying? At least that you at least admit it. At least what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, you gotta be aware, and that's anything, right? That's what freaking that's what freaking that's what even emotional intelligence, when they be saying that, awareness is the first thing. With some type of change in your life, that you got to be everything. You have to be aware because a lot of us do things and is not aware of what's going on. We know about it, right? But we're not aware of how it's affecting us. We're not aware, we're not aware of the true outcome and stuff. And you notice the time that we really want to take things serious is when we on our unaliving bed. And then now we like, oh my goodness, dang, I heard it was gonna be like that, but I didn't know it was gonna hit me from that angle. I was so addicted and I was so freaking, so in the desire of these things or whatever. I'm not looking at how it's really tearing my body. And then that's why people they got to get that wake up call as soon as they go through the worst of the worst. And some people don't even get a chance. You know what I'm saying? They wait till they catch this disease or whatever, and now they want to take life serious. So I said I'd rather be aware of these situations so that if I did do it, then I can't really feel bad or shocked. So I'd rather take it as I'd rather take it as I'm about to. If I do this thing, then I know that I'm gonna act like I'm about to be unalived off of it the next day type of situation. That's how serious I be trying to take these things. You know what I'm saying? But we be baby stepping everything, and it's not gonna happen now. I'm gonna take our time, so I'm gonna do what I want and all this other stuff. But you know, I never want people to learn the hard way and stuff. I want them to be aware. A lot of people be stressing and don't understand why they're stressing because they never took the time to address what they're stressing. That was bars. I like that one. But um, and that's just what it is, man. We got to know the difference between coping and actually getting to the nitty gritty. We got to know the difference between it though. And
It's
I'm
hard
really
to
gonna do a live on that. I'm gonna probably do that Saturday though.
it's hard to
Oh
recognize that the people who hurt us are the ones that love us. Because most people
yeah,
are just if they aren't willing to risk our feelings, don't want to like risk or like say anything that would be people are just so sugar coated and they just don't even know just don't want to deal with anything, no conflict, and or just they just want to talk behind your back. Gossip. It's a very unique time right now. It's a lot has changed with all this internet and being able to communicate with devices versus um, hand to mouth, or it's because it's hard to read emotions in text, and it's really easy to not have clarity in most of these relationships, in my opinion.
Hmm.
I think it's hard to have clarity with other people. It's because people don't have inner clarity of themselves. So it's just a lot of people not understanding what's going on with them, or not being able to verbalize what they're dealing with, or you know what I'm saying, or what their needs are. A lot of people don't know how to express it, put it into words.
And when we do, sometimes the words do not come out right, or are not
Hmm.
perceived right, and emotions, and it's hard to have a talk in a boxing ring. Once the defenses go up, the communication is over.
Exactly. Yep. You gotta find another way.
And you know, we don't even know how. Most people don't even know how to read body language, or just like know how to talk in a tone that is soothing. Because it doesn't really even matter what we say. Our tone can either allow or prevent, more communication.
Mhm.
Both are important.
That's facts.
What do you mean by ops? What makes a person your ops?
Doesn't mean opposition. A word that we be using, ops, opposition. Everybody got their own. That's why I was asking other people. Like everybody got their own definition or their own perception of a op. That's why I want to know everybody how what their what's a op to them.
I just look at
Different.
somebody against you.
Hmm?
I just look at it as somebody against you.
Against. Okay.
Yeah. Like, oh, here come your op. Like, that's somebody, like, you can't, they about to screen record you or share it. It's a whole op. They about to, like, yeah, they just, they not for you. So I
And
don't think, like,
intentions matter.
disagreement should be considered like, oh, that's an op because we disagree. Um, I think we have severe different world views of things. Even then, it doesn't have to be an op in the situation unless you made it a beef situation. That's when you become an op. Not because you disagree, but because you made it beef. You made our
The
disagreement.
motivation. I'd say motivation matters. What drives them to be the opposition? Because they're right, or because something's wrong. Because sometimes people don't like the truth. Say the truth and we don't like it. Well, it's automatically get defensive when someone says something that hurts you, and it's to react or analyze. And most of us just react. Anytime we react, that's never been the best move. Looking back for me,
Yeah, that's true.
sometimes I get so involved in what I think I want to say, really do not even ask myself, what does this person need to hear? And that's
Mm, that's good. That's a really good point. What that person needs to hear. Because we know what we want to say. We definitely know what we want to say. But what they need to hear. And that's a good point as far as just like when people, and
I know we in the bathroom.
oh yeah,
You hear the echo.
oh yeah, it's the best place because it's
It's
quiet.
the bed right here. That's why I be seeing us on your counter and stuff. Be chilling.
Yeah, it's perfect. And I'm over here twisting my hair, so
Oh, okay.
I'm like, it's perfect.
I hope so. Let me blap 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 on that. I know.
do you like it pulled? I'm kidding. Just, I'm honoring, and now it's awkward.
Is that what happened?
I'm amused. I was trying to be amusing. It didn't work.
What
Uh,
happened? I'm already looking at the video.
I'm not going to repeat it because nobody laughed. So it's I don't want to risk it again. No, I just asked her if she liked her hair pulled. Like just do you like pulled? It's trying to be funny, and nobody responded. So yeah,
uh,
well, at least the host was laughing. That was him, right?
I'm
You
over
like
here. My
poetry?
bad. I'm looking at this game.
What are you playing?
No, I was just looking at
Oh,
Sam said what? Sam said what?
Get off that addiction, Kev.
Right, that's all I was about to say. Let me get off this addiction.
it's just replace it. Find something else. You got to replace it with something else. The addiction really all it the energy just gets
Well,
passed on to something else.
you're
Find
the
a new
first person who
addiction.
said it, right?
I can't function without looking at this video.
I said something right.
Am I addic-
Right.
am I addicted
The ways.
to learning? Is that an addiction? I
It
get
can
it.
be. Anything to
Mm,
excessive matter. Anything is. In its own measure, it can be okay, but can be taken too far or
mm-hmm.
become wrong.
Or can I function with it? I think I think I think the
Define
difference
function.
is like you could probably do additions mean the lack of functioning? I mean, no, I think it means
or
you
to
can't
what
function
percentage
without
of
it. That's what it is.
if you
That's
don't
all that really is.
or controlled by its function.
Or you
That's
controlled by it too. Yup, exactly. I think yeah. Hey, I
like
like that, man. That's a good one. I can't wait to do that. I'm doing that Saturday. That
it's
might
like
be my last little good long lives. I'm about to be working. Probably start. I'm gonna start looking for a job next week. Oh, I'm gonna miss
Your
the
comment
tights.
aligns. Hi, this is Sam said what? Your comment aligns with my question when I ask people, is a gambling habit a problem if you're always winning?
Yeah,
Is it really a problem?
yeah,
And
it depends
I,
what you're doing with
you
your
know,
winnings. If you give it to God, it's fine.
yeah. If you can't function without it, or if that's the only thing you do in life, it become a problem. You can be winning a video game, speaking of
Hey,
video game all day, but you can be
hey,
addicted to just winning.
it's
it's
still
the
a problem.
balance. It's the balance. It's like knowing when to walk away.
You gotta
It's
learn.
like,
Yeah, you gotta
but
learn when to walk away because there's other things you gotta do in life.
one of the best rules of fun is tell me about asking if they got a drug problem. Like, okay, take all the drugs that you have, wipe them up on the floor, and if you don't go try to get them off the floor, then you probably don't have a problem.
A good way of looking at it.
If you take all that trash, stuff that's up in smoke or however, just get rid of it. And give people first thing you spend your money on after you get paid is really important because that's what shows you what you believe in, who your gods are, what's important.
Well, my guy might be rent, but
It's a roof, ain't
it is a roof.
it?
They're gonna get
Some
that
people
money
be
every
addicted to
time.
money. That's what greed is.
Is it the money or the power that you get the power of persuasion that provides at a
People addicted
price?
to their partners.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They can't function
So,
without their partner. You know what I'm saying? I think the big thing with addiction is like the ability to not be able to function without. That's the problem.
and so it's just it's a mental disorder.
Yeah.
Or behave. Well, yeah, okay, I could go with that. I would have used to say it was a behavioral disorder because you're not disciplining yourself in behavior, but there are some addictions that cause dependencies, right? Like alcohol.
Well,
Your
substance,
body biologically then gets dependent on it. Then that would be,
tablets for kids. Kids get addicted to tablets and
yeah,
technology, and trying to separate them from it's a real thing. Because you get it's your patterns. Having your pattern.
You
Anytime
be
you're
God addicted.
especially obsessive people.
Can
Changing
you
their
be
pattern is
God
not.
addicted? I'll say yeah. Yeah. I don't think any addiction is good. None of them though. Because even if you was addicted to God, how would you be able to function? You got to be able to function in life, though. Even though he do want us to rely on him, but he still wants us to do work too at the same time.
Yeah, I think you can be.
Well, it all depends on what we believe our God is. There's certain, you know,
None of
and
that's gonna come up.
I know, like they.
It
I was
can
like,
never go smooth. That can never go smooth. Which guy? Which one?
well, our perception of God. It depends on our perception
Yeah.
of
Well,
what
that
God is
wasn't
and
the
what
whole
He
point.
wants from
Whatever the
us. Yeah.
perception is, that we just talking about, can you be addicted to it? That's all.
yeah.
But what you was about to say, Queen?
So many squirrels all the time.
No, I was just saying. Wait, first I was trying to see the live that you thought about. It's gonna be about what are your addictions? Is that what you were saying?
Say it again.
The live that you're gonna have Saturday is gonna be about people's addictions.
Uh, yeah. So it's gonna be something like, can you functioning without, and difference between coping
Okay.
uh and actually facing the problem. Different stuff. Things that we didn't think we were addicted to, and stuff that we didn't realize. So it's gonna be, yeah, something like that. I'm gonna think of it though. Actually, let me mark that down now because I
Yeah, and
like
then
this.
like if you can,
It's unlocking some things. I like that.
and if you can sneak in
Ooh,
hobby versus addiction.
ooh.
How many hours does it? How many hours a day becomes an addiction? You know, you can because
Oh, what constitutes addiction? I mean, well, he kind of explained it a little bit, but
you know, and some are just dependencies, and some are physical, and some are emotional or mental, or you know, there's how many ways can you get addicted? How many different ways? You know,
mm-hmm.
ways.
Yeah. Some people only with their girl because they sexually addicted to it.
Yeah, and if it's you know, deal with whatever hormones or whatever parts of your body that is not releasing or whatever, you know, that messes up your flow. You know, it's addiction or just dependency.
It made me think about, like, even when I said we can't function a while, but we can't. Some things we can function out, but do you really want to call it an addiction though?
What?
Food, we can't function without food, water, and we can't even really
Yes, I'm
live
addicted
without
to
that.
food.
So would you call that an addiction?
Addicted to
But that was
moisture. I'm addicted to moisture.
I mean,
I must
you
have
can
it.
be you can so look, you can be addicted to things that you need. You need food, but you can be addicted to food in a way where you don't. You're just doing it just because you want it versus the need is already fulfilled. Now you're over it, which is called gluttony,
Yeah,
right?
when you do it too much, that's what making an addiction. I think when you don't balance it, I think.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Going to the extreme of it. Even the Alcoholics Anonymous people can quantify it. They'll say a beer a day is not an addiction. 16 beers a day is an addiction, or something like that, somewhere between there. There's some kind of chart I once saw. Not that I've ever been alcoholic or anything like that, but I just wondered, how do you determine it? And I started looking it up, and they quantify it like that. Is it every single day? Is it a norm and like
right. That's
an
what I said. I feel like it's
abundant amount
levels.
frequently? Yeah, some way to quantify it. We
Yeah,
have to eat. We have to eat to live, but do you have to eat 10 times a day? And is it
hmm
10 Snickers bars a day? That's
I
probably
think.
an addiction.
Yeah, I think that's why I'd also say about fasting though too, just to show we can function without eating. I think that's why
But it's
fasting
more to
is part of
purify
one
your
of the
system.
things.
It's more to purify your system. I think fast, not just
Yeah,
how
that
long.
too,
It's
right? Because
actually
it
makes
just
your
show
system.
you, it's basically like stripping you of the things that you either rely on, need, or want, and see how long you can go without it, or whatever how long the fast is, or something like that. So, if I can function with, if I
Think
can
you fast
function
to
with
forsake
a
the
coke
desire.
habit, um, coke habit, am I addicted
Oh,
to
sorry.
function? Would that be
If it's the
you?
first thing you, if it's the
I
first
think
thing you
anything that
reach for
take
when you
you out
wake up,
your, I don't know. I think is it different levels of functioning? Because I don't think if you
yeah,
functioning,
high. There's high
uh,
functioning addicts, very high functioning addicts.
no, no, I'm saying that's it. So if we say function, right? That mean I would think like functioning be something that you do without. If you saying like function, that mean or you relying or Because I don't think it's no clear function without. I mean, with uh, being basically not sober. You know what I'm saying? And some people
Right.
they can drive good with drunk or something like that, but that just that I think that's just
Judgment.
your mentality that perceive or that make you that you convincing yourself. You know what I'm saying? I think somebody can say they functioning, but I highly doubt that you functioning regular than a freaking without coke.
In
Fuck,
in my
Mm-hmm.
experience
that'd be yeah.
with drugs aren't the problem. Drugs are just the first temporary solution. A lot of people find. To cope, to deal with. To get the relaxation, to get the energy, to get whatever it is. And possibly that could be from a lack of, we're supposed to get so many physical touches. There's other things that the body, needs to live. Give us the best energy to have its best opportunity. And if we're not giving it that, we're creating a hunger. And is it all just related? We're just getting one too more because we've been denying ourselves. Then when we get the opportunity to get it, we just hoard it.
I thought about, and even with that, right? Because they got some people that might need or that might have to rely on certain like the green stuff, right? Because they got that new stuff out now, right? I think that some of them
If
do help them, but
if
that's
they
already a
believe they
person
need it.
that's already like going. It's like a person that's already that's not even able to function without it. So I can understand that because some people might need high blood pressure pills and all this other stuff because they done messed they stuff up. So they gotta. But I wouldn't call that an addiction. That's just something that they kind of rely on. You know what I'm saying? I think an addiction is more of a like a. It's like more of I think it's like more of those. More of the time, it'd be like a desire, something that you really uh addicted. Somebody's stuff. Look, I need y'all to mute up because I can't really. Every time I keep hearing pop, it's throwing my brain off. Uh, but I was about to say, basically like, what is it? I ain't got know this gonna happen. Uh, like okay, I was about to say with like the green stuff or whatever, because some people need to rely on that what they say Sunday through Saturday pills and all that stuff because the way their body is, because their body won't function without some of these things though. But I think it's a difference on when you have to rely because you already how your body is born. Some people need to rely on like dialysis and all that other stuff because they already messed their body up, so their body's not going to function regular without those things. So I wouldn't consider that I wouldn't consider it an addiction, but I consider that that's something that their body just it kind of depend on. That's the difference between rely and depend. It depend on the live. Just like some people need wheelchairs and all this other stuff because they're not even functioning right. The body not functioning right. So stuff like that. I wouldn't. I don't know if I want to tie that into that, but I think everybody should be able to if you're healthy, right? If you healthy and then you doing things like your certain pleasures or something like that, you got to function off your desires and all that stuff. I think that's the part that making like we talking about gluttony, like when somebody just can't control how they eat. You need food to eat, but you don't need it so bad that you got to overdo it. You need money, but you don't have to overdo it. You know what I'm saying? It's like really balanced. Like it's balance in life. That's what it is. It's supposed to be everything should be balanced out.
Kev, you can never
How
overdo
I
money.
picture him saying, "Well, why don't you balance the coke out?"
You can't never overdo
when
money.
uh,
Can't never overdo money. I'm just saying. No, I'm
oh my, right. That's what
no,
a lot
but
of people think too, and that's
I
the reason
know.
why that's where greed come in. At
I would think though. I would describe it as a habit that has gained control of you as opposed to you controlling it would be an addiction. I think that would be the
Yeah, I was
best
about to
way
say
to
that.
describe it because
yeah, I was
It,
asking about to just
it,
look it up too
yeah,
again to
if
confirm
you
it.
look at it as
And
a
you know
habit
what,
that
cousin
you
B?
can't control, yeah,
it was different than doing dope and letting the
Well,
dope do
cousin,
you.
that's why when Cain unalive Abel, God told him he ain't even getting Cain's ass about that. He more so got his ass about controlling that. Like,
right.
listen, you can't do that every time you're mad now. because you're right, it would turn into an addiction.
Right.
And he didn't want Cain to be addicted to rage.
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
that,
Because then that would separate dependency on medication for a health situation, right? You would say, well, you need it. Is that a habit or is that an addiction? Maybe, but it's more of I need this to live because I have a health condition,
Right.
right? But if you now, when you talk about the green, that's a habit. That's something that you started doing, and then eventually
Yeah.
now it controls you. So I would say now that would be the difference of addiction, because that way
if you don't
that could
smoke,
go
you don't
across
smoke,
with
you can't say that.
gambling.
You can't say
But
that.
I'm
If you
just
don't
saying,
smoke, if you don't smoke green, you can't say that. I would
well,
sound like I'm addicted.
no, I'm just saying, but it could be gambling, it could be, whatever it is, food.
Oh,
Like
we found
anything.
another one. Did we find
Because that
another
way it
fish?
doesn't it doesn't get pigeonholed into one thing, right? If you say it's just a habit, I mean that could be anything, which an addiction can be. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how you get
Yeah.
conditioned. There, everything is habits in life. Every last thing we do is habits. I had to learn that. The thing that we call ourselves, this just being me. That's a habit. That's how we condition ourselves. We do it so many times, and that's how we become. That's what everything in life is literally a habit. The way we talk, the way that's why we adapt to so many things, or we catch what's that called? What's the freaking called? Catch what is this all? When somebody sound different from you, I forgot the frick it's called. I just be forgetting about the littlest things. Not gonna be thinking so dang on much now. Um, accent.
Polar
When they get an
opposites.
accent, you get an accent white when you move out of town for so dang on long and stuff, and then if you was living in a whole town and live like for maybe a year or something like that, you might end up developing an accent because you done adapted to that area off a habit, and that's just how it works. Like, hold up, I ain't gonna talk like this. I'm saying pop not soda. Stuff like that.
No, that's how. Well, even with slang, because I know when I used to live in St. Louis, I would never thought I would say y'all. I was like, that is so country. Who says y'all? Because I always say like you guys, even just the simplest like phrase.
Ooh, what is you guys?
I know, but you guys was it? I'm like y'all. What is that? That is so country. But like yeah, so different little phrases and definitely the accent for sure. Cause I know I used to hang around with girls from Virginia, like, and we just like she started sounding like me, I started sounding like her. My mom was like, "You are not from Virginia." I was like, "I know, I just don't know how I'm acting like this. It's crazy." So, absolutely correct on that.
Mm-hmm. We gonna get somewhere. We gonna get nitty gritty. You know what I'm saying? We done caught two fishes in here, one for cigarettes and one for green. I like that. Hey,
Who got okay?
I like it. I love this. Because we all we gonna look in within self. That's the whole point of this thing. You feel me? I can't wait Saturday night. I'm about to mention coffee. I'm about to mention everything.
I mean, because it's just like
Man, is you addicted to your partner? I'm about to be saying all type of stuff. Can you function without your?
you're
I'm
so
about to come.
aggravating.
I'm about to get on everything. Uh,
That's
um,
weird.
But I jumped in because I did want to comment on something you have post up here now.
what you got?
Um, but do you really know how to forgive and know what forgiveness is, right? Because I've been pondering that to myself over a circumstance that's more than decades old,
Mm,
right? I have a disdain for my two oldest children's father
mm,
because when I was younger and I had these kids, that he became like an estranged father after years of being this abusive person, right? And even after some time, some decades, my kids growing up, me trying to make sure they still had contacts with their father and stuff, he's still done very hurtful things. So in my Christianity, I want to forgive him because the forgiveness is for me. And I feel like, okay, I forgive you. He actually asked me to forgive him for his behaviors. And I was like, yeah, I forgive you. I just don't mess with you, right? But I realized that No, I I think I just said that like in the front of my brain to say the words "I forgive you" so I could check mark the box. Yeah, I said it, but I don't really feel like I've forgiven him because when I get ups, I don't really get upset. I'm not gonna say I live in stress about it, but when I think back on, do I want a friendship with him? No. Do if my kids get married, do not sit me at the table with him. If they're older and they have houses, and my third child, which is not his child, is there, I don't really want my child interacting with him. Like, can I truly be forgiving of him and harbor this unlike for him? Have I really forgiven him? I've been questioning myself about it.
No, you haven't.
Well, then how do you really do it?
The only reason I say that, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to sound rude like that, but
yeah.
the reason why is because if it still triggers you, it's still a wound. If it's still a wound, you haven't forgiven it. Simple as that. Like it sounds simple. It is easier said than done. But I think that's one of the telltale signs that it is still something that you haven't forgiven. Because when you forgive, right, like you said, it's for you. It's not for him, right? And it
Hmm.
is to release the control that he has over you. And as long as you sit here and like, I can't sit next to him, I can't. Now you ain't got to mess with him, right?
Hmm.
That is a boundary. That's something different. You can forgive somebody and be like, you ain't shit, and I'm cool with you. You know what I mean? I'm not about to. But when you come in my room, you don't change my day. When you walk around, you don't affect me. That's when you know that you've truly forgiven somebody, and you can say that you've healed from it. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'd love to know how to do it because I feel like I've had a long enough healing journey. Like I feel like, but that may not be so accurate because I still don't
Well,
appreciate the things that he put me through. I
right.
still feel ill about it.
I
You
think
know.
that for one,
Mm.
it might be the
Mhm.
perception of what he's done, right?
Mhm.
So for me personally, I don't know. I can't. You know, my only thing I can say is like things that may have worked for me and it might work for you. You could try it. You know, um, but what worked for me is understanding that for one, everyone doesn't move, everyone doesn't think the same way I do, right? And for a long
Mhm.
time, I always thought that if I love you and I do this for you, then you should be doing that for me, right? You should be treating me
Right.
this way because this is what I would do because I love you. This is what I would do.
Some
And
reciprocity there, yeah. Uh-huh.
right. And then you set yourself up for disappointment that way because nobody is necessarily going to do the same thing that you do. They might love you to, they might love your dirty draws to the death, but they operate differently, right? But we don't
Mhm.
see it. So that was my first step. I said, okay, I had to, realize that maybe, just I'm interpreting this wrong. And then my second step was understanding that my expectations are my limitations. And once I start realizing that, I don't expect you to be nobody but a human, and a human has mistakes, and a human is flawed, and 9 times out of 10, a human is going to be fucked up before they be great, right? So
Right.
then when I looked at that, I said, okay, now I know that this person ain't going to reciprocate the same way that I think. I know that this person is flawed and is, whatever. And then the third step was I can't take it personal, meaning
Hmm.
it's not my fault that this motherfucker is fucked up. It's not
Okay.
my
Okay.
fault that he can't get his shit together. And I didn't do nothing wrong. And even if I did, I got to figure that part out and accept it. Okay, I messed this part up, but that still does not excuse his action or her action, right? Like I know, okay, this is what I did that maybe contributed to it. And
Hmm.
now that I understand that, okay, I'm good with that. I'm gonna use it as a lesson. And then at the end of it, that's what it was. It was a lesson. And then I understood that even those bad things that they did you wrong, that was to harden you up. Nothing that grows ever has no pain. That's what growth is. When you go work out, you get sore, right? Because your muscles are
Right.
growing. There's pain. So you got to go through that pain to get that growth. A diamond got to go through pressure to become a diamond. You know
Oh,
what I'm
I live
saying?
by that.
A
Yes.
knife, right? A knife don't get sharpened unless they catch that pressure and catch that heat, and then they get hardened. And so this is the reason why I say we have to go through certain things. And if so, when you start looking at it like that, then you say, well, you know what? All you did was give me wisdom, homie. I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate you. I thank you for that. And now you don't be mad at it. And I'm saying it's easier said
Mm. Yeah.
than done, but that was the way I did it, and maybe that'll work.
But that was very
Uh,
helpful. Not to expect that what I gave to understand, well, to not have expectations because I'm putting limits on it, and then just to understand that we're all human. Yeah, that could take some. Yeah.
and and also I think it's too like it's nothing that they can do to undo the pain, right? Because sometimes
Right.
like we're waiting for them to, I need you to match up, make me feel better than what you did, you know. Or and sometimes we know there's people that's gone, that's unalive, and they will never get the verbal response that'll make them feel, you know, better about it as well. But I think with because you have kids with this guy,
Right.
um, you
And
know,
it still make me have fears of this guy because of that. Because I feel one day I have to interact with him just to support my children.
do you
But I
feel
still
physically do you feel physically threatened by him?
um not physically threatened. I feel like he would always have a want to like do something harmful to me. So I don't know if it'd just be psychological games or something. I just feel like I don't want to give him a doorway to cause me any more pain. I've gotten so far away from it. I don't want the opportunity. That's why I try not to have the friendship or the even the cordiality. I don't like to even
I
say
think
hi through the phone because
I
I
think
don't want the opportunity. Hmm.
no, I was okay. That makes sense. I'm about to say I think it's more so like you, yeah. That make like just what you said. Like you let your guard down before, and you don't know. It's almost like because you let your guard down before and not really realizing when I let my guard down, I don't want to give him no room. So he had, like you said, so he doesn't have the opportunity to harm me in any kind of way. Because then I would be like,
Right.
dang, it's on me because I know what he was about and I let him do it again, type thing. But
Hmm.
I think that's that boundary. Concept that you need to have, right? It's like the healing part for sure has to come within. And as you say, you're a Christian, that's something that God has to do with your heart because what he has to do is take the pain from you. Let him, you have to relinquish that to him, not as if you're going to forget what happened, but he's going to give you a new perception of the situation because your heart is fixed, because he has to do something with your heart because of what happened. So that's just allowing God to really touch you in that aspect, to really deal with you in that concept of like, yeah, he did this, he can't repay you back, you know, all those different things. Like even if I told him what he did, he probably wouldn't even fathom, wouldn't even make sense to him. Like, what are you talking about? Like, so then I would just make you more upset that he don't get it, right?
Right. Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Which is why I wouldn't engage it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, well, that would just make me more upset. Now, for some people, they can go to that person and say, you know what, this, and this you did to me. And, you know, but I'm releasing that. I'm releasing you and I'm releasing me. Because sometimes the other person can be held up because because of your unforgiveness, right? Because
Right.
sometimes they have a guilt of like, man, I messed up. And that just by telling them I forgive you, although you may not truly understand how you hurt me, for you, you have the opportunity and the ability to verbalize that to him. Now, this is the part where you get to take it for yourself. I don't care how this man react to what I said, but by me being able to verbally express that to this person that I may have to see someday and may have to cut eyes, and even though I'm cutting eyes, he still don't know why I'm pissed, right? You know what I'm saying? He
Hmm.
still don't know why. So even if he never take it and understand it, you've let that out, you let that go. Sometimes, like I said, some people can't do that because they don't have the access to that person. So it has to be just maybe you writing it down or saying it and burning it and letting it, literally allowing that pain to go. But it doesn't mean that you forgot what happened. It just means that this no longer has control over me. And this person, um, even though the thing that I did, I also understand, man, how many times God has forgiven me from stuff that I did purposefully, willingly, all those different things that I've done to others or
Mhm.
even to God. And God has said, I forgive you. And because I forgive you, you have to forgive. You are forgiving others. Not you got to hug them every time you see them. Not you got to kiss them. You know what I'm saying? None of that. He ain't
Right.
telling you to do that. He just saying, forgive them as I've forgiven you. As hard as and irritating as that is, it's like, well, God, I don't
Mhm.
want you taking back your forgiveness from me because I know I need it. I'm gonna need it tomorrow. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's just, I think it's just that concept of like, I think sometimes when we think about unforgiveness, we think that it's going to take every ounce of feeling from it, and it
Right.
won't. It won't. It won't. I'm not going to say it will never do it, but sometimes it absolutely just won't. You may feel something, but it won't It won't consume you like it would be now if you're fully holding on to it. It's like, you know what? This is something this person can't repay. He can't repay it. I can tell them how I feel. I can tell them what it did to me. But I also know where I am today. That you didn't break me. You didn't take me. You didn't take my life.
Mhm.
So I get to reset my heart with God, and He gets to restore me. He gets to replenish me. So everything that you thought you took from me, everything that I stayed with thinking, I can literally let it go because where I'm going and where I am is much bigger and better than where I was. And you did not get to take all of me. You took a part of me. That's the part I'm working on healing, but you didn't take me for sure. So now you have this better wisdom now.
Mhm.
Okay. One day you may get to where you can sit in a room with him. One day you may get to where you can be at the next table next to him. Maybe one day so it's all about the steps. And the thing about God is He's very understanding and gentle about that. He knows your levels. So He's not going to just throw it at you. He knows that He needs to be gentle with you.
Mhm.
So it's not like you have to rush it, like, okay, God, all right, fine, I forgive him, everything's good. And I think that's what you're trying to do. Because you want to feel like I'm being a Christian by forgiving. And God's like, you don't have to be fake with me. I know you're not ready to forgive him. I know you're not. But the fact that you're taking steps, the fact that you're thinking about it, that's He's already working on you because you're already putting it in motion. But you may not fully maybe not fully done. Like Lord, this really hurt me. I'm gonna let you know. This hurt.
Right.
I'm still mad at him and I want him to feel it a little bit. I still low-key want him to feel it, Lord. I do. You know what I'm saying? So but you can be that thing about God is that you can be honest with him about that. And the more you're honest with him about how you feel, he's gonna talk to you and he's gonna give you strategies on how to fix it, how to overcome that. So that when you see him, it's gonna be like almost not fully, but almost as if it never happened.
Mm.
That's how strong God's power is in you, and in
I
how
would
much His
love to
desire
feel that.
is, huh?
I said I'd love to get to that point.
Yeah,
I'd
but you know
love to get
what?
to
You
that point.
can.
Yeah.
You absolutely can. But it
Mhm.
takes the thing is it's going to take your hand too, because God don't just do it for us. Because He's a teacher. He's like a parent. He wants to mold you and guide you to that step. He don't want to just do it. He wants you to see where your hand is in it, how you overcame. So when you overcome, you can tell them, yeah, it was by the blood of the Lamb. It's by God's mercy and His grace. But it also because I took these steps. I had to think this, and that's gonna be your journey, how that looks. Like I said, whether you want to journal it, write it down, write exactly everything you feel, why you don't want to forgive, why you're not ready, why you do want to forgive, and that's part of God. Because trust me, if it was just your flesh, you would say, "Forget him, f him." If I see him, I knock him out. That'd be
Mhm.
you. So there is God
Mhm.
in you already who's saying you need to forgive him, not just because it's something I said, but because it's going to help you, and don't want to hinder anything else I have for you because you don't want to forgive somebody who no longer serves a purpose really that like that in your life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
I don't hold on to that. Go ahead.
Appreciate it.
Can
Appreciate it.
I add one more thing too,
Oh.
or
Mhm.
actually two more things? One is what everything she just said is absolutely true, and just building on the part of the work that you have to do, right? There's, you know, recovery. Not only does it require time, right? Time heals, but it
Mhm.
also requires therapy, right? Physical therapy,
Right.
And so, like, let's say, for instance, you injure yourself. What do you have to do? You got to work back You have to do exercises. You got to work back to get your mobility, right? This
Right.
is the same thing. Right now, you are favoring. Let's say that this is a hurt leg. Okay, let's just use this as an analogy. Right now, you're limping,
Mhm.
and even on the days that you're walking right, you look cool, but you're scared to take that step because you're like, you know what? I don't trust this leg yet.
Right.
I don't fully trust it because I haven't worked it out, right? Because you are running away from facing what you fear, which is he has control or he's going to do something that I'm not, blah, blah, whatever that case, right? Fill in the
Yeah.
blank. And so the reason why you don't have that confidence is because you never faced it. We get confidence from our successes. Okay. So what happens is I don't want to even talk to this one. I'm not going to say hi. I'm about to do nothing. Then you
Mhm.
realize like that is not exercising that muscle. You understand? You're not exercising that boundary. You're not fortifying
Yeah.
the wall because you are avoiding it. That can work
Yes.
and it will give you time, but it's not giving you healing, right? You're just prolonging the inevitable because at some point, let's just say you cross paths, now you out of your box because now you're uncomfortable. Now you're going to be anxiety. Now it's, oh my God, what did he just do? You know what I mean? Because this is what you just
Hmm.
said today, right? When we
Yeah.
just, I don't know what he's going to say. I don't want to have given the opportunity. Well, when you're healed, you can give him every opportunity because it won't matter because he can't touch you because you know that you're ready, right? But the only way that you can start to do that is to first, exercise that muscle. Now, that doesn't mean you need to go call him. I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying, you
No,
know,
but I almost thought that. I almost thought I
right.
need to have fully forgiven him. I should be able to speak and engage with him. But then I refuse that. Like that's not what I want to do. Yeah. So
But see, that's the
I hear
thing.
what
That's a
you're saying.
boundary, and
Okay.
that's okay, right? Because you can
Yeah.
say, like, if I'm not ready to talk to him, don't force it, right? But at the same time, there should be a concerted effort in your mind, like, you know what? I can. How you doing? Okay, I can be cordial. Because then you feel
Right.
like, okay, wait a minute. I just was cordial. It was cool. Now you may never be to the point where you like, oh, we just gonna kick it. You know what I mean? And have dinner.
Right.
Sitting there. No, I ain't. We gonna be realistic. But there is a point where you have to go in your mind like, okay, if this man has control over me from afar, he's living rent free in your heart or in in your mind or in your
Uh-huh.
soul. You are giving him a gift right now, and you got to take that shit away. If nothing else, right now you could say I need him to, I still want get back, or I feel like he's wronged me, and but right now you're rewarding him, and once you realize that I got to stop rewarding this cat, right? That's the step, and how
Because
you
I'm
do that
giving
is by
energy.
taking away
Yeah.
his power, right? And how you take away his power is increasing yours, and that is facing those doubts. You know what I mean? Working that leg. You get what I'm saying? You have to like
Right.
say to yourself, you know what? Okay, if I think about this dude, I'm thinking about the manipulation that he can do. Well, let's explore that. What could he possibly do to you other than a physical,
Anything.
nothing, right? Unless you let him, right? He can't talk to you because if he says something, you got to be like the peanuts. Wah, 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 wah. I'm here and I'm talking to you, but I'm not listening to you.
my
You get
my
me?
person, not to cut you off, but this is
Yeah,
what
yeah.
my personality is: very open, inviting, and friendly, and caring. And you know, I think if I give him an inch, I'll give him too much because I don't have a little bit of hey, and then walk the way in me. That's going to come off totally not like me, but that's what it's going to require for him. And so
Right?
I'd be even scared of my own self if I'm more forgiving. If I forgive him and I speak to him, then I'm gonna tell a joke with him. Then I'm gonna laugh with him, and then we're gonna be friends. No, we're not gonna be friends. But I don't have. I that's just my personality. So
Right.
it's almost like I just rather just keep it silent. But I tried just the other day. My daughter was on the phone with him because he's incarcerated, and she happened to be over my house.
Mhm.
And I said to myself, I'm gonna tell my daughter to tell him hello, just to make sure my child knows I'm trying to understand that that's their dad and they love him and they don't want us always to be so like distant, right? So
Right.
I was like, oh, tell him I said hi. And then I didn't feel good. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's
I
true.
felt fake and I felt like I don't care how he's doing, honestly. Or I don't need to tell him hi. My kids are grown, whatever. But I just want I want to sit somewhere in the middle where my kids are supported in loving their dad because I've always allowed them to love and care for their dad. No matter how bad he's done me, I accept that that's their father and they love him, right? So, but I didn't want to be around them, but I don't want them to always have to figure it out. Like, how can I answer my dad's phone call at my mom's house?
But
Right.
that's the way that you can. So the thing is, you don't have to. You're putting more pressure on yourself. That's the problem,
Okay.
because you're trying to appear as this good mom or as this Christian woman when you're just you first, right? So once
Hmm.
you have the mindset that I don't have to force anything, then you're good. The thing is, have the understanding with your kids that you don't have to be like, okay, someone said, hey, all you can do is just be smiling. Oh, you talking to your dad? That's good. Just leave it at that. Leave it. Make it disconnect yourself and make it about her and him. That's it. When you do that, you're showing, okay, my daughter has this opportunity to talk to her father, regardless of what I have. I don't have to
Hmm.
be like, hey, tell Johnny I said hello. We're good. You ain't gotta do that to make your child feel comfortable. Make her feel better. It's just knowing that my mom is not cringing or about
Hmm.
to puke when I'm talking to my dad. She can, so
Okay.
you can tell me, okay, what you talk about with your dad? Oh, he was just telling me how he's proud of me. Oh, that's good. Well, we are proud of you. Things like that. So it's kind of like it's connecting, but it's like not putting you right there. So she knows, okay, mom's not trying to like be buddy buddy with dad. She's showing her motherly support and that this is still the man she had a child with. So I have that level of respect. At least it's just a level of respect is what you have. You're
Hmm.
not saying that oh, I'm like all in love with this crazy about this guy, I'm forgiving and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to show him the friendly aspect of you right now. You don't have to get that. All he needs
Okay.
to see is that all she needs to see, and he can see it too. He can hear you in the background. Oh, you're talking to your dad? That's good. Now, if he want to be like, tell Mary I said, hey, oh, okay. You like, all right, cool. Why you gonna walk out? You ain't gotta be like, oh, hey. It's like, okay, so okay, well, cool. Well, go ahead and talk to your dad and walk off. Just blow it off a little bit. They'll get the understanding that mom's not trying to talk to him, but she is okay with us talking. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Right.
so start with that part versus like trying to include yourself, if that makes sense.
Yes, it
Right.
does.
That's a good point. And
Okay.
also one last thing, just from a man's perspective, and then I'm gonna be quiet. I would say that to a man, and this is I'm giving away secrets. So if any brothers don't be mad at me, and if y'all mad at me, whatever, you can be the ops. But the point is this: men, if you want to know what kryptonite is to a man, it is when you shining without his ass.
Period.
And
Okay.
I have done
So
that.
so
Yep.
so 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 the best. So when you say to yourself, "Oh, he needs some get back," you know what the best get back is? For you
Me
to
doing
get
the
back.
best. Yep.
That's it. For you, when he see you like you not bothered, when because he can sense. I'm telling you, we sense. We know when we still got those. You ever notice how like a man, as soon as y'all break up, the ex come out of nowhere? Have
Hmm.
y'all ever experienced that? Like he, all right, what's happening? How y'all doing? He just happened to pop up, just happened to be saying something, and then he be probing. Because I'm
Yep.
telling you, men, we have this innate thing. I don't know what that is, but I'm just gonna tell y'all. We kind of sense certain things, right? Just like y'all have certain senses about us, right?
Right.
And one of those things is like, y'all, I think I still got it in because I think she's still into me a little bit. So he gonna stay around until that door is all the way closed, and then y'all notice the difference, right? But
Mhm.
what hurts us to the core is if we thought we had control, or we thought that we did, or whatever the case was, and then all of a sudden you are out here shining, looking better than ever, feeling better than ever, living right, happy, and it's not because of us. And you looking at us like, oh, you don't matter. Hey, how you doing? Okay, hold on, baby. How you doing? Hey, and then we just sitting there like, what the fuck? I'm telling you, it's something to it. There's something to that.
It's
So
true.
Just I said that to say this: if you shining and you on and he sees it and he gets a glimpse of it and you not bothered, that right there is big get back. So you can put that in and put that on your tool belt as far as ammunition for yourself, and realize that the better you do is going to be the best revenge, so to speak. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? And
Right.
then that'll help you also get away from that anxiety about worrying about what he gonna say and what he think. Because at that point, you're gonna be like, you know what? You're insignificant to me. And when he knows that, oh, that's gonna feel. You're gonna be like, whoo. I'm telling you, that's gonna be the power. When
Yeah.
that rain it was taken away, and you realize, oh, I was tripping. I was giving this dude power over me for nothing. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
that's gonna. Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I agree. I already feel in that position, and I don't have a need for vengeance anymore. I don't have a need for him to pay me back by his own failures. Like, oh, he gonna see, or he gonna get what he deserves because of what I don't have that need or desire anymore. That's long gone because I was working on me, fixing me, getting myself great. I'm just glad that I'm where I'm at, peaceful, right? So yeah, that part of it, I don't need him to hurt about me, but I just needed to make sure I was in full forgiveness and at the same time, you know, could operate this way. And from what it sounds like y'all saying, I can have these boundaries and still fully forgive him.
Oh yeah, for
That's
sure.
pretty good.
Because I
Yeah.
mean, you have people who like they will never walk foot near you again, but they forgive you. You know what I'm saying? That's what their boundaries require, right? So I think it's just you understanding. I mean, because some things could just be a safety concept or safety aspect, or
Hmm.
whatever the case is. Um, that's up to you to know if it's like if this is fear based or if this is just like no, I just know how to be safe. It's just being safe, right? So I think it's just like if y'all were to go to like the kid's wedding or like I said, I don't know you guys' dynamic or whatever, but like say that was a day, you know, and you go with someone that you feel safe going with, and you know he's going to be there. It's like okay, that's good. You know, we're all at the thing together. May not want to be at the same table. That's fine too, because that's just a boundary that you may just have. But I think a time will probably come, it just seems like it, that you would want that conversation or that statement, whether it's in a letter or however you would do it, just to get whatever you're.
You muted or you fell off. Did everybody's phone go quiet? Oh,
Oh, can you hear me now?
yeah, I can now.
It's because Kev came back with snacks and didn't give none, so it caused a line. It does
Yeah,
that when he comes back with snacks. But so what I was saying is dang, what was I saying?
the
I was
time
just
might come that I'll have the opportunity to
oh
express,
yes.
but I don't need that. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
need to express anymore. But
Okay.
I'll stick with the fact that I told him I forgive him, and if I'm still working on it, I work to the level to where it's fully recognized in me. I'm
Yeah.
always going to have a reservation, because that's a part of not going to forget how to protect myself.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, so that I mean, you already know
Thank you.
like the aspect of it, so that's good. But I think so. You were probably more so because I still feel something that I probably haven't really forgiven. That's what you was trying to say, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay,
Because
because you
I
haven't
still feel
fully.
something that I really forgive. I just don't know how that would ever go away. It was my experiences that have molded me to be careful about certain things. And so, like, I don't, we call them triggers, but they're like reminders. Okay. I know people that move this way can cause me this type of harm. So I ain't going to deal with these type of people. It just happens to be on the list.
I think with even if you want to say reminder, right?
Yeah.
And it was like we was talking about before with the difference between which I learned today. The difference between empathy and compassion. It's like basically even if you don't, if it reminds you, but do it affect you the same way that it reminds you, from what you get reminded of, or is it differently?
You know what I'm saying?
I had one time where for the episodes of trauma that this man caused me, where it was a physical situation, I was young. This is 20 years ago. And 20 years later, I'm sitting there and I really started crying about how could they do that to me? Like, why would they do that to me? I didn't deserve that. You know what I'm saying? So I did have you know, a breakdown about it really years later. And I was saying to myself, man, I should have been over that by now. But that's how much trauma I guess they caused me. And I don't wear my trauma every day. I get to going to work and washing the dishes and doing what I got to do. And maybe I go to the gym or doing things that I feel like are healing activities, but
Hmm.
it's still in there, you know. Hey, it's like if somebody were shot before they go to a gun range and hear shots, they're gonna flinch a little bit. It's just the reaction from that's tied to the memory. You don't really lose that, I don't think. And so, yeah, I wanted all that to be gone. I thought the forgiveness would come with you don't think he's a harm to you. You don't feel fear about ever engaging with him and stuff like that. Yeah, I do. He does have some power over me. He does, for that matter. That's why I can't engage in a friendship with him. I would never give him that close of a space to me. So that's what made me question the forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
So with forgiveness, right? And I don't know if it's gonna work for everybody, but and I know it's some deep stuff that I'd be even trying to, convince myself, but I look at it that which is very hard is like when you able to um basically change your point of view of how this thing uh just like you said affected you, I guess that's the key word. So when you change your point of
Mhm.
view on how, I guess it's like thinking on the outside, uh it's taken away from self. Like you know what, whoever did this to me, it might have been because, you know, not because of me, it might have been them, the way they felt, their way of thinking, and that's how they chose to express themselves, or whatever the situation. I don't know. I'm not saying here. I ain't hear whatever all what went down though, but
Mhm.
I'm just saying in general of forgiveness, right? It's just we got to realize we got to take ourselves out of it, and because if we only think about ourselves and then try to fill in the blanks, like, hey, they could have did it because of that and then all that, we trying to think of everything,
Mhm.
but it go, but we got to realize that everybody going through different things. Some people just don't really know no better, or that we be expecting. Because I know we was talking about the thing about, oh, you should expect this. They're an adult. You expect this and all this other stuff. But no, I mean, some people just really don't know. I mean, some people do know, but they're not really aware of what's being done. And if they really do know better, they would make a better choices. But everybody literally grow up different. So it's like I don't really try to personalize how people treat me most of the time. Most
Mhm.
of so, and I think that's kind of how you end up, changing your perspective on how you felt about it. Like, and you know what, I'm and that it kind of give you clarity on that end. Like, you know what, this person just ain't have it all. Sometimes I be having to do that myself. Dang. I got treated, I got punched in my mouth because this dude, I don't know. It's just, I'm just trying to think of some words. I'm just
Mhm.
saying that most of the time it's just, all of us humans are different and stuff. So it's just, I guess, having compassion for the next person, even though you're the one that got hurt out of it. But,
Yeah.
that's how you kind of grow.
Mhm.
And it's something you have to learn. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had to learn out these situations, these choices we made, because everything is a gamble and everything don't go the way we want it to. But, I learned, that's how I forgive. It just changed my point of view of how I look at it. Just don't.
I saw a man, Muslim. I saw a clip probably yesterday, like a TikTok of this Muslim man forgiving the killer of his son at court. I don't know if y'all ever seen that.
Yep.
And he shook his hand and he hugged him and he told him, "I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the devil." And I was really, which is why your post really caught my attention because I was really trying to align that man's level of forgiveness. to
Mm.
my own. I'm like, not only did he just say I forgive him, he really embraced and held
Yep,
the
that's
killer of
forgiveness.
his child. That's
Yep.
forgiveness.
That's what I'm saying. When you feel,
Yeah.
yeah, when you take it away from off the self, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
and just give them the benefit, you know, even though people make stupid decisions, you like, hey, you know what? That's what he did, you know. I know it wasn't really you. It might have not really been really was you that wanted to really make the decision. You know, it was just it's something that you're going through and you reacted to how whatever the situation is, and then you just, you know, as long as you are genuinely a loving person, you can do that though. But you gotta forgive yourself first. That's anything. With forgiveness, you gotta come with that. And there's a lot of things we don't even forgive ourselves for. I also with my forgiveness, I just realized that we are all humans.
Hmm.
You
Hmm.
know, so humans, me understanding myself as being a human, I know how humans can make mistakes sometimes, or even do things on purpose and then regret it later. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of times I probably just snapped on somebody on purpose, right? And like, dang, it felt bad afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So I just be thinking about stuff like that. Like, man, you know,
I feel like
we
I owe
humans, we
y'all.
react different things, and shoot, all of us. If I want grace, I
Uh-huh.
got to give myself grace. And I want people to give me grace too. So I'm got to give others grace. So that's just what it is. But it takes time though. It's not easy. It's not
Yeah,
easy at
no,
all.
I appreciate y'all input. I'm definitely gonna, utilize these tools, reflect and see if I'm actually there, because this might be the height of the level that
Hmm.
I can get to. Um, but yeah, I feel like I owe you just
Yeah.
a tad bit of context. I ain't gonna run down too much, but in my 20s, he was he was physically and verbally and emotionally abusive. He was drug addicted. He was a thief, taking things from me while I was working, supporting the household. I was young and dumb and in love with this loser
Hmm.
that couldn't tell me nothing was wrong with him at the time. And I stuck through that until I enabled myself to leave. I
Yep.
left. I acquired my bachelor's degrees. I got a husband. I was frustrated at one point, and I said, "These kids are getting on my nerves," And I had kept him in their lives. I had done that. I had traveled to where he was, got hotel rooms, let them stay for the weekend with their dad so that they could see him, because he wasn't effortful and he didn't pay child support, anything like that. But I made sure my kids had their dad in some capacity. They knew who he was. And at at a hard time in life when my kids were in their adolescence, I made a comment like, I'm sick of these kids. Come get these kids. If any of y'all are parents or have gotten to the level of ever raising middle school age kids, y'all sound a little younger than me. You might have this outburst, and who you would have it to would be the other parent, right? It's like,
Right.
hey, go stay with your dad for a minute. But I took the words back. I didn't mean it. I was having a bad day. But
Right.
he asked, can they come up for the family reunion? And I said, okay, yeah, they can go to the family reunion. When I dropped him off at the family reunion, he kept my kids. He kidnapped them and made it very hard for me to get them back, so that he could try to get social services and housing, because he never had these things and would not have had them without my kids. And while I was trying to get them back, I couldn't. I went home, and my husband died. He got hit by a car right in front of me, and he would not send him home to
Wait,
the
what?
funeral. And he told me the night before the funeral, after you had shook my husband's hand and thanked him for raising your kids for the time being that he had been in their lives. The night before the funeral, you telling me, I'm glad your husband died and you got to see it. He's done some super hurtful things that only like an evil person would do. Why? What was your intention to wanting to hurt me all those years ago, after I recouped and got better, after I've been taking care of your kids? You just still want to hurt me, hurt me, hurt me. You see why I can't sit at a table with him? It feels like
Yeah.
you would
Yeah, you could
only take an
forgive somebody, but
opportunity
you
to
ain't got
hurt
to
me.
be around them. You can't be around them
Yeah,
because some people just you can't wait on them to become better because they're gonna
right.
destroy your life being around them all that time. Yeah, you can
Hmm.
forgive and from a distance. You know what I'm saying? But it's some people that's gonna take time to get themselves together. So you can't. Yeah, you can't wait on nobody. But even the context you just told me, like you said that he doing all these things and whatever the drug is, so it's showing that he had probably a rough background, and that's what he doing to cope. Which we're gonna be talking about that on Saturday about these coping mechanisms and stuff. He would do all type of things to cover up things that they done went through. Everybody stressing in
Hmm.
some type of form and stuff. And that's what it sounds like he chose the lifestyle he chose to do, to make him feel better. A lot of people
Yeah.
do things to make themselves feel good.
Yep.
It'll be on a healthy route to make them worse.
Hey,
I was
you.
about to say that. Yep.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, and I was just gonna say real quick. I was just saying that I was just agreeing with Kev that she was just been like she was an easy target for him to feel. That's why I mean we see it in this chat all the time. People come to Kev Lab all the time triggered, and they
Mhm.
know they know they could come to Kev Live and release all the pain, bitterness, everything they're going through, and just act like it's about a topic. But like I just really hate you though. I hate you because it's easier to say I hate you instead of saying I hate myself, right? And that's really what it
Yeah.
is. Like, like the fact that you can keep going on and going on, they're just and they are so stuck in what they're going through. Like it's just you're just the easy target for him, like to just release the pain that he's enduring. So trust him and leave you all the hurt that he's caused you. Just imagine the pain he's causing himself because he has to deal with himself. You can go to sleep
Right.
at night. He in the cell or whatever he at. You know what I'm saying? Like you get to
Mm-hmm.
rest. You get to get all these benefits of you and moving on and knowing that you don't internally have that. But what would it's almost like woe is you, right? Would be to like to allow what he has, even part of his hatred, to reside in you. Like I wouldn't even want any of it to reside in me with him. Like the boundaries will be set like concrete for somebody like that, but like to hold on to malice and anger because you are incompetent because you have these struggles and these issues, like I don't want it. I want to be able to know that I can rest at night, lay on my pillow, drink my tea when I want to, go outside,
Right.
walk around, smile, thank God. I can do that. You know what I'm saying? So because it
Right.
didn't break you like he wanted it to break you. So when he see
It
you
so
and
did.
you're solid, he like, what? All this I did to her, what the heck she's still standing. He pissed.
Mm-hmm.
He pissed. So that's the part you rely on. But my bad. Go ahead, cousin.
I got one more too thing. One more thing too. Oh yeah, my bad. I ain't mean to. Okay. But this is another thing that helped me too. To help with the gratefulness. I mean, oops. I just skip straight to it and said it. My bad. I meant to say that another thing to to kind of either heal or get over the situation or forgive. I feel like all them tied together is like it is like I also use like gratefulness too, basically. So basically, like, okay, it could have been worse. You know what I'm saying? And I also
Mm-hmm.
believe that things happen for a reason. So it's something I had to learn out these situations. That's what I'm saying. And when I don't be trying to personalize what actually be done to me, I said, what did I supposed to learn out of what happened to me? You know what I'm saying? It was something for me to, because it's like muscles, right? You know what I'm saying? When it don't hurt like a mug, you know what I'm saying? Tearing it up and all that stuff. But it's something for me to build and get stronger out of it. So next time, if something like that happen, I know I'd either defend myself against it or I'm strong enough to take it. You know what I'm saying? It won't affect me the exact same way. So yeah, I always look at it like, dang, it could have been worse. And I'm glad I'm able to live another day to from this situation. So let me do a little bit uh um understanding myself, so I don't have to get so I don't have to go through that again. That's all it is, basically, again, or whatever. Some things happen in our life for us. Most of the time, it's for us to learn from. So as long as we
Mm-hmm.
survive, it's fun to learn from. But sometimes some people just never learn. They keep going through the same exact thing, and then get something worse to where they in that grave and stuff. So I mean,
Mm.
that's what it be.
Right. I'm so grateful for my life for sure. I made it through.
Yep, and
Yep.
that's one of the things. Yeah, and that's why I really don't. That's the one thing that'll keep you from holding these things so heavy over your own head. It's like, dang, man, it could. I'm glad. I'm glad I survived this. Because everything in life is a gamble. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's always a gamble. You going either your job, like things can happen bad there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like we take risks in life. It's either gonna help us or sometimes it's gonna hurt us. And even through the hurt, we can find a way to grow through that too, so we can make better just to make better solid decisions. That's why we
Yeah.
teach our kids. You know what I'm saying? We make mistakes so we can teach our kids not to make the mistakes. Just like you make mistakes to teach yourself. So it's just that's what it is. Life trials and tribulations. So
Yeah, that's listening to that. I'm sorry to hear about your husband. First of all, that
Oh,
was,
thank you. I appreciate it.
that's. But what I will say is that the testimony that you are still here right now tells you that you are doing better than him regardless, right? That's off top.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. So don't discredit your own strength for one. Okay.
But
But for two, remember when I was telling you about how it hurts to see you shining for us,
mhm, yeah,
and you said it yourself. When you had that husband, you moved on. He was out all in his face, trying to show face like, "Oh, I'm good. I'm happy for you." That shit was burning his ass up.
Right.
Oh, it was burning him up. Because as soon as he had a shot, he tried to make you feel bad because of it. That's why I don't
yeah.
like that. You get me? Because
Hmm.
inside, that was killing him. And he thought he had a shot to get and hurt you back. And so he took it. Right? And
Yeah.
that just shows you the vindictive nature. So what does that mean? Okay, I gotta shine again. And this time I'm shining harder because it's not about something else. It's not about somebody else. It's about internal. You know what I mean? And so that should be motivation for you. I'm just saying, use that as motivation for yourself. It's not even really about
I
him.
do. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not even about him. It's about you. And
Obama.
yeah, and I think you on the right track because the fact that you can sit here and talk about it on, on this internet here is a test that means that you're showing some vulnerability. You're showing that I'm actually I'm consciously thinking about
Mm-hmm.
how to move forward,
Yep,
and
and she
that's
ain't
a
making
big
no
step,
excuses either. That's
right?
another
Mhm.
thing. That's when
Right,
you
and
know a person is.
that is a
Yep,
big step. So
that's a big
I
step for
think you're
sure.
good. I think you know what I mean. You just gotta
Yeah.
So
be
many other
lazy.
people have been pushing back and all type of stuff.
Yeah,
Nah, but
yeah,
you don't know what it mean. You don't know. She did
yeah.
not do that not once. That's how you know.
Right. And if you ever feeling a
Because
little weak,
I gotta have my entry to that gate. That's why. It is
there you
about
go.
me in the end. You know,
There you go.
I wanted to, I thought that was a great topic that you had. I'm really glad you have it posted. I'm enjoying your
Hmm.
live. I appreciate all y'all input. But yeah, it gave me an opportunity to speak to something that I just pondered to myself,
Hmm.
and thank you for
Oh yeah.
adding more tools and helping me on my journey. But yeah, we good here though. We do wake up. I feel good every day. And
Hey.
this only gonna make me better.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. That's the whole goal, man. Every day we got a shot at it.
Hmm.
Every day. That's why I always be used to say be better than our yesterday and stuff, man. That's my goal every day. Some stuff sometimes you're gonna fail throughout the day, but you got another try, and that's why I be grateful to wake up to see another day because I get to try it again.
Mhm.
That's right.
To try it again.
Yeah.
Listen. Well,
If her
amen.
shit don't
I like that
succeed.
little, like, preach, like the little sermon that we had. Thank you guys for your testimony because we know that God is good. Praise the Lord. Period.
Nah.
Like, yo, I love it. I love it. This is random, but y'all know when so in Genesis it says that when God made a day, it was evening. It was it evening, evening and night or something like that. Evening, I forgot. Evening and
Hmm.
night, something like that. But like, okay, so we saw this whole different things. But it was saying that because we were talking about who are they talking about? This is so random. I'm about to go back to it, y'all. My bad. Because I saw nighttime, like 'cause right now it's 2:43 a.m.
Hmm.
So you know how we think of like every day is like 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. basically, the day.
Hmm.
So it's actually they were saying like evening. You were saying evening to evening basically. So it's actually like 4:30 p.m. to like 4:30 p.m. So technically yesterday and tomorrow at 4:30 is one day. Is that crazy?
Oh wow.
Right,
But
I thought it
4:30.
went with the
and I
light.
think because they were going on like the Hebrew like Hebrew calendar.
Hmm.
Yeah, so like, and I feel like that makes sense as to why like these leap day, people have like leap days or leap year, whatever,
Hmm.
like the leap
Yep.
months and stuff like that. I'm like, maybe that's probably why that happens because a day is actually considered yesterday at 4:30 p.m. to like 4:30 p.m. That's like considered one day. I just thought that
Hmm.
was insane. It just threw my whole brain off. Cause I'm like,
I don't even know if it was actually 60 seconds though. Like all that stuff constructed.
Yeah,
I
Right.
don't even
because you
think
know
that
time
24
itself
hours
is
is really a whole day. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
right.
it's stuff deep. That's why I say time not real anyway. But
No,
you go to
it's
space,
not.
what is time?
And yeah, I mean, because outside of this time that we give each other, stress each other out. That's why I used to tell my job that I used to use it all the time. That was terrible. I'm better now, but still, it was a good excuse. I'm like, really, time don't exist. So like, don't you think that they like? Why would you like? If I'm here at 8:05, you want me here at 8? Are you really that hurt because I'm here 5 minutes late? Or are you just gonna really realize that I'm here now?
You know, you got fired
Right.
quick.
I'm here now.
Like I'm
You got
here
fired
now.
quick. Like, oh,
That's
you auto. You trying to make me think? Good night. You could
That's
think
right,
about.
trying to think. I was like, I mean, think about it. I was like, really, just think about this though. Like, this is not even that big of a deal. Like, time is not even a real thing. Like, it's like, cause
It ain't.
it ain't no time, it ain't no thing. When you want me to stay 20 minutes and an hour later, you ain't tripping.
Right. You're
So
not
I
tripping
come in
then.
5 minutes later, you upset?
Duh.
Yeah.
Right. Think about 5 minutes. That 5 minutes. That's just because the sun was like a little bit. You know.
Right? Like, I mean, somebody had to cross the old lady had to cross the street. Like, I was being nice. Like, leave us alone. The kids was walking the street. Like, I mean, come on, you don't know what's going on. 5 minutes.
And when I got to the level of being a supervisor, I did not stress that with my employees, and you would think I would, but you know,
Ooh, see, that's
as
awesome.
long as I mean, you got to have a window somewhere. No one's
Right.
going to walk through the door where the clock is exactly aligned with 8,
Right.
and they don't owe it to me to be here at 7:59. So it might
Ooh.
be 8:03. Heck, it might be 8:08. I could take a phone call, or I could take you just slid in. But if I see that's an ambitious
She
worker
said.
and they're doing a job when they get here, I
Period.
don't got much to say.
Okay, you know what? Side note, I'm finna call her tomorrow, even though it's been 2 years. I'm gonna call her because
I don't have much to say. I had an employee one time who used to be on her phone at work a lot. And I told her, I don't have a problem with you being on your phone as long as when it's time for the work to get turned into me, I have it. There's no errors. I If you can do that and be on your phone, what am I supposed to say? Right?
man,
She
if
was
look if
knocking the
somebody
ball out of the park. She was one of my best employees. I did not bother her about what she did. She did what she was supposed
Ooh.
to do when it came to the job.
Oh, so we need more supervisors like you. You got a whole nother purpose out there.
I
Look,
have
we need
another philosophy because I'm gonna employ the worker
yeah.
who is me. I'm not gonna harass you. That's why my retention was so well. People wasn't trying to quit or leave,
You
Mm.
know,
and the job was still getting efficiently done. Yeah,
I think there's a
Like
lot of
that.
jobs that doesn't matter, right? You know,
yeah,
like, but then there's some jobs where it's dependent. Time is dependent, right? And I
right,
think the problem comes with like when you have multiple employees that do different things, and then it's like hard to like give one person a pass and then the others not. And I come from a military background, so
agreed.
and when I have restaurants, and so it was like when you coming in here, and we have a certain amount of time to prep. Well, when the door is open, the customers don't care that you don't have this together. They're mad because you don't have this together. So you have to be here at this time and you have to be cracking, right? But
Right,
that was a different thing than somebody, let's say, in the front, where all you have to do is just kind of clean up and get everything together. They don't have to be pressed for time like the kitchen does. You know what I mean? So it was hard to
right,
like tell the kitchen, hey, y'all gotta be. I had to be like a tyrant for the kitchen because I gotta keep them on. But then everybody in the front just lazy daisy walking around, and so it was kind of like, it made you look. I gotta put a rule for everybody. If you
hmm
ain't 5 minutes early, you already 10 minutes late. And that's just military thing. You know what I mean? Like that's how it
yeah.
was.
My
So it
dad
was
always
like,
did
and I had to put it down there because everybody, and I would hear have conversations like that too, like, why? We ain't doing nothing. I said, look here. Well, I tell you what then. If I start docking you, if I pay you by the hour, then so that I can nitpick my money for the 5 minutes. They're like, no. I said, okay. So find something to do. If you gotta if you want to come in, you come in on time, you get all your stuff knocked out, then you can sit down for the last 30 minutes and I ain't tripping. And I'll pay you for that. But make sure it's done.
it. Yeah,
You know what I mean? That's all we trying to do is make sure the job is done. If your job is done, I ain't tripping. And so then they they became cool, and then got a little system together, and it was all
Well,
good.
then see
But
that boils back down to you still having that understanding. Long as
that's
this
it.
job get
Yeah,
done,
yeah,
I'm not tripping
yeah,
on that.
yeah.
And that's and I think like and that's the difference. I like I said, I think positions matter, depending on like what the requirements are. Because like you said, like if like a place was to open at 8 a.m. Because like look, whether it's Wendy's, whatever place people go like dropping off, I mean getting food. Like y'all say y'all open at 10 a.m. I gotta get back to work, blah, blah, whatever it is, it's like that. I get that positions, but when I'm saying like, because I know we understand that there are petty people, right? There are petty people, like, and sometimes it's like, okay, look, now if something's consistent and it's causing things to be completely out of order. For sure, definitely understand that. That makes a lot of sense. But you have a lot of positions in different jobs, so where that 5 minute, because like really legally you do have like, well, at least I'll say in Texas, you have like I think it's like 7 minutes before they like really have you guys like late, whatever case is. So it is like a little window. But like you again, if you have the understanding, which is the magic word, the
Hmm.
understanding means you know your position, you know a place, you know what that 5 minutes is going to do to your job, to your other coworkers, you know all that. If you know you walking in 5 minutes is not tweaking nothing, not causing somebody like, hey, I'm nearly about to fall out the house, like father, so like these about to happen because of that 5 minutes, and of course like you make sure that you're doing what you can for sure to get there like at 8 o'clock, whatever. But I think ultimately like knowing and have that understanding that okay, yeah, I have this window, it's fine, it works with the whole rundown. You just have some people who are really militant, and they were like, no,
Yeah.
8 a.m. sharp, and then 7:55 is late. Excuse me. My thing says 8 a.m. and that's when I need to be here. Your extra time is not my time. You tried it. Now military, you don't get to say all that. You just better be there 7:55.
Right. You know you
Because
signed up to do what they
yeah, you
said.
sign up for this. Ain't no your time when you want to. But that is now. I mean I've been on a military base for 3 years, so I definitely know people still will find ways around that. That's how I knew time was not really of
Hmm.
the essence, because I was on a military base and people had all this, but they knew it was just more severe, and you knew like okay, hey, we can't play with this. We know we gotta do it. But so that's like I said, positioning, knowing what your requirements are and have that
Yeah.
understanding. If you know you cool with the boss and he know like okay, I know he come in around 8:05, cool. We have the understanding. But you coming in at certain times when you want to, and you know lollygagging, that's a whole different story. I think you just really got to know
Right.
really where you at.
Plus, it is some people. All of a sudden, they got supervisor title, and they become an
Right.
asshole, and they all want to
Exactly.
be all managing you. Like,
Yep.
hey, what you doing? I'm like, what you doing?
Right.
What you talking about?
But then they come in when they feel like it's just like you really gotta. That's why I like how Sam said it. It's like we just have. I'm not gonna be in your head. I'm not gonna be micromanaging you. Now, if you feel like a person that's just incompetent, I may like hello, like if you do, you get it done. Like, cause I should not have to. I don't want a micro. I would not want to be a micromanager. I want
No.
to know that you're getting it done. If I come in there and you got your phone in your hand texting, I know when I say, hey, you got some questions I asked for 10 a.m. and they not in your hand because that phone is a problem, then okay, that phone will be somewhere else. But I mean, like you grown and sick, I shouldn't have to say this. But apparently, sometimes you have to do that with certain people. So it's like if
Yep.
this stuff is not getting done, then that's I used to tell my son that even as a kid with his teachers. I'm like, she say like we got in trouble because it's in that. I said, okay, well was most of y'all not listening? Yeah. So okay, so now that little nice sweet teachers that y'all had in the beginning, now she seems like a tyrant because she let y'all be cool for a minute and y'all took advantage of it. Now there's a difference of you being a dummy and you take advantage of you having a supervisor like that who let you be on your phone. Don't be stupid and just like play around. Like she trusts that you're gonna get the job done, knowing that you have other things that you're maybe doing or sidelining. But like as long as you getting your work done, because I'm this type of person. If I work for you, I'm just an overtime person anyway. That's my freaking problem in a sense, because people don't always
Yeah.
appreciate it. But at the end of the day, it's fine if they don't appreciate it or not, because I'm still gonna do my job. I'm still gonna do it. But so if I have a person who knows, okay, she gonna get it done, and so you're not on my back, I'm gonna be able to be more efficient because you trust me for one, which is why I know even with your kids, you gotta kind of be a little bit open because they need to feel, okay, she trusts that I can do this. Okay, it was a reminder for myself. But you know what I'm saying? But like when you can do that and balance it, great. But if you know you're not a good balancer, you need to put that phone up somewhere, get your butt there 8 a.m. because you know you move slow too. Nah, anybody got
Right.
time to play with you. You ain't got time to play with you. So yeah. We used to have a whole work. We need to have a live about just work ethic.
It's
And you have to
crazy.
think too, like people. What I've noticed is that they'll have rules just to have rules, right?
Right.
And
Yes.
it's not
Yeah.
necessarily an explanation for it, right?
Yes.
Like you don't understand. Like we're like, dude, this doesn't even make any sense. Now, if they would have told you, well, the reason
Yeah.
why this rule is like this and blah 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 blah, then it's like, okay, cool. Now you have an understanding. But no, you just have to do this to do that, and then because I had this conversation with my nephew, right? And when I always tell him, you got to make the bed. You got to make the bed every morning. Why? I'm just gonna get back in it. Make
Hmm.
the fucking bed,
I used to tell my
right?
parents that. Yeah.
And so we got into this situation, right? And I'm not his dad. You know, he's just at the house. And I don't want to be the stickler to be, whatever, right? So I was like, look, let me sit you down. So I had to sit him down. I said, listen, what you don't understand, you think that I'm bitching at you about making up the bed just to be, talking to you. But what I'm telling you is that what I'm showing you is discipline. And
Hmm.
what I'm teaching you is consistency. And I'm also, what you're not understanding is this is your first victory of the day. This is your first project that you have a completion. Once you start your day with a completion, this is setting the tone for the rest of your day. This
Yeah.
is called developing a good habit. So it's not necessarily because you're going to get back in or you're not. It's called building a good habit. You understand what I'm
Wait
saying?
a
And he
minute.
was like,
Yeah.
okay, I get it. All right, okay, so
Now they
make
on
up the
board with the
goddamn bed,
plan.
and if I got to tell you about it again, I'm gonna put hands on you, and then we start laughing. You know
Yo,
what I mean? But it
I
was like I had
swear.
to explain it to him, and then he got it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Anybody ever explained the bed making to me? I ain't never explained. I'm gonna call my mom like, why you ain't explaining like this? I wouldn't even been annoyed. I would have really
And
been
what
doing it. This is terrible. I'm
what
upset
this
right now.
what this man just said, I used to rebut my parent like that when I was younger. I'm gonna get back in it. Why I'm gonna get back in it? I was
right.
a grown woman when I heard this man's speech at a graduation. And he was a military man just like you. And he mentioned those same attributes.
Yep.
You already have conquered a goal for the day. And I started making my bed because trust me, it was like something that's not on my mind. But
I don't
I'm
care what
like,
y'all talking
I've
about.
had just, I guess, just random things. But right now, I'm making the bed. How
My
it
bed
did.
is
I would
junk.
walk out my door knowing that I did one thing I said I needed to do today. I needed to make my bed, and it's done. And the rest of my day, I would have other goals that I could accomplish better. Or if it was something I couldn't get done, at least I had made my bed.
Right. And there's all those little routines that we had at the house, like eating at the dinner table. We stopped doing that. Started eating in front of the TV and all this other stuff. What you didn't realize is that when you were eating at the dinner table, you were creating a
Family bond.
you're creating a legacy. You're creating a ritual. You're creating culture for your family, right? This is the reason
Yeah.
why when Big Mama went away, all the family dynamics start breaking down. Because remember back then you had big Sunday dinners and all of that. There was a reason for that. That fellowship, you know what I mean? That's the reason why families don't get along now. Everybody in a separate room, everybody talking, texting each other in the same house. The fuck? Like
Mm,
how? How?
bring me the remote.
Right. Like what are you doing? But this is all part of those little things that you could do, that subconsciously bring us together. And it's like when you explain that to somebody, then it's like, okay, it makes sense. But if that just do as I say type thing, that's
Yeah.
what got us all off kilter. Because
That's
when we
that
start
common.
growing up, yeah, we was
Hmm.
like, I ain't about to do that to my kid. And now what's happening? Nobody knows anything because we stopped talking or we stopped, So I don't know. It's just I find it interesting.
People think like they aren't the boss if they explain why they want you to do what they said to do. And I think that
Woo!
that's the key
Mm,
factor. Tell them why
yeah.
that's the rule.
That is a
They'll
good
be
point.
on board, you know. I switched careers entirely. I moved. I came to Florida. I'm a school teacher. I have
Mm,
kids that want to get into my class. I got parents that ask administration, can they put their kids in my class? Because I don't agree that kids got to sit in the class and be silent the whole time. I do let them have little conversations.
right.
But when it's time for me to get up there and teach the core part of the lesson, I expect y'all to be quiet because you can't
Mhm.
have your conversation and learn this new benchmark, right? But when we've gone over it and it's practice time, if you need to talk while you do it and you're talking about it and you guys are getting it done, I, do it. Talk. Let me get it done. But now, if I see we're not learning as a class, if my percentages aren't high, something I know we done really went over and over, we got silent class the next couple of days. And they're on
Mm,
board. They know that's what they get because they have not, brought to the table what they need to bring to the table. And then we've been having a great relationship. They got great grades. My school got the highest grades in the county for my math.
oh,
So, like,
congratulations.
That's
I
what's up.
appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not the only math
Wow.
teacher, it's four of us, but we got the highest in the county. And
That's awesome.
I'm not with this organized mindset because I said do it. You guys can't eat in my class because your maids, aka your moms, are not in this class to clean up behind you. So that's why you can't eat in this class because you've not shown me that you know how to take your wrappers out of here with you. I don't have no problem. They're not eating in my class. I'm not giving them chances to clean up behind themselves because I've already given them that chance. They already proved that they don't want to eat in my class because they don't want to clean up, right? So
I
I
think
let their
another
behavior.
reason,
Yeah.
uh, I think another reason why they do that, do
Mhm.
as I say, because some of them can't even explain why they saying what they saying either. Though they get frustrated because they got questions, so they be like,
Mm.
well, because I said so. They don't
Right, and
even know
then
why
they
they
hit
said so. They
home.
just say it. So
They
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
don't
and then some
explain it.
stuff is because I said so. I ain't gonna lie. Some of this, it just depends. I
Yeah.
don't think everything need to be. I think I was talking about that in the live like some couple of days ago, or not a couple of days ago, some weeks ago or whatever. Some of them stuff is just you got to do it. And they ain't got to explain it because some of kids feel like they need an explanation for everything, and I'm like,
I was about to ask
as
that.
in like, because they bring that to the police officers, like, well, why are you ever doing that, and why, you know what I'm
Mm.
saying? And next minute they getting popped. You know what I'm saying? Like some stuff you gotta yield to authority. That's just what that is. Uh
That
oh.
I'm sick of him. Like I was Lily. I'm sick
No,
of him.
I agree to that. I agree to
I
that.
seen your
There are
mind
some,
when you
yeah.
unmuted her. Like, yep, she about to say that. So I know I'm talking to.
But you get to pick those battles in your house, in
Mm-hmm.
your class, in your job. You got to pick that battle, right? There are
Yeah.
some hard stances I got that I don't have to explain myself because I said so. And if they hear me say it like that, they know that's what it is,
Yeah.
because I'm not that tone every day. You
Right.
see,
Hmm.
if you can, that's when it's more effective. If you come
Mm-hmm.
in like that the whole time, you
Yeah.
will not have an opportunity to gain more control later because they know that's just he always yelling. She always bitching. She never satisfied. Then they're not on board for nothing because you're always just stomping your feet, telling everybody what to do. So it's almost like a little buy-in. It's they don't understand the manipulation that's involved in it. Children, I don't know about when you're talking about adults. They don't understand that it's
No.
tactical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
They
true.
come in and they feel a little empowered. So they feel empowered to be a part of the plan
right.
versus 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Well, damn, the lady was crossing the street on a cane. So it's 8:03. Why you yelling at me?
Right. Like you don't know the stress I had to go through to get here.
You
And the
know,
time I
I
got.
was 100%.
kids get
Oh my
underestimated.
god.
They underestimate how intelligent kids are.
Yep.
You know,
I'm crying.
Kev like the eye in the sky. I see you.
Eye of the tiger. That's what they do my video
Okay.
like that.
Yeah. Why you
Hey,
so
what's
Talking about the head ain't never got so big before. Bye.
hey? He was like, "What's your topic, Kev?"
Kev. It's
He
all
said,
about Kev. What
"That's
you
the
know?
topic. It ain't nothing else but Kev."
I'm crying.
Somebody said they underestimate kids. Boy, do
Yeah,
you
they
ever.
underestimate kids' intelligence, and that's the reason. A lot of back, especially back in the day, it was one of those things where you had to be seen and not heard type shit, and it was like y'all don't understand. It's grown folk stuff, and I'm like, well, grown, y'all don't even understand. What the fuck? A lot of
Right.
these kids get it before you do.
Hmm.
They just don't say anything because they're not allowed to. But if you would listen, these kids are sharper than we think, and they absorb, and and they still got that zest for life. So learning is easy for them, and they soak up everything. So if you just explain things to a child, man, they will work wonders.
Yep.
At least in my experience.
Yeah.
And you know, and honestly, when you do that, I've found that they respect you more. You know what I mean? Because you can work
Because
off
they feel
leverage,
respected.
right? You can work off, oh, you have to do this because I'm in control. But as soon as you don't have that control, that child is going to be rogue. As soon
And
as
don't
that,
let you need their help. You really
right,
gonna be
Right.
in trouble.
right. As soon as that leverage is gone, oh, they out of there. But if you actually work from a sense of,
Build
listen,
something.
yes, now they gonna bite, they gonna go to bat for you regardless for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. That's why you got people you alive in old folks' homes by themselves.
But it's just like you said though, like when they understood the concept of like the making a bed, and y'all can make now we can make a joke about what I told you to do, but you still better do it. Now I can make a joke
Hmm.
because that gap is filled for them to know like, okay, he's not just being militant. He has a
Right,
purpose and a reason as to why. And I think that's what kids need now and then as they grow up, it's like it's just you're supposed to have a perfect blend. You mix in there and let them know what they need, why they need to let them know there's love behind this, there's purpose behind this. But then there's also moments where, yeah, my mom just tell me to do it if I need to do it, and she ain't got no reason. She just want me to do it. You know what I'm saying? So it just
right,
understanding like I don't have to fight with my parent, thinking like, well, here they are trying to have control over me again. And you don't. I don't. It's like we don't have to exchange powers. We don't need to do that. We already know who the power is. Don't play with me. I ain't got time. But we
Hmm.
understand that there's a purpose. What I'm telling you to do things is not for me to just be a jerk to you. I'm teaching you. And as you grow up, sometimes you just realize, okay, that's why they taught me that. That's why he explained this to me and I understand versus like, well, shoot, I just had to do it, so I did it. And that's why you kind
Yeah.
of lose those traditions because, man, my mom used to tell me to do this and I never understood why I ain't going to do it with my kids. But if you say, my dad had told me to make the bed and I know why, now I can pass it
Hmm.
on. When I
right,
know
Hmm.
why, I can pass it on. And that makes a big difference. So I think parents need to understand when it's something important, I need to explain to you why. When it's something that's
Hmm.
urgent, I'm going to just tell you to do it and you better do it. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I like how you
Hmm.
said that was nice. I said, okay, one of them urgent and one of them is important. Oh,
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Amazing.
It was. It was.
that was.
Excellent.
Now, can you take that same thing and apply it to a man-woman relationship?
Uh-oh,
absolutely.
we got to
I
do
do
Okay.
it
this.
every day.
If you find yourself having to
Okay.
tell your spouse, if you find yourself having to explain everything to a grown spouse of yours, why it's necessary that they cook dinner for you at night, or why it's necessary they go get a job and pay a bill, aren't you? Aren't you like? Don't you think the dynamic might be wrong? That you
Right,
got to be explaining so much stuff to a person who should have been raised and should have some of these like ideas already built into them. You want to spend your time in a relationship explaining everything like that?
right.
Boy,
And that's,
it's
hey,
because I said so.
you know. But
Imagine that in
it's
a
sometimes
relationship.
I've talked to a lot of people, and it's like it's a battle of
They're taking a
wits,
bath.
a battle of wheels, right? That they want to.
Got too comfortable.
You say what?
You know.
Oh,
But he was taking a bath.
taking a bath, no diddy. Uh,
Bro
He
done got
said, "No,
comfortable.
Billy."
but but it's like this thing of I'm gonna be stubborn because they're gonna mold to me. So you know that your partner wants or needs certain things in a relationship, but you choose to not do them because that's not what you want to do, and then they have to build and bend to you what you want, right?
Right.
And you have a lot of that going on where it's like, man, I use this just a simple example like of, the toilet seat, right? That's one of those old 40-year-old things. Why we can't keep the toilet seat, why we can't put the toilet seat down, right? And we're like, well, because we're men, we don't need the toilet seat down. Okay,
Hmm.
but where's your consideration when you know that, the women need the toilet seat down? Then it becomes, well, it doesn't matter. Well, why do I got to do it? Why can't they do it? Why is it a issue when it's just a simple thing to do? It's a simple act of consideration.
Right.
And it goes both ways. You know what I mean? Like there's things that women do, and it's like You know your man don't do this. Why are you demanding this when you know it's something simple? But it's the principle involved, or it's this and that. And I'm like, yo, there's people out here who are really almost like they're trying to find ways to fight as opposed
Yeah.
to living happy. And it might go back to what Kev was talking about. Are you truly miserable? And you just trying to find some company. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because that's what it seems like.
I
Even in
missed
the
that, but I like
relationship.
that comment.
You know, even in relationships, it's like one is miserable, and now you're expecting the other person to make you or bring you out of your misery. You gotta
Mhm.
bring yourself out of your misery.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And people, I think, are doing that. They're getting in these relationships because they don't want to be alone, and they
Mhm.
miserable. And then when they get a partner, now you with me, you got to be miserable too.
Get facts.
You know what I mean?
Facts.
And I think
Right.
that's something that is prevalent everywhere, and that's crazy.
What about this though? This what I be hitting people with lately, and that's what I figured out. And I actually figured it out while I was, cause I learned so much being on my own, being alone, not alone, but being alone. Okay, alone and lonely is two different things. All right, being single, I'm just saying that. Right.
Alone on
Um,
your own.
I learned that because I was hearing people, and I'm like, dang, why is it like that? Why people say that I'm stressed if I don't have no sex or something like smacks or something like that. Or why do people? So the thing is, what I realize is that, and that's another thing, people use that to cope. That's why they look up everything. Well, it is a stress reliever and all this other stuff like this other
Yeah.
thing. But you know, the people they'll find things to make it to assist their lifestyle or you know their addictions and stuff. So they gonna use any statistic in that way to make it work. You do make it, but whatever. That's not the only one. Same thing you can do with cigarettes and stuff. I can't wait till we talk about that stuff now. The deal, cuz. What's the deal, man? What up, dude? So I was gonna say this, right? It's people like if you pay attention on here, right? When people be like they can be in a relationship, right? And they be like, dog, I know you miserable, you know, by yourself and all this other stuff. I'm just saying if a person ain't just, or it be like little disagreements and stuff. Oh, I know you lonely and you feel bad, you this and all that. But the thing is, most of the time, the people that perceived it that way, and I had to realize that too. And that's exactly what kind of what cousin was saying is some people just be miserable with people. That's what it is. And what they do is
Mhm.
they project on you because they know that if they were by themselves, it'd be a wrap. You know, they can't. They're miserable without a person. So the reason why some people really need people for them to feel better and don't realize that they just really they using that person as a cope. That's why I can't wait to talk about that on Saturday too. They just
Like
doing it. So it's like when they
step
picture
or
themselves, they like, oh, it's no way you got to be miserable because you're single. No, because you would be miserable if you were single. So that don't mean
Mhm.
everybody got that same perception. So that's what I had to notice. Because some people, that's what it is. You know, if you find yourself talking like that, you got to ask yourself, like, dang, if I was by myself, will I really still be? Will I be miserable? Well, is that the end of my world? Do this person really do complete me?
Mhm.
I ain't saying something. Yeah, so that's why I try to change the wording on that stuff. Like, but I really do believe people believe that. Though. I mean, people
Yeah, so
is
that's
like that. They when they say you complete me, they really believe that. When people say I'm nothing without you, they really mean that, and that's not a good thing.
wow.
That's not a good thing at all. People really think that's cute and all that stuff because they're hearing on the fairy tales, but it's a problem if you are nothing without somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's
Mhm.
God or something, but that makes you know if it's God. I'm just saying like if it take another human being for you to be something, you better find how to be somebody without being with somebody. You know what I'm saying? But that's all you misery. Well, I can't wait to talk about that. I can't, can't wait to talk about that. It's gonna kind of tie to this miserable. It's gonna be like miserable part two. Say no, but
No, you
can you live
snapped on that
without?
for real. They would
Yeah,
rather have someone around so they can have someone to bitch to, moan
yeah,
to,
that's what it is.
complain to. If they sat in the house by themselves, they'd have to look at
They done it
themselves
for.
and figure it out.
I
But
don't
they
want to
can't do
mention
it.
this girl, but y'all probably know her on this app, and I could tell, like even her, right? If all you and this with a lot of people, right? I noticed that if you use this app, y'all know her name. She started with a T. I ain't gonna say her name because I'm not about to summon her. But my thing is, if that's all you do is come on here, this person got a man and everything, right? And that's how I know people be just using their man
to get what I mean. It's for happiness because they really, that they're not happy without somebody. You know what I'm saying? Miserable, another misery. You know what I'm saying? Another cope. So, and they love coming on this app trying to start stuff with other people. You know what I'm saying? And that's how these things, these little things, it tell me how much. You know what I'm saying? That because I be like, dang, this person must be going through a lot at the crib because like. There's no way that I'm gonna have if my wife is going through so much that they gotta let all their energy out on freaking online when you supposed to be. Oh, I'm happily married. I'm happily this, but you grumpy every last time you get on here, or you sitting here snapping on everybody and cussing them out and spreading this out and oh, I gotta get at you. You made me mad. I remember what you did to me 2 years ago. How the heck did you remember somebody on the app what they did 2 years ago? Like, no, this person got a chokehold on you that bad. But I'm actually doing a topic tomorrow about that though. About if people really basically the topic is going to be if you still have a hatred, if you hate your ex, you using your next. That's what that is. That's what the topic gonna be. So that's what it is. If you still talking hatred towards it and you got a new boyfriend or girlfriend, you're not over it. You know what I'm saying? You never really
Right.
healed and you only using that next person to keep you sane. That's all it is. Cause you can't I don't think you will never have a healthy relationship still thinking about your ex. It don't work like that. You still wishing unaliving on them and all this other stuff or whatever. That means this person
Right.
got you in a chokehold. You haven't found a way to forgive. So now you like, let me get somebody that can put up with me in my misery in my miserable. Now that just go. It's deep. Also, boy.
I actually am friends with my ex. I was with him for 5 years. I broke up with
Mm,
him, and then I moved, and we never lived together or anything. But I just moved. I decided to be closer to my family. But I called him probably last week, and I was telling him, you are actually a really good man. You're just not a man for me in a
from
relationship
yeah,
because
yeah.
you're a cheater. You like women. You can't be
Ooh.
faithful. But no, no shade. That is just what it is. He was like, you know me well, because we be on the
Mm,
phone chatting a bit, and in no obtrusive way to if I were to get in a relationship, because I don't want to be back with him. It's nothing like that. He would give me space. We wouldn't be on the phone with each other every day. But I can acknowledge that this individual has great characteristics as a
yeah,
human. What I'm saying? He's hardworking. He's supportive of his child. He was
yeah,
supportive of mine at the time. He got great attributes. He just was a cheater. So it didn't work out for us.
yeah.
And that's it.
He's
And
good, but not good enough for you. All right, I feel
that's all. Because I'm in a good place. Like I don't need him or
and
anything.
that's
And
what
I've
it
been by
is. Yep.
myself too. This by yourself, man, you got to look at you. Any goal I don't achieve, I can't blame on a bad
Hmm.
relationship from when I was young or the current relationship I'm in. I can't look to no one else as an obstacle but me if it's just me here.
Yep.
I've got the 24 hours in the day, no one's interrupting it. So why am I not using it to the best advantage? So it
Yeah.
makes you reflect on you. I did my therapy. I went on my fitness journey, got the body better the way I wanted it. Like it gives you time for you. So
Yep.
that's what
Well, I
miserable
can't
people
wait till
really need,
tomorrow.
time alone. They need time alone.
Yeah, they do, and people don't know how it is. And when you say it alone, that means that means time away from attention from other
That's
outside sources.
social
You
media and
need
all that
time
stuff.
you might have to get up off that social media for a minute.
Hmm.
Whatever it takes for you to take some time and look at yourself. Work on what you need to really work on, and so you can prepare yourself for your next movement in life. I guess you know what I'm saying. Even if you have to be in a relationship or not, but you shouldn't only just be working just to. You want to work to be a better person, not be better for another relationship. That'd be a problem too. But yeah,
Yep. I just tell everybody,
Sada.
like I'm too blessed to be stressed. I just can't. Like I feel like when you get to that point and you just know yourself and you love yourself, when you look in the mirror, you happy with
Yeah,
who you are, with all of your flaws and all of your insecurities and all of that shit rolled in together. Right? It doesn't mean that you got to be perfect. It just means that you can be perfectly imperfect, and
Hmm.
you're
mm,
okay with that. You know what I mean? A lot of people not okay with that, and that's their problem. They're looking for somebody else to make them, to complete them, like you said, Kevin. It's like one of those things where nobody can complete you. If you don't have joy for yourself, you can't bring joy to nobody else, and nobody else can damn sure bring joy to you.
Right.
So that's the real thing I think people need to understand, man. That's self work, and peace, joy, all of that comes from you.
Yep.
That's what you put outward,
Hmm.
and it's it's a reciprocal energy, because people can't give it to you. The universe can. If you believe, whatever you believe in God, you believe that's what. But you got to do some work, right?
Yep.
It's never gonna be just sit there and get blessed. No,
Yeah.
you got to put some inner
Some
work.
people be like, I've been single all these years, but you've been sitting there sucking Peter, doing all this other stuff or whatever. You have not been.
Right.
That's not single.
If you single and you want to be that because that's your therapy and you like that, that's fine. But if you really desire to be married or really desire to have a relationship and no relationship ever works and you still at the house because you're not putting in work to do that, you short yourself. You know what I mean? And you got nobody to blame but yourself.
So you
Because,
think getting your back blow out is therapy?
huh? No, I'm
Getting your
saying,
back blow out is therapy? You think that's time alone?
no. I said if you are alone and you can't find someone because of your toxic behavior or whatever it is, that's holding you back,
Mm-hmm.
you can't blame the market, for example. You can't
Mm-hmm.
say, "Oh, the dating market sucks. That's why I can't find anybody." No, you can't find anybody because you suck.
Hmm.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like you give me like
Oh, okay.
we use these excuses like, "Oh, it's
That's
just
just.
people are fucked up." No, it's you.
Oh, I thought you were saying because I was like when I
Yeah.
literally was being, I was being half funny and for real because some people really think being alone is or
Oh,
being
you mean just being
I'll
single
have time
and
to myself, but then again they sleeping with a bunch of people and stuff. It's like no, that's not to yourself though.
oh yeah. No.
Yeah. I think I had a friend that was like, oh dog, I had a big debate with my friend. I'm like, yeah, that's the way I wanna. I'm like, bro, if you saying that you need to find yourself, how can you do that when you using some? I mean, that's crazy, dog.
Yeah,
That stuff actually tamper with your lifestyle more than anything. People be trying to
yeah.
act like, oh, I don't have no emotions. I'm just using this for therapy and like it's a pill or something like that.
Yeah,
You
that ain't the way.
Hey, when people
that
tell
Not
me
a
they
healthy
trying to
thing.
find themselves, I'll be like, where you go?
Right. Where you finding yourself at that you wasn't in
right
yourself?
here, right? Pinch yourself, you
Like
offended.
real, like right. It'd be like sometimes you simplicity will wake a motherfucker up in a worse way. That's, so what did you find? Well, you got to try to find yourself. Where you go? They're like, well, you know what, man? You're right. That don't sound right. Look, get it together.
You know what I mean? Where
You
yourself
know what I'm
at? Around the
saying?
corner? You going around the corner?
Well,
Well,
no, but you
no.
know what though? When I look at what they classify as trauma, it's no more than some people's inability to deal with certain situations that's far beyond their control. Whether you lost a job or it was in a relationship. Because had things went your way, you wouldn't be traumatized.
Mm.
That's what it is, man. But
You only
that's one thing
traumatized
we
because
can't really
things ain't
control is how
go
people
your way.
perceive it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Because
trauma
like,
can vary between it can be small to us and trauma to other people. That's one thing I learned, that's why I really don't kind of try to take it away from other people because we're like, man, that ain't trauma. But some people
Hmm.
getting tore out the frame off that stuff for real, like low key. But I guess the best we can do is really kind of like, I don't know what we can do though. They got to be able to change their point of view on it. That's where even with anything, with healing and all that, it's really just changing your point of view on it or not internalizing it so much and realizing, you know. But yeah, one thing I noticed is like so my toe getting stub is different from somebody else. It might not hurt me that bad, but it done went and told somebody out there. They dang near about to unalive off their stomach. They toe getting stubbed. That's what
Hmm.
I realized that. So I can't. Yeah, I learned I can't invalidate people's feelings, but I can try to um help motivate them and get them up out of there. I try. They want to do it themselves. Be irritating. Like, man, I want the worst stuff. But that's when that dang on trauma Olympics come in. Whatever they call it, the competition when you're trying to compete. your struggle wasn't like my struggle. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that still ain't gonna help nobody trying to compete with stress. But I think let me get a Sada in. She been in for a minute. I can't say nothing. I ain't seen her in about 355 years.
Hi,
What's up?
do you hear me?
Yeah, you been
How
all
have
right?
you been? Yes, I've been good. You?
Yeah, I've been all right, man. Just been hiding in the shadows and stuff, huh?
Yeah, I just been out
You don't
here.
even remember my name, do you? It's been so long.
What is your name,
She said, hold on,
Kel?
let me see. Is it Lee or Lawton? Lee or Lawton? What you got for us?
I hope everyone is doing great too. I just wanted to add something to the conversation, and I think everyone should be reminded that you cannot trust someone who hates themselves, but who say they hate themselves, but then claim to love you, because you cannot give out what you don't have. And when you do things
Right.
for others that you don't do for yourself, that's when relationship starts feeling like work, like a chore, because you're giving out to others what you're not giving within you. Like to the simplest things, like if you could take someone today and take them out for a date, then first take yourself out. Like it all starts from within. And that's when we realize that when we attract who we are, and what we are.
Damn, what happened? TikTok? Is the sound off? Or am I the only one tripping?
It looked like she completely dropped.
Okay, I was wondering. I'm like, is it me? She might have had a bad signal or something, huh?
Good night, y'all. I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
That was so abrupt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. There was just no moment to say it any other
I
time.
know, right?
I enjoyed the live, and I'm on the East Coast, so it is 4 a.m. here, and I do still have a job, but I decided to be up.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
it's 428 right here. So I'm with you.
yeah. All right. Good night, fellas. I'm gonna go ahead and follow this live. I like it. If I haven't already followed it. Am I already following this live? Let me see. So- No, I'm already following it. Yes. All right. Have a good night,
All
everyone.
right.
Nice talking to you.
All right. Have a good one now. Yeah, that got quiet quick.
What happened? Dang, my app shut down and came back and disappeared. Did she get done? Did she say everything? That was the quickest
Nah,
drive ever.
she dropped down.
It's
She
your
dropped
best
down.
friend down there. I see you down there.
She dropped down like there was firing out here or something. I don't know what happened.
What she say? Did she finish?
Yeah, she was talking and it just cut off, and then that was it.
Because I know my stuff. Soon as I walk away, want to shut me up. That's crazy. This TikTok stuff been tripping for the past month. Been getting worse these past week, couple weeks.
TikTok has been stressing
Oh, it's booting people
over
now.
this
Yeah.
ban. That's what it's going. They've been
Is
stressing
it
over
right?
Congress. TikTok stressing.
Uh, yeah.
Oh, what happened to Sam? Now she done got popped up out of there. Y'all better watch out. It might be next. I just got next. Hmm?
Wait, what happened?
No. Yeah, watch out. TikTok gonna get y'all that.
Shit, it was messing with me today. I had to restart 3 times.
Yeah, I'm already on number 6 or 7 right now.
See? It was crazy. I was like, what is going on? It was no sound. Then I had to reset. Then I couldn't see the panel. Then I had to reset.
Oh,
And
wow.
it was all kind
Oh,
of
yeah, I
crazy.
did see you that one time. You was froze and stuff. I seen all type of stuff going on.
Yeah, I was like, man, what is
This young really tripping. They trying to hurry up and get this young banana.
they like, man. They're like, oh, you want us to sell? Okay, well, we about to sell you some bullshit.
Mhm.
We going to sell you a
Everybody about to be
bullshit
on
product,
Clapper.
you know? Clapper. Damn.
Yeah, that's the funniest sounding stuff ever. It's just like TikTok though.
Damn, no Diddy.
Right. Super no Diddy, right.
Oh my goodness. But you know,
Craziest sounding app ever.
you
Wake
know,
up, twin. You gotta check in on her every 2 seconds. She
yeah.
don't play. She don't play about her sleep.
Instant narco.
Y'all reading the comments. Ben signed, Biden signed a 95 billion bill to end TikTok yesterday. Dang. To end it.
Well, they gotta sell it, basically is what it is. So the ban is they're basically what they're trying to do is not get rid of it, but they want it to be controlled by American entity.
Mhm.
So what they did is they saying basically that if you don't sell it to or have an American entity control share, then we're going to ban it in America.
Mhm.
So that's what they signed. So basically, it's saying they have this, they got a chance now. They have a certain amount of time before they have to either sell it or to be a ban. Now,
Mhm.
with that though, they're probably already put in the motion to appeal it, right? So they can appeal it. They can do all this stuff, which is going to be probably 9 months or something, and then after that, it's going to be another 6 or 7 months that they have to sell it if they fail that or all that stuff. So we'd be looking at another, I don't know, if it was going to get banned, be another year and a half maybe before it either gets, to that point.
Yeah, I heard about 6 months if they do when they made it, but you say a year and a half.
Well, they were saying that they had 6 months to sell it, right?
Oh, okay.
Like that was going to be the thing. So let's say if they put it in appeals court, you know what I mean, and then they say we're going to draw it out. Let's say the appeals court process is 9 months. Well, then they got the 6 months if they lose to sell it. You get me?
Mhm.
So then what happens is if they draw it out and they do all of that, then you end up having about a year and a half or, that's exactly. So like you said, buying time. That's pretty much what it is.
Mhm.
So it's
They
like,
using a national security angle. That's what it's gonna
yeah.
be.
And
Okay.
honestly, if I was TikTok, and I bet you, I know what they're probably doing is getting into whatever company that they're going to quote unquote sell it to, they're going to already have stock into that company. You know what I mean? To the
Yeah.
point where like, oh, okay, yeah, we still own it though. So I think they trying to figure out how they going to wiggle. Because at this point, I don't know.
Oh man.
Are we just going to be on, something else?
Oh man, I might just call it. Just get up and start another one.
You say, well, you about to be out?
Probably so. I might just call it.
Yeah, man.
in my hours, so I can get another topic started tomorrow. I mean, a couple of them. I know Friday I'm taking a break because usually do the karaoke that day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And Saturday I'm gonna do that little coping one. Yeah, he made me think about that one. See how many people I'll get with that one. How many people just like, hey, you know what? I need it.
You say I'm getting my energy up for Saturday.
Oh yeah, that made me happy now.
Hey, I think on Saturday,
I'm
bro.
addicted to triggering people. It's like, nah.
Hey, on Saturday, once you get like once it get cracking, when you got your full pedal, the whole face just got to come up. Kev.
Do the whole thing like get
That's
the
it.
whole
It's just
the
nostrils on
big
the
old
screen.
face. You just see the eyeball like gotcha.
Eyeball, like what was the eye of Sodom? What's that?
I got you.
I want to see y'all triggered.
Right.
I
You
see.
see the eyeball, that's a triggered eyeball.
Turn that
Yeah.
voice on to the deep voice. Everything,
Got
everything.
you.
You know,
With the evil laugh.
feel me? Yeah, I know y'all triggered. Y'all mad, huh?
Big man. Superman throw a cape on
Super mad. Mega mad.
Back there is Superman, and you were Superman. Sorry,
Oh, that's crazy. But they are. I would say.
oh, that's about to get deep because that's one of the conversations I was gonna hold. I meant to mention a while ago about it was gonna be just about cigarettes though, but we gonna get somewhere though.
You
Because
know,
my whole purpose
yeah.
is that people look within themselves, man.
Yep.
I love it. I love it.
Copes ain't
That's
no
what
joke.
I'm. Where accountability is at, man. Accountability gets deep. It gets into our personal lives, you know. But it is what it is. Life be life, man.
Yeah, I got one
Life be life,
too. I
huh?
think Friday when we talking about accountability, that's gonna be on the list.
Mm.
That's going to court. Just so you know. On Friday, the accountability is going to court too.
Uh-oh, not accountability.
Come on,
Is
man.
it true or false? Do
Yeah. Like, hey, that's
people really know what accountability is? True or false?
you know, or can you really hold someone accountable? A lot
Ooh,
of people
okay.
don't understand that you really can't.
Mm,
We can hold somebody and bring up the awareness. We can hold people responsible, but can you only you can hold yourself accountable. And I don't
mm.
think you will understand that. And we use that term all the time. I'm just holding them accountable, but what are you really doing?
What's the difference between holding them accountable and responsible?
Responsible is a penalty.
Okay.
You get me? So like, if you went and caught someone robbing a store, they never admitted it. They're never accountable for it. They still deny it. Does that mean that they still don't do that time? They've paid their price. They've been held responsible, right?
Mm,
Because they went and did their time. But to this day, they still claim they didn't do it. So they still have never taken accountability for it.
mm. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But it's, I'm thinking about it. It might not be this week. That might be something later. But
Mm,
but
mm.
it's an interesting,
Maybe that might have been all that time. I mean, they're hold responsible.
right?
Hold you
We can
responsible.
hold people responsible for. We can make we can do that because that's really about just making someone pay for what they've done, taking responsibility for it. You
What
know,
about when you hold somebody to their word, though? That's why I thought that was a form of holding accountable. When you hold them to their word, would it be like, basically making sure somebody keep up? Is that still holding them responsible? Hold on, let me see.
well, I mean, you can, but see, they still have to accept that, right? Unless you
Yeah, but
grab
accept it
somebody
or
and
not, you can still don't you still can let me see. Accept it or not, like if a person say remind me of this, right? Can you remind me of something, you know?
right. Now let's say you
Uh
remind them, but they still don't do it.
yeah, so yes. And
See
it's
what I
just
mean?
basically and you can remind them and they still don't do it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, hey, thanks for letting me know. So it's like making them back aware of what of something, right? Or um hmm,
But you
let's
see
see.
what I'm saying? The account, they have to take account of it. They have to say they gotta basically, it's them admitting it or them,
Yeah.
owning up to it. So like I can deny if I deny it, that's me not taking accountability. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So not taking accountability is kind of like denial, if we want to make it simple. So if I'm denying whatever, I can deny my kids, right? And but Uncle Sam or IRS or selective service or whatever, they can make me be responsible by taking child support. But I can deny them. I can never be in their life. I can do all of that because I'm not taking my accountability. But I'm still
Remind me of my chick.
I've still been held responsible by the courts, even though I
Right.
still ain't admitted it and took responsibility
Okay,
and
that
took
makes sense.
accountability myself.
I'm,
I'm
I'm gonna
just
think of something though. I feel like you
yeah, it's
can. Let
yeah,
me see though.
it's. I mean, we can bring awareness, right? We can, I
But
guess,
but they don't
it's
make. Even if we bring awareness, that don't mean they gonna be aware. You see what I'm
exactly,
saying? Just like you said
exactly.
with the accountable.
But a
So it's
lot of
like,
people are like, we can bring it because we bring it to your attention because we tell you about yourself. We held you accountable, but that's not really it. You just brought
that's not
attention
it.
to it. You
Oh,
get what I'm saying? You just brought attention to it. You told them about themselves,
oh,
so you made them aware, but they still got to admit it for that to work. So at the end of the day, it's still them. It's not you. You can assist. You can, you know what I mean. You can. What would I say?
so you saying if they accept it or not? So you, but do that take the fact that you still let them know though, even if they accept it or not? It's like, do it change the fact that you have a say? If I say, oh, I say you got a booger on their nose. I can't say I held you responsible. I called it out and let you know that you have a booger on your nose. It don't change the fact that there's a booger on your nose. It's up to you to accept or decide to wipe it off your nose. You see what I'm saying? But it's like it's still, I'm still holding you. I still called it out, and or I'm still letting you know that is a booger. And you just walking around with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Until you be like, okay, I'm gonna wipe it up, but it don't change the fact it's a booger on your nose.
right. But like that's something tangible. So like, let's say if I was rude, right?
Right.
We had a dinner,
And
and I just
yeah,
was out there acting a plumb asshole,
yeah.
and you came up to me and was like, "Hey, man, that shit, bro, you was out of pocket." And then everybody at the dinner said it at the same time. It mean you was tripping. And I'm
Right.
still like, no, I wasn't. Fuck y'all. I don't care. No, I didn't do nothing. Y'all tripping. Blah, 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 blah. All of y'all just made me aware that I was acting a fool.
Yeah.
All of y'all brought it to my attention. You could say we trying to hold you accountable. But guess what? I'm still denying it. I still say I didn't do it. So what you
Yeah.
did at the end of the day was
What's the
just tell
difference
me.
between holding accountable versus making? And what's the
Huh?
difference between holding responsible and making
Now,
responsible?
holding responsible would be like, we are not allowing you to come to a dinner with us again because you was rude last time. Now, whether
Wouldn't that
you
be
admit it, whether you admit that you was a rude or not, we're gonna give you a penalty. We not fucking with you because you was out of pocket. And until you hold yourself accountable and apologize, we not fucking with you. That would be holding someone responsible.
well? Why make them responsible then? What's the difference between that?
You just not you not messing with them because now the responsibility you can do that because you are imposing that, right? That's not has that not necessarily something that has to do with them. You get me? I can be held
Okay.
responsible because we all know that it was me, and we all decided that we are now gonna exit cousin from the table. Like you can't, we never gonna invite you to no shit. So that is us holding you responsible for your action to us. but you still, you know, I can still walk around all day and be like, I put the blame on them. You know how people do. It was their fault. They the ones tripping. I was good.
I'm
That
about to do
means that
some
I'm walking
research on
around.
this. How you
I'm
got me
walking
down here?
around still not being accountable for what I did to get myself exiled from the group. But the group held me responsible for my actions by exiling me from the group. Does that make sense?
I'm about to look up how
Yeah, look,
to
yeah. Because
do.
it's a
Let me see what is account. First, you gotta just look that up first. Ability. What is accountable? Ability. What is accountability? We'll use a real computer. Accountability is the quality or state of being accountable, which means is being responsible. Which means being responsible for one's action and their outcome. Accountability involves accepting responsibility for honest and ethical. So accountable is accepting. Is basically the acceptance part.
right.
Being willing to account for one's performance. Accountability also implies that one's performance is measured and will result in that and a consequence. So
Yeah, see, so how can we accept responsibility for somebody else or respect? You get what I'm saying?
let me
So
see
if you held,
what's the difference.
yeah, if you could hold me accountable, that means that you can accept my fuck up for me. Like that don't make no sense. You know, and I gotta accept it and acknowledge it.
Being accountable. And holding. Between the difference of being accountable and holding accountable. Being accountable to others around the outcomes to serve that role. Should you hold people accountable? When you hold someone accountable in the right way, you foster their growth. At the same time, here are 3 benefits of holding others accountable. Better team dynamic. What makes a person accountable? People are high consciousness and openness to experience are more likely to embrace this kind of accountability. Okay. What's the deal, Mac? I see you. Uh, let's see. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna see some examples because usually when I do see holding somebody accountable, they usually say it's like a team thing. Cause that's more. Cause I don't know. I had did a little bit research before that. I just got to remember exactly what a holding accountable look like. Holding accountable. That's what made me come with like just bringing awareness. Count. Uh, hold somebody to their word and everything. Holding accountable examples. Say that. Examples. 10 examples of holding people accountable. uh, give clear instructions. Give clear instructions. Always make your instructions clear and specific. So it's basically like laying down rules and stuff.
which makes sense. So basically, you'd have made them aware of the rules that they follow it. I also said that like even holding people accountable is like even setting boundaries and all that, and letting let people know what's not to cross or not. Number two is saying understand your workplace policy procedure. You will have challenges holding people accountable for things not included in your workplace policy and their job description. Express your concerns. Be direct. That's not a good example. Avoid making vague comments. Don't play favoritism. Focus on all behaviors. Check on the person daily. So checking on the person daily. I've seen that before. Um, this is like most of the time holding accountable.
That sounds like there are explaining ways that you can make people understand what you want them to do so that they will do it. So that they
Right,
will, because basically what that's doing is making it easy for them to hold themselves accountable. That's what they're saying. Because
right.
all of that is still just, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? That person has to basically hold themselves accountable. You know what I mean? Like you can't.
Can you hold? Okay, here go. This another question. Then, can you hold yourself accountable, or can you just be accountable? What's the difference between those two? Then,
Wait. Say again. If you
what's
do
the
what?
difference between holding yourself accountable, and being accountable?
I think it's semantics of the words. I think it's the same
Because
thing.
it seemed like based off if you were saying you can't hold somebody accountable, then that holding accountable and being accountable should be exactly the same thing. Then,
Right, but how can you be accountable for somebody else? See what I'm saying?
uh
You can't do that,
no,
right?
because if what I'm saying is that if you could hold yourself accountable and being accountable, that means it's like, and I got to figure out what would be the difference in that or example though. Let me see
I think like
that.
like I think that's just like a saying. Like hold yourself accountable is just like it's a term, it's a phrase, but you know what I mean? It's like being accountable is basically the same thing,
Uh,
right? It's just you know what I mean how we would say it. You know, I don't know. You know how we just have different ways of saying shit, especially in the English language. It seems like we just can't stick to one way. Everybody got to have some new word to say, but it mean the same shit. Are you looking up if there's a difference?
am I look at holding accountable versus holding responsible? If they even got this other stuff, seem like it's constructed. They don't seem like they got solid definitions to these things. Seem like something that made up. Two words are typically used synonymously, but there is a key difference in the delivery of each. The word responsibility tends to bring confusion, blame, placing, and other unwarranted performance, whereas accountable tends to bring about a more empowering feeling. Accountable versus responsible. People often consider accountable and responsible to be the same thing, and many people use the term interchangeably. However, there are differences between their roles in workplaces. A person may be responsible for the task without being accountable. Ooh, similar to a person may takes accountability for. Let's see something real quick. Take accountability for. Uh, that's what I say. I think I know that. It's just like when people be talking about loyalty, right? And that don't necessarily bring honesty. Yeah. Loyalty, you do expect honesty and loyalty, but nowadays people be loyal with no honesty behind it. So they
Just like that word accountability, some people don't even be responsible. You expect to be responsible after holding yourself or being accountable or admit.
But see, if you look at the words, Kev, it'll tell you responsibility, response.
Right.
That's an action,
It's action.
right?
Right.
So responsibility means it's an action for or whatever, some action. Account is mental. That's inside. You're accounting something. You're either an accountant is actually looking at or you're taking account of something, right? You're basically acknowledging. Okay, so when we look at it like that, even in the word,
Acknowledging, that's what accountable is. You saying?
in some like it's basically acknowledging whatever it is, right? Recognizing, acknowledging,
So
like
if that's what that, if you
admitting.
said that's because I was literally about to look at the definition of accountable. If that's the case, that means outsiders can do that. Then
But they can't acknowledge it for you because you
they
can.
can. Who can't? That's like saying if I
You
say a
can.
person, if I say that you have an attitude, right,
Right, and
and
I
I
can
can
tell you
see it
I
on the
don't,
outside, I can
and I can
acknowledge
say I
that.
don't. I can say I don't. You can't tell me I do. I
You
don't.
get, of course, but ego can say that too, but it don't change. Like just like it don't change the fact that's what that is. Oh, that's what many people in jail say too. That's what people they tell the judge that too. Like, no, I'm not. I'm not a bad person.
And the judge holds them responsible even though they're not accountable. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's what I mean. So
but if
somebody can
you,
be in prison and say that I'm innocent all day long,
so,
but they still doing the time, being
yeah,
held responsible. They're not being
yeah,
held accountable. They're being held responsible.
yeah.
That's what I'm
But you
saying.
could that, but if it do based off that, then you could just tell yourself that you healthy and your body can be unhealthy, and it's just going no matter how if you recognize it or not, it's not gonna change the fact that you unhealthy though.
That's it. But accountability is not about rational. Accountability is not about what is or what isn't. Accountability is you accepting it. That's the
I thought,
difference.
oh, you said accepted. I thought you said that it's just recognizing it.
Well, no, it's a recognize and accept. So that's what I'm saying. Like when we say, like for me to take accountability of something, I have to understand first. I gotta recognize it that it happened, right? And then I gotta recognize that it's me, and I gotta accept that it was me. Now, I can be responsible for it, or I cannot, or you know what I mean. Whatever the action is after that, that's up to what happens. But like the accountability portion is just the first recognizing and accepting whatever it is. So if we have a panel and we're trying to tell somebody that they're wrong, right, and everybody knows that they're wrong, but they refuse to believe it and refuse to take accountability for it, we can't. It's impossible for us to hold them accountable, even if we gave them the riot act, sat on the out thing for 2 hours and telling them and telling them and telling them. If they don't accept it, they're not taking accountability. So we didn't hold them accountability. All we did was
Yeah, I
try
don't
to
see the
expose them.
accepting part.
But you know what I mean? But that's just the acceptance of, because if you can't admit it if you don't accept it. You get what I'm saying? So like that too is like,
If
it's
that's the
kind of,
case, you can't. If they you if you don't accept your responsibility, even though you don't have to. If you saying that you can hold them responsible though.
but because responsible, again, it's an action, right? We have laws. Now there's things that will make you do some things, meaning I can garnish your wages, I can make you pay child support, right? I can make you physically do something or you have a consequence, right? That is something.
Yeah, I don't know. This ain't even the definition is weird. It's a accountable. Accountable. Let's see. Of a person or organization or institution. Of a person, organization, institution. Ooh, he done got kicked. I told you something. It's getting everybody. TikTok getting everybody. It got me a couple times. I done got It thought
My phone died. I'm back.
it held you accountable. Oh, okay. Like, he said, "Did your phone die? You gotta accept it first, but otherwise the phone died." Oh, man.
I'm taking no accountability for my phone dying.
All right. Liable, answerable, chargeable. So the regular definition I see for that is just say if a person, organization, institution requires or expected to justify action or decision responsible. Didn't say responsible. Man, it's not a good definition. What the heck is this? They got something. Okay, this
That's
one.
what I'm saying. I think that people, okay, so like what we can do, we can influence someone to take accountability, right? We can do that.
Yeah.
Like that's what cancel culture is.
Just like we
It's
were
like,
saying, make somebody mad and all that stuff.
right,
Yeah,
we
I get
put
it.
pressure on you so that way you will take accountability. But
Yeah.
we still didn't hold them accountable. They had to hold themselves accountable. We just pressured them into doing it. So I think that's what people call holding it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we use the term as. Like, oh well, we pressured them into admitting it
Yeah, like
or
provoking
whatever.
and
But that's still what you did was you just influenced them to hold themselves accountable. That's all we're doing, really. You know what I mean? When we break it down, because we can't get into somebody's mind and make them admit something, but we can pressure them to do it. You know, and I think
what
that's the
about holding somebody to their word? What is like that? Would that be that? 'Cause they say that too, holding you to my word.
holding them to their word.
Yeah. When people like, can you hold me to my word or something like that?
I mean, you can, I'm going to hold you to it. I think that's just it's a saying, meaning like, I'm going to pressure you, and until you do it. Basically,
Hmm.
is what it's saying. You know what I mean? So I think
Right.
maybe that's, you know what? Honestly, that's probably where the saying of "hold you accountable" is.
Right.
I'm going to hold you until
Until you accept it.
until you become accountable. Like I'm going to
That's
pressure
what I
you.
feel like. That's what that is, though. I
Yeah,
think that's what I'm saying.
right.
'Cause I
Like
do
I'm
think
going
it's
to
a difference
pressure you
between being accountable and actually getting held until you become accountable type situation.
because I'm saying right at the end of the day, it's up to that person to either submit to
To
being
be
accountable or not.
accountable, and that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, because if because like you can't be me, right? You can't be my accountability because you're a different person. You know what I mean? Like so, you're gonna have to either you can put pressure on that to where I'll be like, all right, I'll admit it, or you know, but I can still be
It's
stuck
funny
there.
though, because I usually say this. When I first started this app, I literally was saying what you were saying until I had looked it up, and they would just give me so many different. I was like, "What?" And then I just never made. I'm like, "Duh." And then I thought about it, and I just think I started using terms like holding responsible. I mean, holding people to their word and all that stuff. That's why I ended up started looking at it from that lens, if that's what they meant. Because I was like, "Dog, can you really hold somebody accountable?" Because I was literally saying the same thing. Like, you can't make nobody do it, but I can't realize I keep saying make. So I looked it up again. Hold up, it say I don't know, and I noticed that even when they use it, it's like more of a workplace. I said, can you hold others accountable? Accountability. I meant to say accountable. Can you hold others accountable? Make sure I got this all the way. How can you hold others accountable? So I'm gonna do that. Okay, now I'm gonna change now. What the heck? You say you can't. Hold on, you can't hold people accountable. You need people in your team to booted me up again. Now I got that work. TikTok ain't playing with me. I think that was number 10. I'm about to get off soon anyways. You can't hold people accountable. You need people in your team to be more accountable, to take ownership of what they do
The only problem is you can't hold people accountable. Why not? Holding people accountable is not something that happens overnight. You don't flick on the switch and turn on accountability. Accountability is a framework. Let's see. Let's see. Only problem is you can't hold. So let's say some things say it's weird. So say you can and you can't at the same. I don't know what's going on. They never can trust Tigger. You can never trust. And then they say 9 ways to hold people accountable. So what is up? Is it not yes or no? So it's like both. It look like both arguments can be true. We don't know. Is this what happened when you just make up stuff? People in the world just make up this stuff.
I'm telling you, because you know what it
Cause
is.
it's like,
It's like the vernacular that we speak, right? There is a such thing as holding someone accountable because so many people have said it that it means something to some people.
differently, right? It's not
Even
even a
though,
solid definition either.
right, exactly. So when we look at the actual definition of it, it's impossible to hold somebody else accountable. But how we take that in our language, the action of making someone know or telling them about it, we call that holding them accountable. So you will hear people arguing this all day. You know, and that was the reason why I was going to put it on, and I was going to take it to trial because I don't think people realize, you know what I mean, the actual meanings of the words. We just use these slang, or we just say it because we've just been hearing it, and we all know what that means when people say it. But is it really holding someone accountable, or is it actually just,
I don't know.
bringing it
That
to their
made up
attention?
stuff. It seemed like it's made up like freaking like
Yeah,
how simp and all that other words is. Like
exactly.
pick me and all that stuff. That's like some constructed thing. It seems like so far because they don't even got a solid definition. Like it's
Right. That's what I'm saying. And so that's why I was gonna put it on the damn thing. Like,
Pookie and Ray Ray, stuff like that. That's just some made. It seems like it's made up, and then we just fill it in.
right, right, because it sounds like it makes sense.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And everybody roll with it, and now everybody knows what it means. It's like 304. Like nobody ever says that shit.
that too. All right.
But since we know we've been on TikTok and somebody says it, we know what they mean by it, and now it becomes a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody was to say 304s don't exist, there are going to be some people that say yes, they do, because they're talking about the vernacular and what it means to the language. But if we sat up here and said, no, what is a 304? That's a number. You know what I mean? Like we could argue the semantics of it.
Right.
So you know what I mean? So yeah, that's one of those. It's one of those things. But I think that holding accountable is the same thing. Like people have been saying it, but it's like, yo, it's not something that you can actually do. You know what I mean? What we're doing is we're bringing it to their attention. That's what we're doing. We're putting
I
them
feel
on
like
blast.
that's another I was
Yeah,
just trying to figure out a word like for certain things, and it's like maybe that's what that is. Just like we was talking about. I think Elohi was talking about like when we say empathy and versus compassion. I think it's
right.
like uh, maybe instead of saying it might be what that is, and we just instead of just saying I'm just bringing it to your awareness or something. So I guess the simple form would be like, well, I'm holding you accountable. I don't know, something like that to make it simple. Just put it in the word, or because there's so many forms you can do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm holding you to my word, or I'm setting my boundary. I feel like all those are different forms of you know for what they call holding accountable. If they want to say that, then like okay, well, or
Right.
responsible, whatever you want to say, right? Because
Like
yeah, if
I
somebody
used to
break a
say,
rule in the thing, they got to block them or something like that, kick them out the room, stuff like that.
we used to
Uh
call them putting them on
Can
blast.
I give my input on it?
no, you get to sit here and say I'm talking, John. What's up?
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Um, I'm not, I don't know. I guess the way I kind of think of it is you can't make somebody take accountability, but I think you can hold somebody accountable by giving them consequences, if that makes sense.
Say it again.
So, like, you can't make somebody take accountability for
Nope.
something, but I think you can hold them accountable by giving them consequences that you see fit for
Mm.
whatever it is that you want to hold them accountable for.
Interesting.
You see, that's what we were just saying. I think that's holding them actually. That's holding them responsible
Responsible.
for those actions. That's not holding them accountable because they can still deny it, right? But you gave them a consequence; they got to pay the consequence. That's like, I guess we use the example like if you go to prison, but you always say that you're innocent, right? You might have done the time, you've been convicted, you paid the response, you're held responsible for the action, but you've never ever admitted it. That means that you've never been accountable for it. Does that make sense?
No, I think, well, I guess it would be a semantics thing because I would say that means that I never took accountability for it, but that doesn't mean I wasn't held accountable for it.
Mm.
I mean, but I guess the thing is because to be accountable, to account for something, that means that you have to acknowledge it, right? Like that's just the meaning
But
of the
you
word.
saying the fact that you said, because I think holding, that's the key word in there though. Because holding never said it make anything. It's just basically like when you say, it's like we were talking about the holding to the word. I
Mm-hmm.
think I used that before. Like you can't make somebody be their word, or you can't make them take it. But when they say hold them to the word, it's basically like most of the time it's just like reminding them or making them aware of it. You see what I'm saying? I think
Right?
the
Like,
word
for
the
example,
holding part is the part that we keep taking out. Because of course we
like,
can't make nobody be anything that ain't us. But
like, for example, like, if, um, if Kev said that he was going to give me $5 and I wanted to hold him to his word,
right,
Right.
technically I can't make him hold himself to the word. Like I can't make him keep his word, but I can hold him to his word by giving him consequences for not giving me the $5. Therefore, I'm making him hold to his word because I'm not gonna fuck with him until he give me the $5. You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is you just gave him a consequence. You gave him but you still didn't get $5. So you didn't hold him to his word.
Right.
Unless you receive $5, right? So if you gave him 9 consequences, but he never ever paid you, you still never held him to his word, right? Or
I can't make him keep his word,
huh?
right, you can't
but
make them.
I don't.
Right,
Well, that's
But
what I'm saying.
I
I
don't know.
think
When
you
it
just
comes to
need.
I don't know. When it comes to accountability, I just feel like you can't obviously you can't make somebody take accountability, but like I
and
don't know.
call
I
it
don't know.
out.
I just
Right.
think
That's
it's
what
It's
I'm
the
saying.
same thing I was looking at too when I was
Yeah.
looking at how it's getting
We can
pushed
put
out
some.
too though.
We
Because
can
you can't. It's a difference
influence.
between making and holding. Because like I said, I was thinking about the word. When you hold people to their words, like you can't make them take their word. You can keep telling them, but at least I reminded you. I told you. You know what I'm saying? So it's up to
Because
you
I
to be
think about holding as pressure, right? When you hold something, you're containing something. Like the meaning is in the word, right? When you're holding something, you're containing. You're pressuring. So what we're doing is we are giving you pressure so that you will be accountable for yourself, right?
right,
So what we do is we put you on blast. We shame. We do all these things.
right.
That's called when we call it holding
Hold
somebody
accountable.
accountable.
Yep.
But the reality is we're not holding shit. We just use that as that's the phrase we came up
no,
with to
no,
explain.
no, 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 no. That is holding somebody. That's what holding accountable would be. You can't make somebody take accountability, but you can
Pressure them. You
like
can
hold
pressure
them
them. Right.
accountable, and that is what holding accountability is.
You're, so what you're saying is you can pressure someone into being accountable.
You could
No,
no.
no, you can't make anybody be accountable. I mean, you can't make anybody take accountability, but you
Right.
can hold
So
them.
then they're not accountable, right? If you don't make them be accountable, how can they be accountable?
So
unless
We
unless
don't.
they do it
We don't.
themselves. You see what I'm saying?
no, look,
No,
it's
it's
the
a
same thing
totally
we was talking about earlier. It's like
right.
when you say that if I can't, you act like I can't remind you of something. If it's because I remind you of something and you don't do it, that don't mean that I did not remind you. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
fact
that
of I
doesn't mean
reminded you, that's me like
exactly.
pressuring you in a way. That don't mean you
That
have to
doesn't
do it.
mean.
You know what I'm
For
saying? It don't.
example, for example, let's say I have a friend and somebody's trying to blame me for not holding my friend accountable for saying a bad word, right? But they can't put that on me because technically, if I'm giving them consequences of saying that word around me, I'm doing my job and I'm holding them accountable. But I can't force them to take accountability.
Right.
That's that's
Like
okay.
So can't nobody say I'm not holding them accountable because I am. You know what I'm saying? That's what,
But see,
that's what that means.
right.
but that's no no. What I'm saying is that is what we make it mean. But what we're saying is not what that means. That's my point. What we in our vernacular, how we speak and how we talk about it, when you say holding somebody accountable, I know exactly what you mean. Right? We all know
Right.
what we mean. But when we break down the English language, we cannot, it's impossible to hold someone else accountable. That's what I'm saying.
It's
But we
impossible to
as
make them.
humans, but because that's what that would actually mean. If we're saying that you actually want to hold somebody accountable, that means that at the end of it, they have to be accountable.
No, they
You
don't.
understand?
Well,
You don't
I mean,
understand what I'm trying to tell you?
I get
That's
what, no.
yeah.
I get what you're trying to say. I
See,
get what you're trying to say. But then at the end of the day, how you just said that you get what somebody's saying whenever they're holding somebody accountable, that phrase has utility to it. And you guys know what utility means when it comes to phrases or words?
Right.
It means yeah, that means as a collective we all have the same idea of what a certain word means or what a phrase means. That's the whole point of words or phrases in the English language or whatever language, is we all know what it means. So therefore that phrase is still holds some type of substance because it has utility.
Right. So, but I can say to you like bad means good, right?
No,
And
because that's I mean technically
so,
in AAVE, whenever you say a girl is bad, then yeah, like we all know what that means.
but we all know
So
that that bad
they,
doesn't mean good, right?
he,
I can argue both ways. You see what
look,
I'm
the
saying?
thing is, what
no,
you
no, 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 no. That's different.
It's,
Cause you're trying to no. That's different because that's like that's AAVE. So like that's African American vernacular. Whenever black people say like a girl is bad, they mean she's fine or like she's attractive. We know what that means because it has utility in our community.
no. See, but that can be any word that we use in a language. It has nothing to do with. That's just one I picked out. But just like if I say, or if somebody comes out and says, "Oh, she's smoking," and that is a no. We know that that's a slang word. Right? We know it's a slang word. But what I'm saying is, we have an understanding of what we mean by it, right? But that still doesn't make that word itself mean what we're saying. We just made it mean that because that's just
Right,
in our culture. So I'm saying, okay, cool.
right.
This is one of those phrases where the actual phrase does not mean what we think, what we say it is, but we just use it that way. And that's what I was saying. So,
Yeah,
so
I get what
yeah,
you're
yeah,
saying,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you're also the same, like what you just said, you're also proving my point as well. The same way you're proving your point, you could say it the
right?
same way as what I'm saying. Is
Exactly.
you're saying like we all know what it means, even though technically how the word started out, that wasn't the original meaning for the word. That doesn't take away that the word also means something else now.
Yeah.
Words can change, and especially when it comes to different dialects and different communities and stuff.
Okay.
You
It's almost like when you say you made somebody do something, right?
you can't make nobody right.
My point, but you influenced them, right?
Influenced, yes, exactly. Right.
And we will say though, I made them do that, and everybody will agree and say, yeah, you did, you made them do that.
Yeah, that's what I'll be trying to get people to
And
stay
this
away
is one
from.
of those things. This is the same type of thing where
Yes.
we're saying we are holding somebody accountable. We're not.
But they don't say make in there though.
All we're
That's
doing,
why
No,
I said the key word
no,
is
all
no,
we're
no, no,
doing
no, no,
is
no, no. Because
influencing
that's not what
them
that
to
phrase.
become. Yo, that's what people are
I
using it
think
for.
holding is more of like influencing, right? Is the if
That's what I'm
holding and then
saying.
being accountable is two different things. So it's just basically like saying that you decided to be mad, right? You mad. I can't make you mad because if I say okay, say if I say the B word or something like that, and you decide to laugh instead, I didn't make you. I could have made you. My intention was to make you mad, but you end up laughing. So it's like, did I really make you mad, or you decided just to laugh at it? So it's up to you how you internalize it, right? So, but my thing is, I was provoking. I'm trying to provoke you, which will be the holding part or the influence part of what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? I can't make you be there, but I can bring it to your attention, or I can try to either influence you, provoke you, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the difference between holding versus making them accountable. Make them be accountable because even that you said about the accountable, right?
When you
I
put the
don't have
word
to sit there
accountable,
and wait for you to wipe your nose. I can call the booger out, you know what I'm saying? But I don't have to wait for you to pick your nose or you accept that you have to, wipe your nose or something like that. No, I did my job by saying, hey, you got that. From that point, you got to either accept it or not. That don't take
okay,
away that I called it out or that I held you to, that it's a freak or it's a booger on your nose or something like that.
Or
I don't know. It's a
or
let
golden
me, let
rule
me
in
put it
there.
this way. Okay,
here's a
maybe I should
better
say it this way.
example. Here, I think this is a good example. Like, for example, like I'm in the military, so my sergeants they hold me to a certain standard. Would you say that they don't hold me to a certain standard because they have to hold me to a certain, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
as far as like I have to have my hair a certain way, I have to have my uniform to a certain way, and if I don't, then I get consequences. Therefore they're holding me to that standard, the same way as you can hold somebody accountable for something. Your cousin, you're trying to take away like the meaning of the phrase because you're trying to break it down,
No,
but
no, no.
like that
What I'm
doesn't take
saying
away from what the phrase means.
okay, listen. Accountable. Being accountable is self, right? So when you put that word in there, that means that you are holding someone else to be themselves. Like you're holding them to admit whatever. What you're doing is you just tell them about themselves. That's what we're doing. We're putting you on blast. We're telling you about yourself. Right? Now it's up to that person to be accountable or not. We can scream to the high heavens and quote unquote hold somebody accountable, but they still are not accountable. So what we're not doing, we're not holding them to shit. That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, the phrase is made, but it's really not. It's something that we may as well just say we're telling them about yourself. What I'm gonna do is I would tell you that whatever you're doing, that's what I'm doing.
So I
That's
look up the
all we're doing.
definition. I'm
All we're
looking
doing
up
is
the
telling you.
No,
definition though.
we
It,
we just gonna have to agree to disagree
yeah, I'm about to
because
say it's gonna be like that too though. But I'm looking at even the definition because I don't even the definition you gave. Like when I look up accountable, right? It just say person, organization, institution requires or expected to justify action, decision, responsible. That's all the real definition is on that. Then the example will give at the bottom. Parents could be held accountable for their children's actions. That's just an example. Then the second definition is explicable, understandable, delay in introduction of character, name of accountable. If we okay, explicit. But otherwise, the definition, I guess what the dictionary just say is just say to require or expect to justify action. It's just expected to justify action or decisions, basically, and then it's a responsible. That's all it say.
Okay, what does accountable mean?
But it don't say nothing about you have to. It don't have to. It don't say you have to accept it. It don't say nothing about a self
Tell
thing. It just, huh?
what's the definition of accountable?
It
Just account.
say, okay. It say it's an adjective. Um, it's an adjective, and then it say of a person, organization, or institute required or expected to justify actions or decisions. Then to say in, I don't know.
what is that though? Hyphen, I don't know what that symbol is. Semicolon, I don't know. Responsible, and then it just say responsible, and that's the
Right.
whole definition. And then the example they use is parents could be held accountable for their children's actions.
So it's responsible. Another word for responsible. Is that what you're telling me?
Similar will be responsible, liable,
Wait,
answerable,
wait.
chargeable, to blame.
Repeat the example again.
Parents could be held accountable for their children's actions.
Exactly. It wouldn't be an example if it wasn't possible.
I think even that accountable and held accountable might be the same exact thing though. That's because that's why I use that for
As
the.
as hell, that's responsible, right?
And then
It's you
let
can't disagree with the example that is given in the definition. Like
let
it's
me say
saying the parents can
response.
be held accountable.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, you're not hearing what I'm saying. I don't
No,
know.
I get what you're saying, but like it's also I think it's just a semantics thing at this point. But like at
What
the end of the day, I feel like it's still a phrase that we
Yeah, and it
use
still
to
happens.
mean a certain thing.
what I'm saying, right? I'm saying
If
though.
we like the word or not, it's happened. It happens.
Okay, so maybe you need some context. The reason why we even brought it up is because I do a live about phrases that that we use every day and that people use, but they aren't what they should be. Okay, so that's why we brought this up. So I understand what we mean by and what we use it for and what we say it for. Right? That wasn't the thing that we were arguing. We were arguing is why we should not be using it, or even where did it even come from? Why do we even start saying it? Because it doesn't mean what it should be. You get me? So that was the only thing.
Ghibli.
Yeah,
So what do you so what do you think we should say instead of that?
you should like what we used to say is what we used to be like. We just basically putting people on blast. We telling you about yourself. You know what I mean? That's what it used to be. And now all of a sudden on TikTok, everybody the last few years, we hold you accountable.
I
That's the
think
reason why we were talking about it.
it's like the people don't like the word submit,
You get
but
what
it
I'm
is
saying?
what it is.
But also this didn't just come up recently. People have been saying held accountable for a long time before TikTok.
Just got popular.
But
I mean, it may be more popular in this community, but like for example, in the
Right,
military, people have been using that phrase for the longest.
right.
but again, in the military, when we do this, is an action behind it. It's a standard that you're being held to, right? That's an action that's being held responsible for that action. We call it accountability. But it's still accountability only means taking account of. That's like the literal definition of it. So we know that that's not an action. We know that that's just an act. It's an acknowledgement. But what we do is we use that word in the same place that we would use responsibility, and that was my whole point. So if you're going to hold somebody responsible, that means that like when we get held to the standard in the military. Thank you for your service, by the way. I was Army myself. But when we get held to that standard, we're getting held to a certain act, right? Or a certain code. That's different than me telling you to admit something. Do you know what I'm saying?
Look,
But we use it the same way.
I'm looking in the Webster dictionary now, and it's like they can't keep from saying held accountable. It say now the first one I just looked up accountable meaning in the Webster dictionary. Now it say subject is now this is a different different one. It say subject to giving an account. Then it say the two dots. I forgot what that means. Uh, answerable. Then it say held her accountable for the damage. I guess that was supposed to be an example. um
See,
Capable of being explained or explainable. That's the number two definition, and that's the only they only gave me two definitions really for that one, and then another and then an example.
yeah, my argument would be that accountable and responsible is interchangeable. they're synonyms. They basically mean the exact same
Yeah.
thing, and you can replace the words for either one.
Yeah. I think what made the difference is just like I was talking about before, right? With a which they showed you can be accountable without being responsible versus and you can actually be responsible without being accountable, and they had switched that around too. Uh, because I think accountable more is more of a look like they said it's more of a internalized thing from what they say. It's an internalized thing. Uh, but okay, what I was about to get to. Dang, frick. But basically, responsible is more of the action, right? It's something that you like. You get put behind bars or whatever. You get held, or you're responsible. You basically, even if you don't want to accept it or not, you kind of held responsible for that situation or whatever, and still not admit, that. And it's weird though, because I think the way we trying to look at accountable, it don't even show. It just say giving an account, and it seems like it ain't no such thing as uh it seems like you can only hold accountable. It don't even like you can even be accountable itself. It's like every time I see a word accountable, it always got held in front of it. So I guess we really hold each other
Right.
accountable. I mean, we hold ourselves accountable and calling it accountable and show that others you can get held accountable from outside
Sev-
sources too.
So what would we call? So what
But
would
I
we
I
was about to
feel
call?
say
like
What would
one
we?
more thing. I was just about
75% of
to
the
let me just say
time.
this real quick. I was about to say it's just like loyalty, right? Loyalty, they would literally say that honesty is part of it. But we've been seeing that people, or you expect honesty. Well, we see that people be so loyal that they don't have honesty in it. You see what I'm saying? Like the rider and the liver. They loyal, right? They know how to stick with one each other through thick and thin, but they're not honest with one another because they don't want to hurt each other's feelings or something like that. Just like, even with family and all that stuff, they so loyal, but they not honest with one another. And but with if you look at the definition of loyalty, it say let me show you real quick. It actually say honesty is supposed to be in it, and it's not. So that's how that accountable thing is not,
Right.
because accountable say responsible, but people not always responsible. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that is. That's the reason why I'm like, dang, I guess it ain't really kind of. They are two different things, but it's an expectation in it. That's what it is.
Right, but what would you call? Okay, what would we call? What would we say being accountable is? Like at the end of the day, like what is? So if you're accountable, what does that mean?
To
That's
me,
for
I
you.
would feel like if I'm accountable for something, then I feel like I'm responsible for it.
Okay.
All right, let me
Like
look.
I'm taking responsibility for something if I'm accountable for it. Or not even, no, actually let me change that, because now that I think about it, it's more so if I'm accountable for something, then I feel like that means I'm in charge of it. Or I don't know, I feel like it can be used different ways. But like, for example, like if I'm in charge, or if I'm accountable for like this three weapons, then I that's how I would use it. Like I'm accountable for these three weapons, so like I'm in charge of these three weapons. Like nothing can happen to them. Like I have to hold it. Like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? I don't know.
So wait. You said so you're in charge of the weapons. That means that you're responsible for them, right? Is that what you're
Yeah. So
saying?
I'm accountable. Yeah, I'm accountable for these.
Right. Now, how is it that you are accountable for it? How did we prove that you're accountable for it?
Um, I
You got to sign off,
I
right?
don't know. I don't know actually.
You
I don't
got to
even know if
sign
I'm
off.
using this. I don't
Yeah,
know, man.
I'm just
Y'all,
saying you got to
it's
sign off
early.
for it, right? You
Right,
have to
right,
sign off for it. So
right,
that signing off for it means that you acknowledge that you have taken this responsibility. That is the
right,
accountability portion of that responsibility. So
right,
what I'm saying, so that's the reason why we were tripping, because it's like, how can you hold somebody else to sign unless you physically make them? You can't. You can only influence them to do it. And the influence in the military is obviously that's our duty. We're going to get in trouble if we don't. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of other shit that influences us to take that accountability, right? So we would say, yeah,
see,
okay. is holding us accountable, but at the same time, at the end of the day, we have to do that, hold ourselves accountable. Nothing outside can hold us accountable if we really look at it. And that's why we've been tripping. That's what the argument's been. It's been like, wait a minute, if you really look at that, nobody is coming into your body making you sign, right? That's something that you have to do because you got to acknowledge it.
So yeah, I
You
think
know what I'm saying?
I
So
think those the
that's why
parts that
we've
we
been,
filling in the blank though, because I don't
yeah,
think
yeah.
it.
But
I'm looking at the
that's what the
definition now.
argument was. That's what making the
Yeah, I'm looking
conversation.
at the definition now. Even that, I think we filling in the blank on those things too, because it say like the real word accountability, right? And that's when I looked at the Western, it did say take account. So I look up what take account is now. It say if you take something into account or take account for something, you consider it when you are thinking about a situation or deciding what to do. The defendant asks for 21 similar offenses to be taken into account. So it's so it just say to you consider in what you are thinking about a situation or deciding what to do. That's just all. That's all that really is. To give attention or consideration to something. That's what that also means.
Right, that acknowledgement. That was you. That's the internal part.
Yes, exactly. So say to give attention, so or consideration. So that kind of sound like the same thing. If you others can't do that, they might can't force you, but they can basically make you aware. It's basically like the aware thing we were just talking about, right? That's almost the same thing. Give attention to, right? If you
That's all
give
I'm
attention
saying.
to like problems and stuff, or whatever, like, hey, people like Sexy Red is, if you give attention to it, even if she didn't want to, even though she is what I'm saying, but that's still a form of holding her accountable because we're giving attention to it. Just like I was talking about the awareness or bringing awareness to, taking into account.
I
But
mean,
it don't say nothing about an internalized thing though. It just say give attention or consideration to something. That's what taking account means.
so that means that you have been accountable. If that's the case, because you're giving her the attention. If she doesn't give you attention, then what does that mean?
Yeah, it don't matter who take it though. It don't say who. It don't matter. It's just whatever the situation is or the problem is. If you take it into consideration or give attention to it, that's a form of um um uh taking account or what I'm saying, take account for it. What I'm saying does take account. Yeah,
So when we were
taking into
talking
account.
about, so if we sit up here and talk about, I don't know, these movements or whatever, are we taking accountability for those movements?
hmm Which what we taking account to, well, not accountability, but we taking if accountability is that, then I guess it's taking account if
You
the
know what I'm
definition
saying?
say give attention or consideration to it. I guess so.
I don't know. Then that would be something totally different than what we describe it as. You get what I mean? Like
But taking account, that's just
it's a
like
weird
bringing awareness
phrase.
to it, right?
I mean, but I don't know. I think because
It's
I
like
could
to
bring
give
up,
attention. Yeah,
well, but I don't know. If you think about it,
you done made me go through some deep definition. I ain't even get this deep into it now. It's crazy.
you gotta go. Hey, we digging deep in the accountability.
No, exactly. I haven't went that far as to what actually that is. I mean,
Hey, I'm telling you, you gotta make you think. That's what
if I
that's
dig
what
it, I'm about to
God
say
means.
like, what do something mean? I was about to get too far. What is the word something? What is
But
attention now? Like, he about to have me looking at all this stuff. Now, when they say the attention, what type of attention is behind that? Oh,
Hey, seriously, I used to sit there and be like, man, what is was? Like, how do you
dog.
explain? Like, no, seriously. When I ask somebody, like, if we ask right now, okay, what's the definition of was? We're gonna be like, shit. We
Yeah, I get what you mean though, because we
we know
just
what
rock
it
with stuff.
is, but we don't know how to
We can't
explain
really
it.
break it down. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get you what you
you know
mean.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's those weird things like that that kind of make
Yeah,
me,
we can describe the actions behind it,
yeah, we all know
we
what
know
it
how to
is.
use it, but we don't really know what it is. What is the
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's what weird.
past tense of is? I like how she did that. But what is is? Talking
like current or
we
whatever.
gonna
But
bring some.
but
I
that's the
can't
thing, you
I
know what I
can't
mean? Like
y'all.
when
The next minute, you go like, God, forget it. Just gonna go to creations. That's what we used to do. When you
really
ask so many questions, you just gotta say, God.
what's can't now? What you mean?
But
I tell
also
you,
I feel like whenever you have a sentence, like the words around it can affect how the words being used will affect I guess what like the word is gonna mean the same thing, but it
What
also I
the
feel like
heck?
it's gonna change slightly.
Every
You know what I mean?
I swear it shut me down every time I say God. Let's try it again. God. Okay, I'm about to say this level's a devil. It's like, nah. It shut me down every time. Now that's my dang on number 11 or 12 now. This thing just keeps shutting people
no, but you were right though. What you were just saying, uh, and you know what? I used to hear all the time, like English is the hardest language. You know, you hear that saying
For
before,
sure.
and you're like, and then for us, we're like, why? It's not hard. We hear it's nothing. And now when you start doing like conversations like this, it becomes like to a foreigner. Imagine you not knowing this language, how difficult that might
Yeah.
be. You know what I mean?
Facts.
So now I'll be like, ooh, I see what they mean by that now.
man.
And this is also why when I have someone, I'm talking to somebody and this is like their second language and they having problems and you see people like, mocking them and shit. I'm like, dude, shut up. You don't realize if this is their second language
Oh
and they speak it almost as good as you can and you
oh
can't even
boy,
come close to their language, you don't need to be
yeah,
talking about them people.
they probably
Yeah.
see, and you wanna
roasting you.
know and you wanna know the thing is like I work at a restaurant as well, and I have a lot of people that English isn't their first language, and sometimes I know a little bit of Spanish, or I'll just bring out my phone and then do like the little Google Translate thing to make it easier for them. But it's because I feel like English is, if not like one of the most complex languages, just because of the conversation we just had about how we make phrases and certain things like mean certain things that we all get. But like you said, if somebody's coming in and learning the language, they're gonna be like, "What the heck?" You know what I mean? Because it is so complex, and we're just so used to it because we know the utility around it because our communities use these phrases and words all the time. But like, if you really break it down like we just did, that shit actually hard as hell.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't realize until one of my partners from England was like, he was breaking down the language and was like, man, that don't make no sense. That's stupid. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, they speak the Queen's English, quote unquote, which is, and how they put words together and phrases, and it's different. And I was like, um, I don't know why we do that. Like, it's, American English is a cold beast. I'm gonna say that.
Did y'all want to go to any of the other topics that you have on the
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Go
background?
ahead. What makes a person your ops?
I mean, ops is just opposition, so I don't know. Like, I don't think that's
What's
like
for
a
you?
real
Like
thing.
personally, do you have ops or what make a person your op?
No, I don't have any ops. I feel
Okay.
like that's also part of AAVE. That I feel like that's kind of it started off as like a man thing. Men would say they have ops, which the root is opposition, but basically it would just be other men that they don't like or don't get along with.
Hmm.
So that's the only way I feel about that, to be honest.
Right. I said it earlier. I was like, I don't understand. The only ops I would have would be some real situation where somebody got to get dispatched, and if that's the
Right,
case, you know what I mean. I don't have those. I'm like,
right.
I have not had that in a long time. I'm not gonna go back. I mean, it's okay.
I feel like it's kind of childish
Is you gonna hold him
to have
accountable? So,
boy, don't start. I feel like it's kind of childish to have quote unquote ops. I mean, it just kind of means enemies, and I just feel like at this big age, like when you're grown, like if you can't use words to like talk it out and stuff, it's like I don't know.
And then it's that glorification of being gangster and being this and being that.
Exactly,
You have this younger
exactly.
generation who want to be a rapper, but all rappers want to be gangsters and all the, you know what I mean? It's like, yo,
Hmm.
I got
Yeah.
ops. Nigga. No, you don't. Shut up. But then again, some of them are taking it serious because they that dumb. So I don't know. It's
Say
wild.
hello to the bad guy.
But you're talking to me,
Right.
huh? You're talking to me.
Talking to me. Talking to me.
Hey, bro, that was like the worst accent ever, but it was the
Right.
best movie ever at the same time. Like, how do you do that? You can only
Facts.
be Al Pacino and do that. That's the only way you can get away with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Talking to
back then we
me.
didn't know the difference.
What was he trying to be? Italian?
Cuban. He was Cuban,
Oh, wow. Yeah,
and
run through these. I'm up out of here now. You know, about these 6 o'clock.
he had a couple of words he did right, but after that it was over. It was just, sorry on title, man. He was on one, but
Gabe, this boy didn't come in about to go to sleep. After you do these last two, I'm out this boy.
You're
What's the deal,
Oh,
man?
you want me to answer the other two?
That's yeah, up to you. Otherwise, I'm about to be out. I supposed to
Go
bet on. He
ahead,
done got me with
Martha.
that accountability thing, man, and made me stay alone. He knew to say the right stuff.
So the message and tone thing, I feel like they're both important in my opinion. I
Mm,
feel like your tone can sometimes, if your tone isn't in the correct way, I feel like the person can misconstrue the message. So I feel
mm,
like they're equally as important in my opinion
mm,
because, for example, like if somebody was I don't know what's a phrase like oh, for example, like when like people are like do you have a problem? And then if somebody comes to you be like, you got a problem? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, one phrase is fighting words and one phrase is genuine. Like, do you have a problem with it? You see what I'm saying? So
mm.
it does depend on the tone.
Yeah.
And then what's the second? I mean, what's the last question? I can't
Do
read
you really know how to forgive and know what forgiveness is? And are you able to forgive everyone?
it. In my opinion, I feel like depending on what it is, I feel like I can forgive. To me, forgiveness is in order for me to forgive, I have to understand why somebody did something or what it is. I think that's another reason why people ask for clarity in certain
Mm,
situations. But once I understand why certain, even if I don't agree why they did it, as long as I understand and see their perspective why they did something, then yeah, I can forgive them for myself. That doesn't mean I'll forget it, but I'll forgive them.
right.
So
I
yeah,
think real
but
forgiveness, you don't rely. I think clarity is a good thing, but I think sometimes you gotta find clarity within yourself sometimes too, because you might not get it the way you want it to. And that's where I find real true forgiveness from. Because
yeah,
if we
I
rely
agree.
on outside sources to give us this so-called clarity, yeah, we'll probably never, or then we want it in a special way we want it to. We'll never forget it first. If we waiting on a sorry, or if we waiting on all that, that's not even really not forgiveness.
I agree.
Forgiveness for
Just
self too.
for me, when I ask somebody for quote unquote clarity, I just be like, why you do this? Like, what was going through your mind? Like, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, what was you
Mm-hmm.
thinking? Like, what was your reasoning behind it? And once I could, like, put myself in their shoes, even if I don't agree with it, or even if I wouldn't have done that, then I feel like I can come to an understanding with the situation within myself. And I could be like, okay, I get why they did that. I don't agree with it, but I can see that why they did it.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear the birds chirping over there. I'm gonna let you go to sleep, kid. It was nice talking to y'all.
No, that's mine.
Oh,
I'm
my bad.
outside smoking a cigarette.
Appreciate the conversation. You have a good one.
Yeah, for
What up,
sure,
cut?
for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
And,
yo, man, I
and
swear it be. Was Jabri here? Hold up. She knows she
and
always catch me, so I'm about to go up
don't
every
forget,
time.
you gotta stop trying to hold people accountable.
Ah,
No, I'm just
he
kidding.
had to get
Damn.
it. He had to get it
What sprung that
out.
one?
She said, "Yeah, she always do it every time." I swear, when I'm about to go to bed, even Imperial, he done did that a couple times. Coming here right when I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it short and sweet.
What you got for me, man? I got to let y'all let you guess.
All right. So, what makes a person my op? Well, they do negative shit and they want to see me in bad places. End of
Who?
story.
Who? What's more important? Tone or message? You went pretty that fast. See what you got.
Message tone don't mean squat.
Hmm. I was about to also wanted to ask. I actually believe people that really focus more on tone is how we get manipulated than the number one ones that get manipulated and stuff. Cause
It
they focus on
is
tone. Yeah,
because tone is nothing but their feelings and how they took what was
yeah,
said.
how they feel about it. Yeah, that's most of the
Right,
time. Yeah,
and
even with us,
feelings
right? With
don't.
somebody time. Yeah,
Right, and feelings don't equal facts. It is what it is.
yeah.
And as far as the forgiveness part, the only person that can forgive is God. It is what it is.
Mm, interesting.
It it's just one of those. They did it. They knew what they did. Move on.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why. That's why my favorite thing to say. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah. Just don't let that is what it is take over your life. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of us do that. If we really did believe it is what it is, and that's I do live off that lifestyle too. What's meant is meant, is what it is. Uh,
Don't be addicted to it. It is what it is.
yeah.
Why you say it like that, cousin?
Hey, we were talking about addiction earlier. I said earlier,
Right.
you got to be addicted to it is what it
Get
is.
addicted to it, right? That is funny, right? I can't wait to Saturday. Yes, I'm gonna do that.
Well,
I'm about to. You
I'm gonna
talking
say it
about
like
triggers?
this.
People's going to get triggered Saturday. I'm about to talk about coffee, cigarettes. We could throw video games in it. Cause
But there's not. Look,
well, all of us
everything
about to
in
get put in a
life,
little bag to that day. You know, we got to realize what's controlling our lives. I think, cause like I said,
man.
we got to
Look,
know a balance. Like some of us addicted to food. You know, we about to get somewhere though. And we cope with it. You know,
right,
we cope with sugar, salts, all that stuff. You know, that's the reason why we unhealthy now. That's the reason why. I mean, that's the reason why we got to take trips to the hospital. You know, all this stuff or whatever. But we gonna get to
well,
the nitty gritty.
Kev, I'm gonna break that one down, and I'm gonna leave it alone after this. As far as sugar goes, it's an addiction for one reason: it's processed. Because natural, actual sugar, there's no addiction to it. Actual
Mm,
natural salt, no addiction to it. Now all this artificial and chemical shit that they put in our food, that's where the addiction comes from.
mm-hmm.
Because you can eat food here in the United States, and it's totally different in other places.
Yeah.
Like, just be honest. Like you find it over here in the United States, it's got like 28 ingredients that are not found in anywhere else in the world but here.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
people
better
addicted
than
to
that.
food. That's why they eat. We don't eat till we satisfied anymore. We eat till we full. And fullness is satisfied. That's why a lot of us,
Well,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'll give you an example. Chick-fil-A. Look at their chicken sandwich.
Hmm.
If you are able to go and look up what actually is in that chicken sandwich, you'll understand why people are so stuck on it. It's not just that it's good. There are literal chemicals that they add to it to make it taste the way it tastes. Just that
Hmm.
simple.
But yeah, Kev, go to bed. You sound so scared. Leave me
Yeah.
alone. The fries
I
are
mean,
so
but they right,
good.
bro.
Oh, hungry soldier, breathe.
You're talking about the actual products, not the sugar.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Because I mean,
Because the sugar, it there's one thing that a lot of people don't know about sugar that's here in the United States. It's heavily processed. You get actual sugar cane, there ain't no problems.
well, I mean, that's a yes and a no. Because sugar has been addictive since the 12th century. Like, it's not, this is nothing new. Like, we have, I do my little history thing, and even most, if you go back to like even medieval times, most kings and royalty, they were all of the same diabetes, all that. That's the reason why they were getting up out of here so quick. But it was because they overindulged because they had the riches for sugar. And when that was a new commodity, you get what I'm saying? Sugar and salt was like something that was new in the spice trade. And once the nobility got that, they were all dropping like flies because of the overindulgence of it. You get me? So I think
Yeah, no, I got you on
our
that.
problem is that we have it in every product, like even bread. Like, no matter what you have, there's going to be sugar in it. I think that's the
Right.
reason
Not
why it's become addictive. Not you get what I mean? So I
no, I
do
got you.
agree. Yeah, yeah. I hear what you're saying. I was just trying to change the context a little bit.
Right, right. And I'll give you an example. A jar of spaghetti sauce has literally a bag of sugar in it. That's crazy.
Right, right. I mean, I understand. It's the moderation. Like, yeah, we understand that you need a little bit of sugar to cut down the acidity of tomatoes. Cool, but not a whole fucking bag. You, you know what I mean?
Right.
And
That's
so,
why I
yeah.
don't understand people that put more sugar in pre-processed spaghetti
Oh, yeah.
sauce.
Terrible, terrible.
Horrible. I'm like, that was one of my biggest sticking points when I was with my ex-wife. I told her, I was like, stop putting extra sugar in it. It's already got enough sugar in it to kill you. Nobody listens.
That's right.
Oh, it is. And that's like type 3 diabetes is Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about maybe half a teaspoon with a whole pot of spaghetti sauce is really what all
Right.
you need. So now
Right.
these people, but again, it comes with that because we're accustomed to the taste of stuff being sweet. You know what I mean? Because of all of that, like you said, like all of the ingredients, everything got to be sweet. And like I had my biggest vice in my life was soda, right? Never,
Right.
never smoked, never drank, never nothing, none of that. No, But my one thing was I had, sodas. And when I realized how much sugar was in that, I'm like, ooh, you know
Well,
what I mean? And that was the
I
hardest
get
thing
you.
to cut down because, man, that sugar, man. So
Well,
it's rough.
okay, so as far as the sodas go, bro, sodas aren't good for you in general. They got like 200 different chemicals in it, all of them. So with the sugar to your brain is literally like cocaine. It has the same neuroreceptor.
Right, right. Sugar terrible. But you also need sugar. So it's one of those things where we got to understand that balance. And that's what
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. The natural sugar, like natural salt has like literally 108 different minerals in it. Table salt that we get today is so processed that those minerals don't exist.
Right, right.
That's like cane sugar versus processed sugar. Cane sugar has a brown tint to it.
Right.
Our sugar that we get is so processed because it's bleached to white. So
There's definitely, there's certain cereals and stuff that we have that's banned in other countries.
yeah, that's like I gave the example of a Stouffer meal. Like a Stouffer's lasagna here in the United States has like 100 something chemicals in it. You take it and go to Germany, that same meal that you'd buy here has maybe 10 ingredients in it. All of them are natural.
Right.
So, and that's all by design. That's one of the biggest things that people seem to miss. The FDA and all the other stuff that they approve, they're approving it because somebody lobbied for it. Where if you go over to Europe, all their foods are based off of
Motherfucker.
natural
Dang.
goods. Yeah. Well, Kev, this is what we're gonna do.
I
We're gonna
just
cut this
looked up.
conversation and save it for later. It's 6
I'm
o'clock,
like,
my
y'all can
dude.
rock out. I'm still trying to make that other thing real quick. But yeah, I feel
Oh,
you. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear y'all though.
Well,
I'm over here trying to get that ready. I'm ready for that Saturday one. Yeah.
get it, son.
And
But
tomorrow is
yeah,
about a relationship, I guess. Ready.
man, look, I'm gonna say it like this. There are too many people in the world invested in other people's lives to be invested in their own life. That's why they have no relationships, or that's why they have bad relationships.
Might talk about it tomorrow. Actually, I might do the what we just talking about. Yeah. Do you really have control of your life? We're gonna talk about. I put the whole list right
Man,
now: cigarettes, green leaf, coffee, smecks, video
well,
games, music, and I'm gonna say, uh,
well, give you an example on the
can
music.
you
I
live
keep
without
talking
it?
about that. Right,
Hey,
but I talk about the
you
music part
follow me, bro.
specifically because it's literally manipulation of your mind. Music that you listen to, you can listen to sad music, you're immediately sad. You can listen to gutter music and you're literally angry. I mean, go look up vibrational frequencies and sounds and see what it does to water and what it does with sand. That'll be the biggest way to get you to understand how music manipulates your mind.
Hey, you gotta put drama on that list.
The what?
Drama,
Ooh.
man. Look, people are addicted to drama like every day of the week. Otherwise, shows like Real Housewives and all those other crazy ass crappy shows wouldn't exist.
Jerry Springer's the longest running show damn near ever. And you
Yeah,
know,
I wouldn't say the longest show ever. I mean, Doctor Who has been out longer than that. So,
what I'm saying, one of them. It's
oh,
been out,
yeah.
when you're looking at one show for over 25, 30 years, no changes, no change of cast, the same show, that's big.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you that. Because, like I said, Doctor Who's been out almost 60 years, if not 60 years.
That's wild. But it's drama.
Always. But, Kev, it's 6:03, my dude. I think we
Right.
need to go ahead and cut it.
Mm-hmm.
We need to cut it.
All right, y'all. Yeah, let me go ahead and call it. That's a good talk. So I'm gonna actually do that topic tomorrow. I was gonna do I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'll do the relationship one on.
So it's about that time.
It's about that
I'm gonna
time,
do
bro.
it by that eye. And it's crazy.
Peace,
Like
love, and
38 people want to come up in here, man. Y'all should have been here earlier. Yeah.
right? I'm gonna say it
Tomorrow,
like
mother, it's gonna
this.
trigger people more. We about to talk about all that.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. I love it.
Trying to
I'm
get
gonna say it
people to
like
learn that
this.
we can do these things. We
Do
can
it.
do it. We don't
Do
need
it.
these things to function in life.
You can
We
do
will
it.
sleep now, Jabri.
You can
Wake
do
up.
it.
Wake up and go to bed.
You can do it.
Right. Trying. I should even say
Man.
TikTok. Sure, let's throw it all in there. Is you addicted to it?
Ooh, TikTok. Got him.
Got
Look,
it.
look, hold up. If we're gonna do a little quick chirp on that. It's an endorphin rush. They need that 7 seconds of dopamine hit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, we like sports. We want to see people get knocked out. We want to see people get hit in football. We want to see these crazy
Hmm.
things. We like to see that type of stuff, man. It's a human condition. I don't know what that is, but it's definitely there.
Well, well, for us as men, I can't say the same thing for the women folk, but it's ingrained in us to watch two dudes duke it out. It's just that way.
Depending on how you,
Yeah, but if you
depending on how
look,
you condition.
you can look at primates. They do the same thing that we do. They start fighting. They all start hooping, hollering, running around. Ooh, we do the same fucking shit. And it's like, I look through nature. I'm like, damn, is this really what? You know what I'm saying? Maybe that one
Well,
particular chromosome is a difference, but we ain't too far off when it
okay.
comes to
So
that.
with that one, because I'm gonna say it like this. With that one, some of us are related to those, and some of us aren't. Some of us have fur. Some of us have non-ether hair. There's a difference. But other than that, Kev, it's 6:06. Go to bed. I want to say peace, love, and chicken grease, y'all. Stay on the frosty side.
There it
Frosty,
is.
son.
Yeah, man. Hey, y'all stay up, man. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna make him get out of here. We ain't got no panel. We ain't got no panel. He gonna gut.
Hold me accountable.
I'm gonna hold you accountable. All right, Tim. Later,
Holding me
man.
responsible.
All
Yeah,
right,
this
man.
about to be juicy. I'm gonna do this tomorrow though. Now I can't even wait to Saturday. I'm tired.
For sure. I'm gonna holler.
All right, for sure, man. All right, the latecomers. You already know who I'm talking about. The main one. I ain't even got to say your name, but yeah, I appreciate all y'all, man. Y'all ain't have to be here and have another good little topic for y'all tomorrow. 'Cause I'm going strong, man. Y'all ain't gonna see Kev as much. Well, it's gonna be. I'm gonna be during the week though, but I'm gonna do short hours. Do like either 2 hours a week, maybe. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Just a little bit of time. Uh, in the weekend, I can do the longer hours. But I'm gonna see y'all though. I'm gonna see all y'all.